Blessings, greetings. This is World Peace and Prayer Day here in Bear Butte, South Dakota. This is 2026 World Peace and Prayer Day. And we say blessings and greetings to each and every one of you. Mitaki epi ampetu kilecha ke wongla kapi hunka leche matho paha uglina sipina ha heche ke ona oyate makasi tomnia heche na hoya pikte na ampetu kina le loashte na yuka nacha wopilo ke japilo. We have today the way our ancestors, our relatives, those ones that have gone before us, the great leaders. Today we recognize Kashunka Witko, Crazy Horse. This year's 150th anniversary of Little Bighorn. And we are here at Bear Butte with World Peace and Prayer Day. Then we'll make a journey from here towards west to Little Bighorn. The riders have been going since Greengrass to Greasy Grass, Montana. And they're on the road right now as we speak. But some of us now are here for we have a lot of good speakers from different places, but through this modern technology, we're connecting with people all over the world. World Peace and Prayer Day is a dream for all of us, a dream that we can all unite. We can all stand in prayer that Mother Earth is a source of life, not a resource. We have many prophecies that is coming about today, especially our prophecy here on this territory, the plains, the White Buffalo prophecy. I am the sacred bundle, the Chanupa Wanka, for our people. Lakota, Dakota, Nakota means peace. And that Chanupa was brought here for peace, for Wolakota. And over 100 years ago, our people were here roaming this territory, following the buffalo and the horses. We have ceremonies. But we know what happened the last 100 years. And today, we are coming back spiritually strong. We have many prophecies about the White Buffalo Calf woman. She said that someday I shall stand upon the earth as a white buffalo calf with black nose, black eyes, black hooves, just like this buffalo calf behind me. It was at Yellowstone. We named that buffalo Wakangli. And prior to that, we went to Janesville, Wisconsin. The first white buffalo was born. And the newspaper and the news media saying that this first white buffalo being born is like a needle in a haystack. It's a beginning of our prophecy of the White Buffalo Calf woman. She said that someday I shall stand upon the earth, and many white animals shall be born all over the world. And that is happening. It's still happening right now. Many white animals are being born. That's the only way that Mother Earth can speak to us. That Mother Earth is sick, and we are sick, because we nourish from Mother Earth, Uchimaka. Echa mitakepi, apetu kilecha ukiwita piunka. Apetu luta na Uchimaka kilecha una elognana shipiunka. Echa oyate eche makasi tomani echa oyate controla taha echa wanakopta. Neche omani kaka piunka tunkashla unsla po eche toneche mani pi toneche iyan kapi toneche shungaka kapi na wichonkik siapi. Na petu kileche toneche uki pishnena woche kigulahaya kapi. Tkankalaki nochi na tunkashlun shapi. Ena woche kagapi apetu nache takueche tkokicha na wayanka chimpi. Neche eche apetu kileche oke leche glina shipina eche xike hena makasi tomne na hoyapi. Khatie topa an makpi onuchi makana hoyapi. Neche apetu kinache onshich ake eche na hoyapi khache. Taku eche boablezet khanke wonki glakapi khatkukata ke eche. Taku eche wonkapi. We have come believing that something can change in this world today. Believing that we can have peace in this world today. That we are a nation of peace. The First Nations people of this Turtle Island. And that white buffalo calf woman, no, she brought that chanupa, the sacred pipe, to our people. To stay humble. To pray for peace and harmony. And that is happening right now. We have more youth and younger people speaking and singing our spiritual songs and more than ever before. We have young people on the road right now, walking, running, riding horseback. I know how difficult it is because some of us are on that ride from green grass to greasy grass. Because the white buffalo calf woman, no, she brought that sacred chanupa for our people to Okay, we'd like to continue then. So I'd like to continue by saying that to welcome each and every one of you. And for 30 years, we've been doing World Peace and Prayer Day. It started here in west of here, Hill City, and the first one was 1996 in at Peshla. And then Matrotipila at Devil's Tower. So we have all these countries are all in spirit with us and praying with us. And it started out small, not small, but all the tribes came to World Peace and Prayer Day at Devil's Tower. We'd like to change that name back to Matrotipila. Then I know they're going to talk about Pipestone too, the blood of our people. And I'd like to add honor that man-made law, that 1978, the Freedom of Religion Act, that Eagle Feather Law. But I'd like to add on the red pipestone. And these are to be talked about later on, but I want to kind of open that up to all of you out there who can help us, join us on this day on June 21st as World Peace and Prayer Day, because this is especially during this time that we need peace in the world more than ever. And Mother Earth, again, is a source of life, not a resource, with World Peace and Prayer Day. So blessings to each and every one of you for being here. We got a schedule here to follow. So I don't know who the next speaker first. Well, there's a Hopi. She should be introducing the people here.
Mitakiapi ampetu de chante washte yushki anape chizapi ho washte wakama hokpi we imakiapi. Good evening, my relatives. I greet you with a good heart. I'm Paula Norval's daughter. I've been doing this for about 30 years now. And so I've been more or less a permanent volunteer. So I appreciate everyone that has come here and traveled all over. I've read all of the registrations, and it's amazing to see how far people have come, like New Mexico, Canada, even Germany, you know. And so I'm very appreciative that all of you are here today. I would like to introduce, I consider them my auntie and uncle, Linda and Buzz Daney. They come from Alaska, and they usually come and share a dance to bless the ground. And I would like to invite them up to share themselves. Either or. Here's the mic right here. So I'd like to introduce Linda.
Kuyana. Kuyana Chivufchinina Shiluda. I apologize to the elders for standing before you. Kuyagamchi Mavata Shilunung. We're going to do the blessing song, and I want to give a little history of the song that I'm going to be dancing. My uncle, before he passed away, shared this story with me. This was before contact. When I say before contact, before the missionaries and the traders came to our land in Alaska. And this was when our shamans were very much alive and respected. And so Uncle Jacob told me that when there was a little boy that was sick. The shaman came to the house, and at that time it was a sat house. And without touching that little boy, he used his hands from his head and cleansed his whole body to his feet. And then when he shook his hands, it was pretty black. And so he did that until his whole body was cleansed and it was cleared. And so the shaman purified this little boy, and then he washed his hands to make sure that he didn't carry any of the sickness with him. And so we are going to purify you. We are going to bless you. However, I'm going to start off with calling on our ancestors, calling on those that have gone before us. And my husband, he's from the Choctaw Nation. My dad, when my dad met him, he poured songs into him from our family. Kuyana. Have some water. I think we need to do a presentation. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Kuyana. I'm going to talk a little bit about Typhoon Halang that affected where I come from last year, October. It was around mid-October. The typhoon, first time in Alaska, a typhoon hit southwestern Alaska. And it was Hooper Bay, where my family is from, was in the path of the typhoon. And the coastal regions started preparing 100 miles per hour wind that has never happened before. And my family and relatives in Hooper Bay were very scared. And so they decided that they were going to meet at the riverbank to pray. And so the families, the elders, the children, the young people that were able to stand and walk to the riverbank went down there to gather. And so they formed a circle at the riverbank, and they held hands, and they prayed with one mind, with the intention that for Creator to give them protection from the Typhoon Halang. And so after they got done praying, they went back to their homes, and they tied down whatever they could tie down that may float away, because Hooper Bay lies on a lowland, and it's on the coast, and it's protected by the ancient dunes where the families used to live before they came. And so they waited for the typhoon to hit Hooper Bay. And so when typhoon started making landfall to the coast, it changed direction, and it started going further south. And so the prayers of the members protected them, but they still endured the high winds and the flooding, and it affected Kipnik. I don't think the picture's up there. It affected Kipnik, and in Kipnik there's probably like around 200 homes, and when the flooding started and the winds picked up, the water that has never reached that height went up to the village, and the houses started floating away, and the houses started spinning, and it totally destroyed the village, and one house went all the way upriver, and that has never happened before. And afterwards, the state of Alaska took them and away from the village. They scattered them across Alaska, and that village is. We cannot go into that village without specific permission. The members are trying to go back home, but there's nothing to go back home to, because their homes are totally destroyed. Their subsistence food is gone. And so they're working with the federal government, who's not giving them, who's withholding the funds to help them. So, we as a tribal nation, we have to take care of our own people. But I also want to stress that when Hooper Bay, the members of Hooper Bay prayed with one mind, with one spirit, it changed the force of nature. And that is something that we can all do together, as Arvel had said. If we pray with one mind, one spirit, we can change the course of the destruction.
So most of the people from those two hardest hit villages, Quig and Kipnuk, some of whom I work with, are from there, and it was just an incredible response that they went to two main communities, Bethel and Anchorage, Alaska, where we live. And the people came around them and supported them, whatever they needed. I work at the Alaska Native Medical Center, and we enrolled every single person so they could receive all of our services. And our family wellness is continuing to give services because these folks that we call evacuees were brought in, and they're going to be there for a while because they need to restore their village. In Kipnuk, I think they decided to build higher and in another location from where they were. There's 18 people that stayed, mostly men, that stayed in that village to try and restore, and they have teams that are going out trying to clear the wreckage. I'm a person that went through the 1964 earthquake. It was probably the most powerful earthquake in North America, and it was almost 5 minutes long. And so we were just right on the edge. A block and a half away, people lost their backyards. It slid into the ocean. So I was used to that devastation, but never to the extent of what happened to the people from Typhoon Halong. It's just an incredibly horrible disaster, but it's part of the earth changes that are going through. So, Yakuki.
Kuyana.
Thank you, Linda and Buzz, for that presentation. So our next presenter comes from the Walker River Paiute tribe of Nevada. His name is Josh Genie. And for as long as the horse has long carried our prayers across the land, today that journey continues through a ride dedicated to protecting the Great Basin of Nevada from threats to its water, sacred places, and natural ecosystems. I'd like to invite Josh up to share his presentation.
Thank you, Hopi. Na Josh Dini Naniam, Agai Tikara Numa. I'm the founder and executive director to Prayer Horse Inc., a member of the AIM Northern Nevada.
Ama na zaniman nani no kuit takara no dana ipia Amanda Davis Gapu Iwa Jolin Sander Itogo Clark Abel. Hello everyone, my name is Azani Davis. I come from the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. My mom, she passed, and so right now I'm being raised by my grandma and my grandpa. And so I have been going on the Prayer Horse ride for about 4 years now. This last year was the first time that I actually rode in it, and yeah.
So at this time we want to do a video, show some of the work that we've been doing. Paiute people, we were known as the Great Basin tribes. This was all of our territory, the rugged terrains that we learned how to survive on. The Europeans, they came in, they wanted our land for farming, ranching, and for mining. And a way to do that was to remove our native people
Manifest Destiny was a big part of their movement. It was their God-given right to come out west and fulfill their destiny. We know that, and we felt it.
I feel like the Paiutes there always had to fend for their own as far as protecting what they have left. Yep, that's what they're mining for, lithium.
This is Nevada. We're like mining central here, you know. There are lithium mines popping up all over the place.
They're calling it the white gold is lithium. And those are the elements for the battery for the Tesla cars. So what they see is green energy, we see as black energy. We still gotta face the poison of the water, poison of the air, the land, and loss of land.
It's Myron.
My brother Myron. He was a water protector. He flew drones, and then he became the head guy for the media for what was happening in Standing Rock. Him and I was seeing what was happening with Pahima'a, and he was like, brother, this is in our backyard. This is our relatives. We need to support them. My brother was killed in 2021. We did the first prayer horse ride 2022 in March.
With Josh doing this, peaceful protesting, wanting the communities to come together as one. Myron is never forgotten.
They're praying about a lot of things. Mining, our people, the water.
We're proud of them for coming and going in a good way to the different reservations and sending prayers all along the way.
I think they look forward to something like this because it brings a lot of people together that, besides funerals, and pretty much funerals is what people usually come together for lately. But this is something positive.
My brother Josh requested that I sweat the people. The sweat is purification, so spiritually, physically, get us more ready in our mind and our heart to take care of that sacred business.
It's just so good for the people's heart, and the sweat lodge is the best thing to do to get better and get ready to go again.
You're feeling the heat, the silence, the darkness. You're connecting stronger spiritually. And the hotter it gets, the harder you pray.
Oh, yeah, when you were coming on, oh, yeah, when you were coming on,
We're going to be headed up to Thacker Pass. There's a lithium mine that is being built there. It is being built on my ancestors' unceded burial grounds. We want to lay prayers out for those ancestors. We want to lay prayers for the land.
Today's a good day for awareness. Just letting the people know, the more we mine this earth, the more our water sources are contaminated. We must minimize how many mines we do have because we don't have a chance to breathe and get healthy.
I'd ask them how they feel about it. If we came up to almost where they live and just started digging out the ground.
Or back in the 1800s, there was a white horse that would run through the valley and the people would want to catch it, touch it. It was a prayer horse, a healing horse. They say it takes 7 generations before you start seeing the healing. So the changes start with us, start now. So Azani and I, and that young man that you saw at the end of the video, we're a part of the 150th Little Bighorn horse ride. Started in Greengrass and we're heading to Greasy Grass. For me, I've been here since June 3rd. It's been a long ride. I think we've gone over 200 miles so far. And it's amazing because we're able to make contact and share our stories of what's happening out in Nevada. So, Pahima, as you've seen, it got pushed through during COVID. And so that's one of the largest lithium mines in North America. And then you have McDermott Caldera, which is 40 miles northeast of Pahima. And then you have Jindalee, which is on the Oregon border, but it's still in the same central area. It's a whole open pit lithium mine. And once they start getting these projects going, that whole area is going to be just an open pit. You know, and like the sister said on the film, in the video there, you know, that's where some massacres happen. And then also they have Sacred Mountain there where they go up and do the, you know, their Himblecha, their vision quest. So we kind of, Prayer Horse kind of backed off. We were supporting people of Red Mountain and started seeing copper coming into our area. There's a copper mine called Anaconda, started in 1940s, which contaminated our water. They had to start bringing in water to, you know, for the animals and for the people. The mine finally shut down in early 2000s and became a Superfund site. Right now, they want to sell that land to the mining company so that they could reopen that mine. We had did an injunction to stop the land sale. So we have court July 14th, and we'll see where that goes. And the other thing that they're trying to do now is get water rights. And we're getting ready to do a protest letter. This is all upstream from where we live. We're part of the Walker River watershed. We are at the end of the Walker River, and then it goes through our little reservation to the lake, and it ends there. As I said before, you know, we're a Guy Takota trout eaters, but we have no more trout in our lake. So who are we now? That's genocide, right? My brother used to say, we're no more a Guy Takota, we are now Walmart Dakota. We got to go hunting at Walmart. But, you know, it's serious. It's serious stuff. You know, we have Ancestral Hills south of us. They were wanting to do gold drilling. But what we started doing was bringing prayers to these ancestral lands. And we had a victory. Paramount Gold, the drilling company, rescinded their permit. And so now, they will no longer be, you know, going forward. So what we're going to do is continue to bring youth camps, you know, field trips, bringing our people back to the lands and sharing the stories, the songs that came from there. In the video, you saw me picking up lithium rocks. That was in our Shoshone territory, and that was called the Rhyolite Mine. We brought in a lodge, and we prayed there for 6 months. The month after the lodge came down, we got a message that the funders backed off, and they were not going to mine over there. It's another victory. The power of prayer is beautiful. You know, we got to keep praying. One thing that's starting to come in now that's hitting us heavy is data centers. We have a data center right across from our wildlife refuge area. It's 500 acres, which they said was equivalent to 200 Walmarts. These people that are approving these permits have no idea how the AI data centers work. So what we've been doing was we've been bringing in workshops and educating our people on the AI data centers. I just got a message this morning from one of the council members that they're really pushing for this center without proper permits and proper communication with the tribes or the community. I know back in December they had a meeting, and all the ranchers and farmers and our relatives, they said, no, we don't want the data center there. There was supposed to be a second meeting in January, and in between they approved this data center. And this keeps happening. They keep pushing without the proper consultation with our tribes. And so what's going to happen when they take all of our water? We're already a drought. We're already in a drought. What does that mean for us? What does that mean for the future generations to come? Are they going to have to pick up and move and find another place to live? We just keep praying. We just keep fighting. And I'm just thankful for these young guys these young men that are coming up and, learning the songs and their ways of life. And, hopefully, they'll be able to teach their kids, their generation, what it means to protect the land, the water, and our people. And through that, through our movement, our prayers come from our horses. We use the horses to help carry the prayers across Nevada deserts. Ahoo, no more way.
Thank you, Josh. Well, our next presenters, they're actually from here, the Black Hills. We are honored to welcome Anissa Martin and Dr. Valeria Big Eagle as our featured presenters. Together, they will share the powerful story behind the protection, Peshla, and from the Mineral Exploration Drilling Project. Anissa is Lakota, is a community organizer, cultural mentor, and co-founder of Lakota Women in Plains Society, and Dr. Valerie Big Eagle is the director of HESAPA initiatives at Indian Collective. I'd like to welcome them up.
O pida tanka chiche, hamadake pi, chantewashte na pe chuzapi, Valeria Big Eagle machapi. Hello relatives, I greet you with a heartfelt handshake. I apologize for speaking in front of my elders. My name is Valeria Big Eagle. I'm a Hanktawan Dakota Nakota. I'm also Hunkpati Dakota for my relatives out there. I also have a colleague here with me. I'm going to allow her to introduce herself. Our relative Anissa was unable to make it, but I do have my colleague Martel who will be here co-presenting with me today, and she was on the front lines with us, and so.
Tanse Martel Hesketh Nasikasum. Hello, my name is Martel Hesketh. I am a member of the Michelle First Nation. We are Cree Mohawk from Treaty 6 territory, and I live on Coast Salish lands, so it's an honor to be here today with you all and to present alongside my colleague. I work as the Impact and Learning Manager at Indian Collective.
Washte Wopida, and I serve as the director of HESAPA initiatives at Indian Collective. And I will say it's an honor to be able to do the work that we do. And I know these are prayers that have been prayed for generations, even before me, before Indian Collective even came to be. And so for Peshla and the work and the way that we protected, I know that those are prayers for generations way before, from our warriors, grassroots people, our treaty people, our community, our elders. And so, again, it's an honor that we were able to do the work and to be on the front lines, and we call it with prayer, prayerful action. And so that what happened at Pishla, and we know Pishla to our people, like what Lekshi Orville told us and reminded us, is that this has been a sacred site. This is the place that our people from the Oceti Shakoi have come from, and that we came out of Wind Cave. And so in essence, we know how sacred that site of Peshla is to us as a people, and also the water that is there, that we need to protect that. And so thank you for that reminder, Lekshi Orville. And so we know that it was so important for us to be able to come together and protect that sacred site with our relatives, our partners, our spiritual leaders, our grassroots folks, and everyone that was part of that and laid the foundation for us to carry it through. And so in February of 2026, a permit was approved for exploratory mining at Peshla for graphite. And at that time, we knew that we were going to start preparing for what it looks like being able to actively engage and deploy out to Peshla. I will say that it was multifaceted, multi-pronged approach. It wasn't just, we just went up there. It took a lot of planning, a lot of organizing, a lot of conversations held with elders, with grassroots folks, with tribal leaders, all the things that it takes for this to happen. And even, you know, in our young people, we need to remember that when we're talking, we're talking about protecting things because we want to have a future for the future generations to come, that we need to include them in the work that we're doing. And so bringing our young people along, having them the forefront of this work. And then, you know, that's what happened at Standing Rock, and that's what we wanted to make sure happened at Peshla. And so, let's see, on May 8th, and this, you know, what happened at, I'll get into the organizing. I'll let Martel tell a little bit about that, but there are 18 drilling pads at Peshla within a 2-mile buffer zone that was protected land between U.S. Forest Service and all of our tribes and also our treaty people. And in those conversations, I remember, you know, listening and learning from Kushi Faith, and she's here today. Thank you, Kushi, for all of that guidance and that wisdom and sharing with us too of how important that we need to continue these fights and protect our lands. All 18 drill pads were within that 2-mile buffer zone near Peshla. And so we knew that we needed to protect them. And in that time, we organized and made sure that we were going to stop the drills from drilling any further. And so what does it look like when you make sure that everything is grounded in prayer? Everything starts with prayer, but sometimes we have to meet Creator halfway. And that means we had to have action. And so we were successful stopping 2 oil drill rigs at Peshla from even going into Unchimaka, from even going into Mother Earth. And because at that time, I'll go to the next slide because it talks about the legal strategy. Along with tribes, Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, Earthworks, we filed an injunction halting the mining project, and the temporary restraining order was approved. As soon as Pete Lean and Sons found out that we filed this injunction before the hearing, they started drilling around the clock 24/7. And that was within their operations plan. They were only supposed to be drilling, exploratory drilling, 12 hours a day. And as soon as they knew we filed that injunction, they started drilling around the clock. And we were scouting every day. We were out there scouting every day. There was a strategy behind that too, on the ground, and meeting those people face to face. And we know that took the prayers of our ancestors to be able to do that. And once we knew that, we knew we had to do that action. And on May 8th, the permit was rescinded. Pete Lean and Sons rescinded their permit. And so that was amazing. And so, again, this is multifaceted, multi-pronged, and there's some relatives that are in this room that were there too, and I want to acknowledge them too, because we know without you it was a lot of hard work, and just thinking about that day and how we came in hard. We drove through those trails with our, some of our regular vehicles. We, and side by sides, and we had a rental even. A rental went into war with us. It was even on the news. And so, I want to acknowledge you that are in the room too, and those prayers that a lot of you, we felt them. We were safe there. We felt safe there. We knew that we were there and we were protected. And so even though it got really scary at times, because there were drones and there were helicopters surrounding us, and we thought at moments that we were going to be just attacked. And it did feel like that, but we felt protected. And so it was an occupation that happened at Peshla, and it was an honor to be able to be part of it. And so I'm gonna pass it off to Martel to talk more about what did our strategy look like for our narrative work, our organizing strategy leading up to it. And then go ahead, Martel, pass it off to you, Mashke.
Thank you, Valeria. Yeah, so an important part of this work was, we wanted to both educate and share what was happening up at Peshla, so more people would know that this fight was happening, that we weren't going to let this drilling company come and harm the earth any more than it already has. So part of our strategy was we would have daily updates we would post on Facebook as well. And this was also really important for our security and our safety, because law enforcement sometimes they would start rumors. So there are rumors floating around, oh, they're violent up there, oh, they have weapons up there, which none of that was true. And so, having a strong narrative, being able to have our social media, to have our press releases, to share the truth of what was happening up there was really important during that time, and also help spread the word. Another important part of this strategy was all the artwork too. So because we've done NDN Collective and the community has done such strong work to protect the Black Hills, we had all these banners already. So when the media came or when we shared photos, we had that strong messaging, that strong artwork, so people could see that and know exactly why we were up there, why we were putting our bodies on the line. And another really cool part of this was, it was the community here came together, but also it was our relationships that we built with others. Earlier this year, a bunch of folks were in Minnesota to help support folks on the ground during the ICE occupation. And some of the relationships that were built there, those folks actually helped us create some of the equipment to be able to do this action, and they brought it over from the Twin Cities. So we also see how those relationships we're building, across Turtle Island, when these moments come and we need to stand together, those can be activated and we can all stand really strong. I can go to the next slide. So our organizing strategy, just to speak a little bit more to this as well. Yeah, we were deeply involved in bringing in all the different members of the community from the very beginning, including our youth. And it was cool one morning at camp, I was cooking breakfast with one of the youth that was involved in planning the action. And she comes from a family where they've done a lot of direct action on the front lines. But she was telling me how she's never been involved in the planning and the strategy behind it and all the pivots too. And she was telling me how much she learned. So that really just showed me, how important it is to bring our youth in, not just for the action itself, but bring them into the planning as well. So then they can learn, and these fights will continue, and they'll have that knowledge and that experience and that skill to continue these fights. Another cool organizing strategy that we were able to use was we had our own drones. And so the drone footage is what we used a lot of that for scouting too, but also for security, when we would have vehicles coming up the hill, we could send the drone out and look and see who they were. And And also at one point, some other law enforcement agencies sent their drone in, so we could send our drone up and it scared off their drone. The drone wars. So, having that technology and those skills was really important too, a part of our organizing strategy, a part of our security as well. And also another key component was Lakshmi Dean, who's the caretaker up at Peshla, and so he was over on the sovereign land at Peshla, and would watch out for us. He knew where we were. He knew who was planning to come up to us as well, and so he kept us safe up there that whole time too. So next slide. And I'll pass it back to Val to speak about looking ahead and what's next.
And even, thinking back to, wow, just having to reflect back when you're on the front lines. I know a lot of people understand this because you've been on the front lines too. And you kind of, wow, that really happened. And it really happened. But also, we were successful. And it's kind of hard for us as Native people. We're like, did that really happen? Is it real? Are they really driving off? Are they going to leave Peshla alone? And then also, are they really rescinding the permit? We're still out there scouting. So just know that's part of the process too, even though that there was that big win on that Peeling and Sons rescinded the permit. We need to continue to have that follow-up. We need to continue to have that momentum going to protect, because there are over 8,000 active mining claims in the Black Hills. There's about 13 active projects in the Black Hills extracting from our lands, from our sacred sites, the desecration to our Chesapa, the heart of all that is to our people. And so we have to continue to fight. And so looking ahead, while we're having all of these, we call it playing whack-a-mole. We have all of these emergent things in front of us, right? We need to have a long-term strategy back here while we're dealing with everything in our face. And so that long-term strategy, what does it look like when we work together as Oceti Sakowin, as people, for a long-term strategy to protect the Black Hills, to protect Chesapa? And so right now, in all 9 tribes, all 9 South Dakota tribes are in agreement to work together to solving, developing a legal strategy to return the federal public lands of the Black Hills, but also to protect them for future desecration. And so that's historical, because that's Oceti Sakowin coming together. Do you see what happens when we're in solidarity, when we're in unity? We can make things happen. We can make things happen. And so I also want to note too, to our young people, it's really good, and it's really good to see our young people learning and engaging, and the biggest thing of resistance too is, the Black Hills are here. Let's start acting like it. Let's go on our lands. Let's go pray. Let's go harvest. Let's go be Lakota, Dakota, Nakota. Let's be inherently who we are. And let's engage in that and learn our language, our way of life, the Chanupa way of life. Let's learn these stories. Where did we come from? Who are we? That's the biggest act of resistance. We have to remember that too. And so you may not be on the front lines, but if you're at home and teaching those things too, you are on the front lines for our people. And so I wanted to name that too. And looking ahead, it's like how can we all work together? Yes, we have these IRA governments that we understand that's one of the Western tools, and that's what they put there, but we're going to use that as a tool to help our people too. And so with the development of a legal strategy to return the federal public lands, we want to protect the Black Hills and set that precedence for not only us, but all sacred sites, all of our lands, all across Turtle Island. And so there's ongoing fights, and then I'll go ahead and go on to the next slide, and I'll pass it off to my mashke, because there are calls to action today. Like, what can you do today to help protect the Black Hills?
Yeah, so one of the current fights that we're all in together is to protect Pipestone Monument. So the comment period actually just got extended from, it was supposed to be on Monday, but it got extended till August 21st. It's up on the slide. So we actually have postcards in the middle of most of the tables, and if you don't see any or want some, you can come find us. We'll have a bunch. So those postcards too, you can write on them. You can write your comment to the Minnesota Public Utility Department, and that is the entity that's responsible for making this decision, about this rerouting that would go through Pipestone. So that's one action you can take today. And as Val mentioned, it is like whack-a-mole. So there's always more things that are coming up. And so we also have lots of social media. So when there are these things where we're asking for public comments, if you follow us on social media, we'll have calls to action on there too. So we can all stand together and protect these sacred sites because, as we've already heard, these threats are everywhere. But in order to win these fights, we need to all unify and stand together.
And then if you have any more questions too in regards to Pipestone, I know Kunshi Faith, Iktomi with Braveheart Society are here. Some other folks, I know Manape and other organizers are helping with that. And so yes, we'll be able to work together to fight to protect our sacred sites. And so at this time, I'll go ahead and we'll go on to the video. We wanted to share a video with you all about, what did it look like was in this occupation, the 2 drill rigs which people did lock down. Oh, hold on. They did lock down on and did, and there were also altars that were set up there. Everything was done in prayerful action. We never had weapons. The only weapons we had were our prayers. Coming to you live, the Peshla Protectors engaged in peaceful negotiations with the U.S. Forest Service this morning. We're able to confirm that the drill rig has been moved off of drill pad 13, and now they're finalizing bringing the rigs and all of their equipment off of drill pad number 3 and 1. And we couldn't have done this without all of our relatives. And so, as you can see, they're taking the final drill rig out of Peshla Protectors Camp. All of their equipment. The temporary restraining order was approved yesterday. Sorry, I'm a little emotional. We wouldn't have been able to do this without all of our relatives. We came up here in prayer, and we've been peaceful this whole time, and we feel all of those prayers coming from all over. The final drill rig is making its way out. The injunction hearing is going to be in a few weeks, possibly pushed out farther due to the U.S. Forest Service attorneys not being available. And so everyone, this is a victory. This is a victory for the Black Hills, for the Ocheti Shakoi. We stopped drilling at Peshla. The equipment is gone. U.S. Forest Service is gone. The drills are gone. But the Lakotas are still here. Wopira Tonka Chiche.
Thank you once again, Dr. Valeria Big Eagle and Martel Hexeth. Our next presenter is Iktomni Washtewi Favel. She is from the Mad Bear Clan, Dakota, Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, and Hopi. She is here coming from Minnesota to speak to us about the spiritual importance of coming together in protection of Pipestone and the sacred stone. So once again, I'd like to introduce Iktomni Washte Wia Fabel.
Wopira Tanka for inviting me here to talk today, and Wopira Tanka to Indian Collective and all the tribes and everybody who helped with protecting Peshla. I don't want to get emotional, but I am. And I just thank all of them for all the work that they've done in that. I had to write stuff down because I'm usually the person in the background. And so you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little nervous. But Ampetu washte midakyapi. You pia kid wan chiankapi. It's really good to see everybody here today. Ichichia kink matue kin ichichia kinkta. Ikdome washte favel ga chunku tonya e makiapi. Washichu chaje baduhashni. Da Makota, Malakota, Cheyenne, Arapaho, ga Hopi. Hunkpate oyate kangi wakpa edwa omawapi. Mato chanze tioshpae omawaja. Wakaya ja dopa baduha. Mihunka ke Susie Crow ga mechwakingak ewichak yapie. Kunshiwaye ki Adele Elizabeth Kadat echiapi. Ga unkana waye ki Hank Crow echiapi. Imnija ska mini shota otue tanka edwati. Ia sha otue hemataha. Chante ohitika okora kichie edwashka. My name is Ikdome Washtemwi, and also Chunku Tonya, and I don't have a white name. Those translate to Good Spider Woman and Blue Road Woman. And I was given Ikdome at birth and my other name 4 days after. My parents are Susie Crow and Mitch Walking Elk, and I am a mother of 4. I have 3 daughters and a son. My maternal grandmother is Adele Elizabeth Kadat from Standing Rock, and my paternal grandfather is Hank Crow from Crow Creek. My paternal grandmother is Evelina Tasso from the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribe in Oklahoma, and she's also descended from the Hopi people. I just wanted to explain a little bit about who I was in case I might be related to anybody here. Hey. But also so that you know who I am. I live in St. Paul, Minnesota, and I consider my hometown Pipestone. I grew up there. I moved there when I was a little girl. All of my little sisters were born there. And I work for the Braveheart Society, and I came here with my daughter, Wambadi, and my Tui Faith Spotted Eagle. And I want to acknowledge the Wakanka here today, the elders. Wopira Tanka for all that you've done for us, all the guidance that you've given us, and I thank you for allowing me to stand up here in front of you. I also want to acknowledge the Wakayaja, Wopira Tanka, for being here. And our youth is our future, they say. I'm happy to see all of the young ones here. When I was at my Airbnb, I heard one of the little boys say, "We're going to a meeting?" And I was like, yeah, we're going. It was just cute. But also, I think it's important to have the youth here. I think without them, without their energy, without their perspectives, without them being here, it wouldn't be as important and as strong. Because they're not just our future. They're the vital heartbeat of what we're doing right now. I was 2 years old when I moved to Pipestone with my parents. We moved there from Greenwood, South Dakota. I was told by my parents all my life that we moved there to help protect Pipestone and do what we could for the blood of our people, like She Orville says. That was a big task, but we were going to try. To help protect from potential threats of contamination and from abuse, to help protect from those who extracted for exploitation, as we were taught that we were to never ever sell the blood of our people. The Creator, Wakantanka, taught us we were to respect this way of life, to follow the buffalo, to respect our women, our elders, our children, our animal relatives, and to respect the land and the water. Our people were taught many great lessons throughout time when we didn't respect this way of life. However, because people are human beings, we have come to abuse this way of life sometimes. That's when the buffalo and the animals disappeared. I'm going to share a story that I'm sure many of you heard, but I was asked to come and share it. So I want to make sure that I do what I was told. And the story is how the Chanupa came to us. 2 scouts went out looking for the buffalo. They saw a person coming in the distance, far away. The person coming towards them was a woman, Awia. She had long black hair, wearing a buckskin dress, and was carrying a bundle wrapped in a buffalo robe. She told them that she knew what they were thinking. One was thinking good thoughts and the other was thinking bad. She told the one that was thinking bad to come to her. When he came to her, clouds developed around him and engulfed him. When the clouds lifted, all that was left was the skeleton. His Koda was shocked. She told him to go back to the people and tell them what he saw there. She said, "Tomorrow I will bring this bundle to the people," and told him to go tell the people to prepare for her arrival. The next day she was singing as she approached them and laid the bundle down right in front of them. She opened it up and there was a red stone and a wood stem. She put it together and sang the direction song while filling it. She offered it to smoke to the first keeper. And after they smoked together, she told them about the Chanupa, about how to care for it, how to care for the stone, and she also shared how we can move as people and with the 7 sacred rites. As she walked away towards the west, she rolled over and became a young black buffalo. She rolled again and became a young red buffalo. She rolled again and became a young yellow buffalo. And last time, she rolled over and got up as a young white buffalo. After that, she was known as Pte Sanwi, the white buffalo calf woman. She told the people that the next time she returns, she would stand on earth as a white buffalo calf. This story has been told for 19 generations, and luckily, a lot of us grew up hearing it. Since 1994, almost every year, a white buffalo calf has stood upon the earth. She told us that when this happens, this is a blessing, but this is also a warning. When the white animals show this sacred color, there will be some changes. I was told this prophecy in this way when I was a little girl, and this is one of the reasons why my family moved to Pipestone. I grew up just a couple blocks from the Three Maidens. I grew up whenever they had the Hiawatha pageant. Every year when they would have the Hiawatha pageant, they would put flags all throughout the whole entire town. And when me and my siblings and my cousins and some of the other Indian family kids, at night we would get on our bikes and try to take all the flags down. That was our little activism. Because it was the only way that we knew how to let the Washichu know that that was wrong what they were doing, the Hiawatha pageant. I grew up watching my dad quarry. He quarried to make chanupas and to help others with their chanupas. He built sweat lodges year after year. He harvested medicines and held ceremony for the people. I was such a daddy's girl back then. I spent most of my free time with him. And we were always down at the monument. I followed him around. I copied his every move. I copied him so much that when he was hot and sweaty, he'd take his shirt off and put it in his back pocket, and so would I. One morning in 1984, he woke up and told a dream he had. He dreamt that the stone talked to him and asked for Wopira. It was the time that the stone needed to hear thank you. We were really close to Tui Paula Horn at that time, and we actually lived with her. And at breakfast, I was told that they shared their dreams, and they had the same dream that night. And they realized that they received the same message. So they decided to have Wopira for Pipestone and all that it gives. So they reached out to Tui Juanita Espinosa, who's sitting back there and is always busy. And don't ever tell these Tuis an issue, because they'll try to fix it for you. But they know how to get things done. And they fundraised to do this Wopira. They fundraised to get food and give away items. And whenever I heard this story different times throughout my life, as I got older, I started to become more proud that they actually listened to a dream. I just thought it was so awesome, and I still think it's so awesome when people get dreams and they follow through with them, because I'm still learning. And I think knowing that they gave Wopira was really important for me, because what I'm taught, Wopira is our way of letting the spirits know that we're thankful for what they do. We let them know they get to see us give to each other. They get to see us feed each other. And I think that's one way that they know that we're thankful. Growing up in Pipestone was beautiful, but it was really hard. My daughter lives there now, and it's still really hard. I didn't realize how awesome that it was, how I lived back then. My cousins and my relatives, we would spend the whole day. I think I was the last generation where you would leave in the morning and stay out all day and not come home until 10. And sometimes I wonder, how come my mom didn't look for me? How come nobody looked for me? But we were okay. We were at the monument, eating choke cherries, rose hips. We were looking for turnips. We knew what we could eat, but we knew we didn't want to go home, so that's why we did that. And that town is they use native people and our native ways as the main tourist attraction there. However, it's still a very racist place. It's one of the most racist places that I've been, and I've left there after I went to college, and I haven't gone back to live there, but I've been a lot of different places, and it's still really a racist place. My daughter really struggles with it today. She is an assistant manager over there for a coffee shop, and if not daily, weekly, she calls me struggling with a issue that people have because she's Indian. I think the other hard part there was, even though we went there to protect Pipestone, it was really hard to see our own relatives down at the monument making Pipestone and making it to sell. And a lot of it was being sold to Washichu people. Every building there had a pipe hanging up on the wall. And a lot of those buildings and a lot of those businesses, if you're there for a certain amount of time, they give you a pipe as recognition for working for 20 years, 30 years. And that's really hard to deal with. I still got a lot of friends that live there, and on Facebook they'll post that their mom got a pipe because she worked at the bank for 25 years. And that's really violent. I think just talking about it hurts my heart. However, I still have hope. I have hope because of all of our people that believe in these ways and take time to make prayer and to make action as well. I think it's really important just to keep on reminding people that the blood of our people is not for sale. But we need a lot more people's help in this message. And I do want to mention, because after always listening to Lexi Orville and all of the elders that I get to be around, bad things happen when we don't listen. For example, when the U.S. government established control over the national park, there was a big change in the environment. There was a big storm, and it was called the Dust Bowl. It happened right as soon as the government took over. It started in the west, and it rolled all the way over Turtle Island. The elders told us that they abused our sacred place, and now we all had to suffer for it. And a lot was lost at that time, even a lot of our people. How the blood of our people got there to that specific spot is also a really great teaching as well. And I was encouraged to tell this story here today too. Some of our people were living near Shicha Hollow, and a young man who needed care and time to heal came upon the camp. The young people wanted to help him. He eventually got well and started to teach the young boys and men how to hunt. They started to get greedy, however, and instead of hunting for sustainability, they hunted for sport. The elders told the young people that that was wrong, and maybe it was time for him to go. The young people didn't want to listen. They wanted to keep him there. Soon, young women and girls started to be abused, and they started to go missing. The elders found out that the young man was teaching other young men how to steal and abuse our female relatives. The elders warned them that the spirits wouldn't allow this, and something bad would happen to stop them if they don't stop on their own. After the warning, the flood came. It came and flooded out all the lands, and the young woman found a very tall tree, and she climbed it, and she was able to save herself. I think it's really important that this story is shared and known, because we need to listen to our elders, and we need to follow and respect this way of life, because if we don't, bad things can happen. I guess all that I want to share here today is that each and every one of us has a role to play here. You might not know what that is right now for some of us, older ones still, and some of the young ones. And that's okay. It's okay because we're still learning. But always remember that your life matters, and you are here at this time for a reason. Every single day we live, we get to make a difference. As the elders say, when we approach the fork in our paths, we get to decide on what type of difference that is. I want to remind everybody too that we are a part of Mother Earth. We are a part of nature and we are a part of the stars. Even when our world seems hard and dark, there is hope. And if we lose hope, we're more likely to do nothing about it. Our ancestors taught us to think of how our decisions will affect 7 generations from ourselves. That's why we interacted with Mother Earth and the universes in the way that we did. How we interact here on Mother Earth, with each other, with our animal relatives, with our water, with our sacred sites, will determine what we find in the next life. It will determine what we find when we come back to Earth. And I want to share some information regarding the protection of pipestone right now. Back in October 2024, Pipestone, the Minnesota Utilities Commission approved a permit for the Magellan One Oak Company to do their reroute for the pipeline. Early one morning, and I don't remember the exact morning, like about 5 a.m., I got a text from Lexi Orville, and he informed me that this was going on. And so on our Monday meeting for Braveheart, we brought it up and we all talked about what actions we need to take. And so we did a lot of organizing. We reached out to a lot of people, a lot of tribes, a lot of grassroots organizations, and we asked everybody to come together. How can we protect Pipestone together? Because we're stronger together. Redstone Movement was formed, and luckily we have different relations, like the other ladies were saying. It's really important to keep those relatives because everybody has a role to play. And luckily, Judith LeBlanc from Native Organizers Alliance has a listserv of thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And so she created an email to send out to all of her lists and request that they comment to the PUC for protection. They got over 25,000 comments. And January 7th, the permit to pipeline was rescinded. And that was the first in Minnesota history. And like Ndian was saying, there's some postcards going on. I think Manape, you want to raise your hand and stand up? He's got some if you want to get one to make some comments. They're going to send them in, and we really appreciate if you could share your opposition to this pipeline. And there's different options that they're considering, different routes. However, we hope that you say no route is the only option. And the deadline was June 22nd. However, we were lucky enough to get an extension. And now the new deadline is August 21st at 4:30 p.m. And I have a laptop over here. I'm sitting over here by the camera. And if you want to come over and submit online, please feel free to come over. You can use my laptop. We want to get as many comments as possible. But also go to Native Organizers Alliance and sign up to be on their list. They'll send you the email. They have an already written letter that you could just add your name to, and they'll send it in for you. Iohi ake, wopida ichichiapi, washte, ampetu washte you happy. Hey, Nana. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Pidame happy, Domni. Thank you for all your work and everything that you've shared, and even the story of the White Buffalo Calf woman. Our next presenter is my sister. Her name is Tala Tututsis. Sorry, I always botch her name. Got an accident. She's Plains Cree Mohawk and Nakota Sioux from Sturgeon Lake First Nation in Saskatchewan. She's here to share a very powerful, important conversation as we shine light on the crisis of the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and relatives. Together, we honor those who are missing, remember those who we have lost, and raise our voices for justice, awareness, and healing. So please welcome Tala. Tala?
My name is Tala Tututsis. I come from Treaty 6 territory in Canada. I am Plains Cree, Assiniboine, Nakota and Cree, and Mohawk. Come from Akwesasne Longhouse and the Bear Clan. And I wanted to really share a story with you today. And forgive me, my voice is kind of coming in and out because I got sick and I'm just recovering. But it's really hard for me to be here, but it's good. And I'm going to get emotional, just a fair warning, because this is quite an interesting experience for me, even just to be here today. Because there was once a time when I cut my hair really short. I cut my hair short as high as my shoulders, and I dyed it blonde, and I got a bunch of tattoos. And the reason I did that was because I didn't feel safe in ceremony anymore. I felt terrified of medicine people, and I didn't understand what had happened to me. Because for me, I grew up with my mom in New York, in Mohawk territory, in Akwesasne, in ceremony. My mom was getting sober and had gone to 12 foster homes and had changed her life. When I was 4 months old, I was sick with pneumonia. My mom was scared because I was dying. And my grandpa had told her, you have to choose to believe in these ways. Your choice, your love is the activator of medicines, of ceremony. So she chose to trust ceremony. And I remember the song that he sang. I was 4 months old. I remember the way the rattles glowed in the sweat. And so ceremony had a big impact on me in my life. And when my mom did her best to raise me growing up with the resources and support that she had, but there's still trauma that I experienced. And I chose to do drugs, hard drugs, like crystal meth and crack cocaine and alcohol. And she helped me to get sober. She took me to ceremony. And she had said to me, when I was trying to go back out and come back over and over, you have to choose to want to get sober. You have to want it. It has to be of your own will. Because if I take credit for your sobriety and take credit for your using of drugs and alcohol, you'll never have to understand your own power and choice. And so when I finally had enough and I chose to go home, she called my grandpa, my late Mushum, Andy Netauhau, who's a pipe carrier and he's a medicine man. And he came and he brought his pipe and he said, you have to tell your story. And while I was telling my story about what I did out in the world, doing drugs, losing my job, my car, my daughter getting apprehended, he was burning smudge and he was speaking in Cree and his head down. And when I was done talking, I said, how come you weren't listening to me? I was telling you my story, Grandpa. And he said, because you have to listen to yourself. You have to tell on yourself. That's a part of exposing the poison and healing the wound, is you have to release the shame. You have to choose to do that, to keep telling on yourself. Because once you know the truth, you can't unknow it. And that helped me. And so I walked that road of going to ceremony, and they brought me to the Itancha in Wahpeton in Canada. And he said, we'll help you, because I was still struggling with a little bit of drug-induced psychosis. And the Sundance leader said, I'll help her, but she has to know that one day this way is going to reach out and ask her to give back. And I said, yeah, whatever it takes, I'll do whatever it takes. My grandpa said that. You have to be willing to do whatever it takes. And I said, okay. So I went in, and I came out different, because I used to shake and used to itch. I couldn't sit still. I couldn't even talk properly. The doctors even said I would never be able to retain information or to have a good memory. And I went back to school, and I proved them wrong because of traditional medicines and ceremony. I ended up getting my bachelor's of social work degree, and I had 85.6 GPA, so I knew traditional medicines were very powerful and very helpful. And so ceremony was my lifeline. And then I met somebody, a not good person. I was at a powwow in Canada, and this man approached me and told me he was a Lakota Wichashawakan. He said, Tukashalos told me I'm supposed to help you. And I was raised to listen. I was raised not to talk back. And as much as that's a good thing, that's not always a good thing. Because I didn't understand that I could have said no, that I could have questioned him. And at that time, I didn't understand that, because I knew protocol was not being followed right off the hop. I didn't offer him tobacco to help me, and I remember saying that. But he said, I'm supposed to help you with something. You got to come to ceremony with me. And for 4 years, I followed that circle. We called it the circle. We came here to Bear Butte for Hamblacha camp. And for many years, I tried to Hamblacha. He would not let me. For many years, I tried to question him about my dreams, about things I saw, things I felt. And he would tell me I had no gifts. And that's really hard when you think of ceremony as a safe place, and that you start to follow your dreams, and someone steps who's supposed to be a leader, a mentor, and tells you that they were not true, that it was nothing but a figment, nothing but a fitful dream. Maybe I ate too much chocolate at night, things like that. And I had been harmed here at Bear Butte. I had been sexually assaulted, and I was terrified to talk back. I was terrified to question it, to tell anybody. And I only stayed in the circle for an extra year after that happened, because I just couldn't get past the fact that something felt so wrong. Even though he told me it was okay, something still felt wrong. And I started to question him more. And as a Mohawk woman, we're taught to question men if they carry themselves in a not good way. The clan mothers that I grew up watching taught me, always speak, not in a whisper, but not in a yell either, but make sure people hear you when you talk. And I carried myself that way, and I felt like I just didn't fit in the circle. And when I chose to leave, I was angry. I was so angry, so I cut my hair off. I said, I don't ever want to be seen as a traditional girl. I don't ever want to be noticed by any medicine man. If that's out there, is that? I don't want to be noticed. I don't want him to come for me again, or anybody like him. And I don't want to do ceremony anymore. And I was really angry for a while there. But I met Paula in Orville. And they brought me to Greengrass. They told me, come Sundance with us. We will show you that there are places that follow the law, that follow protocol, that are safe. And I went to Greengrass all by myself. I remember I pulled up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, seeing that buffalo, white buffalo, and I knew I was in a good place. And when I was in the circle, I had a dream of grandmothers coming, telling me, we're coming to take care of those ones who act inappropriate around women. We're coming for them, and they had lightning on their faces. And they said, you have to come with us. So I went with them, and I realized where they were coming from was where the bundle sits in Greengrass. That's where they were coming from. And they were going towards the Sundance. And I realized that when I was there on Tree Day 10 years ago. And I was so angry, and it took me a little bit some therapy and some ceremony and constant encouragement from Paula and Orville. And Orville had taught me that Nathan doesn't represent Lakota ceremonies. Men like that, they don't represent ceremonies or Lakota way. Everybody has a choice. Some people make not good choices. And that's what he did. He didn't make good choices. He's not a good person. And I remember being so angry. I didn't want to wear skirts no more. I didn't want to grow my hair out. I didn't want to do quill work because I learned how to quill and sew in the circle. And I remember she had asked me, do you quill anymore? Do you make skirts? You used to make those pretty ribbon skirts. I said, no, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to do any of that. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel safe. And I remember she said to me, well, that's not even about him. Those skirts, belong to women. You should tell your story and use those skirts to tell women about people like him. And I remember I told her about that. She was like, really? I said that? And I went and I really ran with it. I went to I'm a social worker, so I organize, and I called all the certain municipality leaders in my city, and I said, we're going to have a workshop. I said, there's people out here in ceremony, and our vulnerable people who are reconnecting to the culture, who are getting off drugs and alcohol, are coming into ceremony, and they're meeting people like this, who are predators, who are not good people. We need to talk about it. So I did a YouTube tutorial about how to make a ribbon skirt. And then I told my story, and I told it on Facebook as well, and I tried to use it as a platform to warn people, to say, yes, go to ceremony, yes, go back to your ways, learn your language, but be careful. Not everybody is safe. Just because you're gifted doesn't mean you're a good person. And I didn't understand that before, because I used to think that everybody had to be a hollow bone in order for you to even have gifts. But I come to understand that some people make not good choices, and they will be held accountable for it. And as I continued my walk over the years, I grew my hair. I started to sew and quill again and bead again. I started to feel safe going to ceremony again. But I understood how to put my hand out and say, no, I don't want to give you a hug, just a handshake's okay. I learned how to say, no, I don't have to be alone with you in here. If you have to do ceremony, call your wife. Where's your wife? Learning how to understand how to question people. You're going to have a ceremony, you're going to doctor them? Is there a woman in here? That's a woman. You should have a woman in here. And then learning to question people. Hey, don't talk like that. This is a sacred space. You don't raise your voice. You don't swear. You don't talk sexually around ceremony objects or people. That's inappropriate. And I started to learn how to uphold that law of kinship, and understood that that law was broken with me. But I used that experience to become a teacher and to become a warrior, to know that I have these deer prints on my arm, and to me, that represented that he didn't catch me because I didn't consent. And I understand protocol so much more with the earth, the way that we ask for medicines. In Cree, we say wahkoto, in our kinship with the land. When we put tobacco down on the earth, we ask for medicine. We're asking for permission. We already have that teaching in our way. And I so love that teaching because it encourages people when you teach them about body autonomy and how to dismantle patriarchy and how to understand that. They become a more powerful water and land protector because they understand that also in your body is 80% water. Also inside of us, we are connected to the land, and you have such a grounded way of connecting. In psychology, we call it the parasympathetic nervous system, the part that is responsible for peace. When you speak your language, when you sing your ceremony songs, when you are in ceremony, it grounds your nervous system. All of what I experienced over the last 10 years, especially with the encouragement of Ina and Ate, Paula and Orville, have made me stronger. And I am so thankful to be here today, even though it was very scary, because when I drove up here, I remember thinking, you know what? That man is in jail now because so many of us women, we spoke out. We prayed, we suffered, we sacrificed. It took us about, I think, 9 months. We gathered collectively on Facebook, all the survivors of that circle, and we talked. How are we going to do this? We're going to take him out. We're going to get rid of him. We're going to do it. And he tried to take so many of us out using different ways. We didn't care. We had to use him as a martyr. We had to set a precedent. This is not okay. You don't do this. We're not going to allow you to do this no more. And when it happened, it created a ripple. And I got inboxes from so many young women over the last 10 years. And it would say cool things to me, which was like, hey, are you Tala Tatusas? Are you that girl who calls out rapist medicine men? And I was like, yeah, you can call me that. You know, and to be that auntie, to be messaged, hey, can you help me? I need to report this medicine man for sexual assault. I don't know what to do. Well, you gotta go ceremony first, find some safe people, find an auntie, find a grandma to come sit with you. Sit down in ceremony, get doctored, ground yourself. Understand the terminology that it was never your fault, no matter what. And then go to write a report and document it. Nothing might happen, but document it anyway. And then going forward, know that it's a truth that it was a law that was broken and they will be held accountable. They will, because we do ceremony in a circle, everything comes back, everything. And I was angry for years thinking why he was not held accountable. But this year we all watched online. We watched him being held accountable. He was nothing but a common man, no matter what he had said to us, to many of us survivors. And I watched online on social media so many other women, men, and young people coming forward, starting to learn how to question that behavior and call people out who harmed them as well. And it helped me. It really validated me. It validated so many other people. And I went back to school and I got my master's degree. And when I was there, I remember telling them, because there was a lot of Indigenous people in our class talking about going back to ceremony, and I would share with them, that's really good, but don't ever think that we live in two worlds. We live in one world, and we all have the ability to make mistakes, no matter how gifted people are. We all have the ability to just remember we're humble people, all of us. We come from a colonial space. We come from an apocalyptic world. That's where we live. We don't live in a place where we all understand the laws anymore. It's different now. We have to remember it is fragmented, and we have to stand up and keep speaking and be present and watch. We have to always watch and be careful. When we go on the land, when we protect the land, when there's rallies, when there's stuff like that, you have to be hyper vigilant. You have to watch, listen all the time. So always be mindful when you're in those places, those rallies, protecting the land, the earth, the water. Watch for those who have no family, because there are spaces that predators will look for people like that, vulnerable people. And this has happened. It has happened. And it's not okay, but it's still not part of our movements. It's not a part of our way. And I think as a person who has survived this and come out in a good way, in a different way, I'm really thankful for just the whole understanding of White Buffalo Calf Woman, because that validated for me my story and my resilience and understanding where I am today. Because there was 2 scouts, and one of them did think inappropriately, but something was done. And that sits with me. That helps me. And I'm so thankful, because I started quilling again. I'm wearing this medallion with a butterfly on it and a white buffalo. And I made this dress because I started sewing again. And as I took back my power and I shared with so many of my sisters about what it was that we went through, what it is that we experienced, and how to understand it going forward to teach our young people, our young women, and our young boys when they go to ceremony. And something one of my best friend taught me was, you don't always have to go to a medicine man for an answer. You have to learn to trust the experience within yourself. Or trust your ancestors, trust your helpers, call your Indian name. Ask those that walk with you. Put tobacco down, take some sweetgrass, and go and pray by yourself. And learn to connect on your own. Because it's so much more powerful to know Spirit has your back than to have to trust a man or a woman who could make mistakes in their words. And knowing that is something we teach to many of the young people that I work with and many of the young men that I work with. Because when we do MMIW work, MMIR work, MMIM work, we have to remember it's also our men. Our men deserve to say no too. Our men deserve safe space too. Our men have also been harmed in ceremony as well. Our men deserve to understand consent and what a real healthy relationship is between another person when consent is involved, respect is involved, honor is involved, and there's so much more real, authentic love and that kind of energy. And I think this morning when I got up, I had a hard time getting here because of driving up to where the drive to Bear Butte was. And I was very emotional all morning thinking about it. But I think one of the most beautiful things that I want to leave with you is always remember to listen when people tell their story, when someone comes forward. And always remember there is the possibility of false allegations, but that's a part of the messy process of healing from sexual trauma in our history as Indigenous people. That's a part of it, unfortunately. And learning how to understand discernment when someone is asking for help and when somebody is not asking for help. Learning how to understand when people are good helpers and when they're not good helpers. When they're not teaching proper teachings of protocol and consent. And we understand that because we get so mad, we get so rageful when somebody's digging where they're not supposed to dig, when they're polluting the waters. We have to have that same energy when someone comes forward and tells you a story about somebody that caused them harm. Because if I didn't feel safe to come forward, I wouldn't be able to be here to tell my story today. I was believed. I was told, I believe you, I support you, I stand with you. And then I stood up, and then somebody else came up to me and said, hey, that happened to me too. And I said, I believe you, I support you, I stand with you. And then they stood up, and it continued like that, and it rippled. And through a lot of my work, I started this movement called the Kukum Scarf Campaign, because that dream, those Kukums were wearing Kukum scarves on their heads. And in that dream, what I had saw was that energy that I walk with now was, I don't need to be ragefully angry anymore, because I'm not. I'm grounded, just like my Kukum. And I'm protected, and I'm loved in a gentle way, in a loving way, in a kind way. And I'm safe. And I want to be able to always remember that. When someone comes forward to you, listen, if they tell you something like that has happened to them. In order to deal with this problem where there is a lot of medicine people who have done this and who continue to do this, we have to listen to people who come forward in a good way, in a gentle way, and share medicines with them, share ceremony with them. And to remember that story of White Buffalo Calf Woman, this was never tolerated. This was never allowed. And for all those years that man said that I was supposed to be quiet, I'm so thankful today to say that I now have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you once again. That's my beautiful sister, Tala Tututsis. Teach me. See, I'm still going to butcher it. Our next speaker comes from, she's Plains Cree, Mohawk, Nakota Sioux from Sturgeon Lake First Nation. Oh, that is you. Sick. Okay, our next one is my aunt, Lisa Bellinger. She is here to speak on, she's Anishinaabe, Dakota. She's also a chair for AIM in the Grand Governing Council. She's here to speak on the pipeline in northern Minnesota, Line 3. She's going to discuss the story of Line 3 and the protection of the treaty territories and the continuing efforts to defend the waters and lands and the rights of future generations. And so I'd like to present and welcome Lisa Bellinger.
Hello, thank you, my girl. So, Buju, Bijuain, Smina Wawag Muhawa, Kawi Indigo, Wabajashi, and Dodem. The Saga Squad, Jimmy Kagan, Don, Jabami, and Awaga, Kabi Kang, and Diane Danungo. Gaga Ganish Nabe, Mudewana Kwe, Minawa Getchida Kwe and Dow. Greetings, relatives. I come from you from the lands of our homelands in Minnesota, from Jush Gadab, and she said, slide. So I just want to give a little bit of background. I was raised in St. Paul, Minnesota with the American Indian Movement, where my mother was part of the very first and helped to start the St. Paul AIM office, and worked closely with Clyde and the relatives across the river in Minneapolis in forming the American Indian Movement. So I had the privilege and honor of traveling to many communities for our AIM conferences, for our treaty conferences. My mother was also on the founding board and delegation representing Indigenous nations at the United Nations with the International Indian Treaty Council and the founding conference that was held up in Wakapala. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary conference there. So, needless to say, I've grown up in the middle of a lot of work and hearing stories from across Turtle Island from our relatives. Growing up fighting for our rights to fish, for our rights to spear, protecting wild rice, and along that, in all of that work, we comes the work of protecting, our water. And one of those threats to our water, of course, is pipelines and pollutions. So I started to talk about and put my presentation together, and I have to apologize because my presentation isn't as fancy as some of the other ones. I just lost my daughter a couple months ago, and so it just knocked me to the ground, and I haven't been able to really work. So I'm flying today with you, letting the ancestors move my words. But when I thought about the work that we're doing around Line 3 and Line 5, and there's so much work going on, and just like what you heard about Pipestone, there's many levels to that work. There's frontline work where you're over there trying to stop equipment like they did up in Peshla. There's work that you do on the state and the federal level, looking at policies and how do we create legislation to protect our sacred elements, to protect our pipestone, to protect our wild rice, our foods, the cactus, whatever it is that we're working that is sacred to us, of course, is always under threat. So one of the things that my mother, in this journey that she raised me with, she put me, I never did as I was growing up. I kind of stayed back, but I did attend, right, all the International Indian Treaty Council stuff. And so I did more of the grassroots local organizing, worked with youth, worked with education, front lines in the spirit on the landings, front lines out there at the pipeline, where they're digging and drilling, holding ceremonies so that they couldn't run their line through there and saying this is our ceremonial spot. But my mother also said that we need to remember there's different levels that we need to work towards. We need people at all the levels. We need front lines. We need our community organizers. We need our big groups, our Native Organizer Alliances, American Indian Movement, International Indian Treaty Council. We need our big groups to help mobilize on the more national level. But we also need to move, and this was a directive from our elders at Wakapala, is we need to go to the world. And that was where International Indian Treaty Council was formed. So through my mother's work and following in her footsteps, after she passed, they asked me to come and to step in and take her place at the Treaty Council on the board, and I thought, oh, yeah. That's big. I always let my mom do the international work, and I did the local. So, but I knew I had to, because I knew that was work that she treasured from our heart and always spoke very deeply about. We have relatives all across Turtle Island. We have Indigenous relatives across the waters, and we're all fighting to protect our sacred lands, our sacred traditions, our languages. And so we need to be there at that global level to represent. So what I decided today I'll talk about is the Global Treaty on Plastics. And so the Society of Native Nations, Frankie Arona and their group, who is also our Central AIM chapter, Central Texas AIM chapter, and I got to do a shout out to our Nevada chapter who's back here, who drove in from Nevada. But they organized some work in this plastics, and he's been telling us at our Grand Governing Council meetings, we got to focus on this microplastics, we got to focus on the plastics. So he called me up and he's like, hey, can you help us with our delegation? We're going to be going to South Korea to the INC on plastics. And I said, well, okay. So they have been working on this global plastics treaty since 2022. And it's an important issue because, of course, when you think of plastic, you got to go back to what is plastic made of, and we're looking at fossil fuels. We're looking at oil. We're looking at, you know, the extraction of oil. We're looking at the transportation. We're looking at the devastation that happens in that. We're looking at the end life of plastic cycle and how we're all recycling. But do you know where your recycling goes to? Do you know? So I agreed to go on this, and the first event we went to in Korea was a movie showing called We Are Plastic People. And I did find it on, I think, YouTube or on public TV as a free, you could watch it for free. We Are Plastics People. And it talks about microplastics and how they have embedded and invaded and now are showing up in brain cells. They're showing up in the womb. Plastic is like invading our bodies. So I went to that movie and I was like, wow, you know, I really did not know the extent of microplastics and the whole effects. But I have heard about the extraction and the devastation it's causing with our relatives up in Canada, right? So the Global Plastics Treaty it started out in its journey on the international level as dealing with the end cycle of plastics. What do we do with the waste? It's showing up on the shores of our sacred lands. It's washing ashore. They put them on ships and send them out to sea to go send to the poorest of poor countries, to our indigenous relatives who have to sort it out and figure out ways of what do they do with it? And in one of the pictures I seen, there was people from northern Australia, an area where they hold their ceremonies on the beach. It was covered with recycled or unrecycled plastic on its way to recycling that ended up in the ocean. Imagine that. And then washed up on the shores of our relatives. So they have a group, and it's an international group called Waste Pickers Society, or Waste Pickers. Has anybody heard of the Waste Pickers? That was my first time I learned about the Waste Pickers. And their job is to go out and sort all of that recycling and plastic. In fact, when we were in South Korea in Busan having this conference, a global United Nations gathering on plastics, the recycling facilities in Busan shut down. And so they were getting overwhelmed with these piles of plastic from people that were recycling. But I just want to tell you a little bit about this because this global treaty is really important, and it will affect, we're talking about pipelines. We're fighting the pipeline, but more at the source, right? Trying to stop even the extraction. So in March 2022, at the resumed fifth session of the United Nations Environmental Assembly, a historic resolution was adopted to develop an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. The resolution requested the executive director of the United Nations EP Environmental Program to convene an intergovernmental negotiating committee, INC, to develop the instrument, which the treaty is to be based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastic. Oh, now my computer's going to act up. And so the treaty, part of the work that we had an Indigenous Peoples Caucus representing, which is a group of individuals, Indigenous people from all over the globe, right, got together and have been meeting at the INC 1, which was in Uruguay. The second INC 2 was in Paris. INC 3 was in Nairobi. And the fourth took place in Ottawa. And the fifth one, which I attended, was in Busan, South Korea. And so what the INC, or the Indigenous Peoples Caucus, did was come up with a statement. And in that statement, they changed the language or pushed for the language of the treaty to include a full life cycle, from extraction and transportation of it, the tar sands and all of that, to the end life cycle of plastics. What do you do with it at the end, and who is responsible for that? So it doesn't end up in our sacred lands. And so we met and we talked, and it was really interesting because we had this room, this Indigenous Peoples Caucus, and you'll see the room in the pictures and the slides as they roll by. But we had representatives from all these different indigenous nations. And the story is all the same. You had the people that were up in the extraction territory and dealing with tar sands and the sludge and the contamination of their entire village, all the cancers that's happening and birth defects and all of that. And then we had the people from the oceans. We had that, like Australia, coming and showing the pictures of the total devastation of their beaches, of their sacred site where they hold their water ceremony. And so this group came together and put together a statement, and I want to read that statement to you before I close here. And during the United Nations, like how it was set up, if this was the room, you would have all of your member states, which are the countries, all up front. And they have nice little name badges. And then they had all the supporters and different groups were in the back. And so we had our little Indigenous people section here. And so we were negotiating for days. We were there probably 4 days negotiating, trying to get ourselves on the agenda to read our statement. And as the United Nations, the conference went along, it was getting closer to the end, closer to the end, closer to the end, and then pretty soon it was almost the end of the conference, and we still didn't have our chance to. There was several, not indigenous, but NGOs, non-governmental organizations or nonprofits that were there to make a statement to the world through the United Nations. There was the youth, the waste pickers, there was the ocean peoples, there was Fisher, there was, and of course our group. And so it came down to the wire, like, what are we going to do? We have a statement. Do we just stand up and raise our hand and just stay standing until they give us the floor or recognize us? And, you know, like, I grew up AIM. So when they asked me as one of the elders, I'm like, let's stand up. You know, we came all this way. We have a statement to read. We have words that need to be heard. And, you know, there were some countries that we had worked with beforehand that supported us and would include a little bit of our language in there, but not all of it. And so it finally, we stood up, and then all of our people were all, I was there at the table, and I had a microphone. I was with Frankie, and I was with Suzanne. I was with some different people. And so we stood up, and somebody in the background said, "Let our elder speak." And then pretty soon all of our delegation was like, "Let our elder speak. Let our elder speak." And it really like stopped what was going on in the front with all of the countries. So the chair decided, they did an emergency meeting, and it decided to let us read our statement. And so they said, okay, after we finish this country here, after their statement, then we'll go up and we're going to allow 2 NGOs, the Indigenous Peoples Caucus and the Youth Caucus. We'll each get a chance to read their statements. So we're all happy. Well, after that one, the last one he said, and we were supposed to be next, there goes Saudi Arabia. There goes, I don't know, all those oil countries. And you know how when you're playing baseball or basketball and you throw the ball back and forth and hold it so the other team can't get the ball and score? Well, that's what these countries were doing. They'd get up and they'd say, Mr. Chair, Saudi Arabia would like to, we need to continue to, we want to raise the awareness of, and that's what they were doing. And so those oil countries were going back and forth with this, trying to keep the ball from us. So finally, they said, nope, we're done. We're going to let these 2 groups speak, or we're going to be here all night. So this is our statement. And again, you know, in dealing with pipelines, this kind of takes it to the upper level here, and hoping that it will help to end all pipelines. So this is a statement, and I was voted to read it. Thank you, Chair, delegates, colleagues, and relatives. My name is Lisa Bellinger, and I gave my background. Today I speak on behalf of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Plastics to highlight the disproportionate impact of plastic pollution on our Indigenous peoples. We bear the brunt of the triple planetary crisis, and plastic pollution is poisoning our lands, our air, waters, ice, food systems, bodies, and our very existence. The Global Plastics Treaty must recognize our rights and prioritize our voices and solutions to this crisis. Indigenous rights are human rights. For millennia, Indigenous peoples have lived our lives in balance with the natural world, establishing and practicing non-toxic, truly circular and life-giving systems. Our ancestral wisdom offers vital solutions to the plastic crisis, addressing its entire life cycle from extraction to disposal. The treaty must actively promote Indigenous peoples' contributions, providing a culturally safe platform for our full and effective participation in decision-making and implementation of the treaty as rights holders and not stakeholders. We call for the treaty to uphold the distinct rights of Indigenous people as encompassed in the UN Declaration of Rights of our Indigenous Peoples, ensure the ethical and equitable utilization of Indigenous knowledge, ensuring free and informed prior and informed consent throughout the treaty-making process, set legally binding global targets to phase down plastics, prohibit the construction of new fossil fuel extraction sites and petrochemical facilities, eliminate harmful plastics, chemicals from supply chains, and protect ecosystems and human health. To hold polluters accountable, to reject the false solutions such as incineration, co-incineration, co-processing, chemical recycling, plastic credits, bioplastics, biopolymers, and the transboundary movement of waste, also known as waste colonialism. Not leave enforcement and implementation of the Plastics Treaty Instrument up to individual states, but rather to all signatories of the treaty collectively. Implement just redistributive and simplified financial mechanisms that must ensure that funds are grant-based and directly and equitably accessible to all Indigenous peoples of the 7 socio-cultural regions, and frontline fence line communities. Finally, we highlight with disappointment that there is no recognition of the rights of Indigenous peoples in that treaty document as it was. Only references to our knowledge, and we must call on member states to fully support the rights of our Indigenous peoples. The time for transformative action is now. Thank you. So we'll keep you posted on the upcoming treaty meetings. It's the following treaty meetings has kind of led to a stall, right? So we have certain countries that are still fighting against the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, that was Lisa Bellinger to share about Line 3. Our next performer comes from Little Wat Nation Birthing Stone and is going to be doing a presentation on her ongoing work to protect Indigenous lands, cultural heritage, and sacred sites for generations to come. I'd like to introduce Jackie Andrews.
Cooksham. It's an honor to be back here and be a trailblazer just like our ancestors have. Inchesh Mechalalush. I come from Lil Wat Nation, Statliam. And in unceded, what is also known as British Columbia, in so-called Canada, Kanata. British Columbia is as well, the only state that is as big as British Columbia is Alaska. And actually, British Columbia is comparable to California, Oregon, and Washington all put together. And so-called British Columbia is 95% unceded. That little 5% is actually privately owned. And the Crown also tries to say that British Columbia is 95% or 94% Crown land. But of course, our people, especially the Statliam, the lower and upper Lillooet, our First Nation ancestors in 1911, along with other people from the Katmuk and other areas, gathered together for a declaration. And I could share that sometime too if there is an opening. And it's actually quite amazing how our people didn't join treaties. The province of British Columbia, they didn't come in treaties with our people. And of course, like I said, our people have not, we didn't give up the land. It wasn't taken or stolen. There was no agreements. And that's where we stand now. And we are, people of Lillooet have also united in 1975 with the Mount Currie roadblock, the Lillooet roadblock. It was also, the Oka crisis was also going on in 1990, I believe. And we united with them, and they also came to help support us, as well as people from all over. So our community comes from some amazing trailblazers, and part of the work that I do just comes from my truth and my heart. We have a beautiful Joffrey Lakes Park, it's called Pipiuk in our language, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. That is a very beautiful glacier, 2 glacier lakes, and my maternal grandfather, Alex Peters, he was hunting and trapping there, and many other trappers from our communities. And now they also, of course, have amazing, beautiful glacier mountains there. And now, of course, with global warming, it's starting to melt, and that's changing everything. And then we have mass production, and people coming from all over the world come to our territory. In Pemberton is the closest to our community. They took our lands, relocated us, took the best lands, and relocated us to a floodplain, which is pretty common in Turtle Island and in the USA too, as well as residential schools. So it's important that we educate ourselves in many ways through our elders and our matriarchs, but in the schooling too. And so kind of get the best of both worlds, so you can also work to be a trailblazer, to represent the truth and the heart of Mother Earth. I went to Standing Rock to support Chief Orville because my uncle is close friends with him, and we also had Chief Orville and Paula come to our International Indigenous Leadership Gathering that I helped our chiefs organize for 9 years in British Columbia, in Lillooet. And we're planning to bring that back, and if you look it up, and the plan is to bring it to we have a beautiful outdoor arbor, and it's just the issues that they have no toilet and water, so we're trying to work around that. And so and that's part of our founders and some of our late chiefs that brought that. And I talked to my children and I said, I want to bring that back. What do you think? And they're 22 and 24 now, and they said yes. So it's gatherings like this that really shape our children and our babies, and our, I'm really honoring that we have teenagers here, that some of them are with their family and they say they're coming to a meeting, and this is what I grew up around circles and ceremonies like this, even as a young adult. I tell people you're never too young to learn. I am a twin, so therefore I carry the bear medicine. And this here, of course, is a grizzly. And this was actually given to me from an elder. And it was put in my care from an elder. And there's a lot of stuff that we have to do to be in ceremony. And I just get back to, why can't it just be ceremony? When I wrote a letter, this is Joffrey in that picture. I'm sorry, this one is the birthing rock. So I brought students there, and my son is part of an environmental program in high school, and we brought them there, and I taught them how to do some medicines and stuff. And somebody told me in 2022 that they were going to do a bike race there, and it's Sacred Birthing Rock, and it's our people of Lillooet's sacred site. Somebody was biking there, and they sat down on this cliff. They took a break, and they realized that there was like a petroglyph underneath, and so they uncovered it. And that's what it's called. We got to remember that we come from an oral history, so we don't really know unless it's been passed down what our people called it. And that goes for the red petroglyphs that are also shared, the paintings that are brought in, carried down on cliffs where our people had their vision quests. They wrote their dreams on the rocks forever. And some of them were their dreams, some of them were their visions, some of them were prophecies. So this petroglyph that I ended up taking some students to was very powerful. And so I ended up writing a letter because I was pretty upset. I was like, my son is a downhill biker. He's raced as a child, and so it's like a delicate process. My dad is a Grand Chief Leonard Andrew, and my mom's Florence Andrew. So, and I come from a place where they did my dad was a chief, his dad was a chief, his dad was a chief before him. We come from a history where these meetings were done in our language. So that's pretty powerful, and we're starting to, of course, step away from that. So I ended up writing this letter, and I was pretty upset. And their comeback was like, also went to social media, and then I wrote this letter, and then I put the letter on social media too. I wrote a letter to their survey or whatever, and to our chiefs. And we have to remember that our chiefs, elected chiefs, work for the people. And so sometimes these companies come in, or the developers, thank you, and they want to, they just say, their comeback to me was, oh, we've spoken to Lands and Resources Department. And I said, well, you need to address the chiefs and council. They work for the people, and I am the people. And I said, it's not enough to take down this, it's not enough to say decrease the time. Oh, we're going to go and we'll race it, but we'll shorten the route or whatever. And it's not enough to, I guess, they put a little fence on it, a little kiddie fence that even a little toddler could go over. Like, it's like 1 foot high. So I don't know the understanding about that. And they put like a little plaque there. And I said, it's not enough to do that. I said, people that are going to, I said, a lot of these bike racers are environmentalists. I said, do they know that they're biking beside a sacred site? You know, and part of their comeback too was like, oh, we see that you're angry and frustrated. I'm like, what? I'm angry and frustrated now? You know, like just the stereotype of the angry Indian, right? And I just got back, I said, I'm not angry and frustrated. I said, I was upset, but, and so it's just encouraging to look back at our declaration of our chiefs, to step up. We need to be the generation that steps up. And that's hard. That can be hard, especially when some of our elders are passing or they can't travel as much. My uncle, Frank Andrew, is very close friends in ceremony with Chief Orville. And I was hoping he'd come here, but, you know, it's a different energy to come down into the States with all the concerns that are going on with ICE and with the Army. You know, I'm seeing stuff that I haven't seen before. So I was in Minneapolis too yesterday in my crossover, and I was just really wishing that I could get out there, and because I know that Chief Orville and Paula also did ceremonies there. So we have a lot of things that are happening to protect our lands and waterways, and we need to be the people that steps up. And if we don't do that, then it's going to be brought on to our children, right? So, and the work is never truly done. You know, like there's other things that I've taken part, like I went to Standing Rock to be of service and to support, and that was 10 years ago now. And Chief Orville and Paula and them were there, and some of our brothers and sisters here. And after I came back from there, I wrote a poem about protecting Mother Earth and womankind. And I could share that sometime too. But there's so much that we can do and be a part of. And our children, and I see my elders that come in here, our children are the ones actually that we also need to kind of embrace both worlds, where they're also looking at they're the ones that are learning in school finally the true history, just starting to, barely. Oh, well, residential schools, but it's, oh, how did Canada get all that land? You know, what did the Crown do? You know, Black history. So, and many with New Age can be using technology like we are today with the you know, live streaming. There's so much that we can do, but this is just a little snippet of my people and some of the work that we're doing. And if you have any questions, you can find me. It's Jackie Andrew. I'm from Lilwet Nation, and I'm on Huckleberry Eyes on Instagram and Facebook. If you want to be a call to action too, you can email our chief and council at info@lilwet.ca. and Porka Bikes is the one. They continued the race, but they're not going around it. So I was successful in that part, but I wanted to abolish the whole race because now there's homes there too. So I just wanted to share that, and Kukshim Kalap, and thank you for having us here. And I brought some medicine for Orville and for Paula for some pain rub for their horse rides and some other stuff too. So, and I'm looking forward to taking part in that. Kukshim Kauch.
Once again, that was Jackie Andrews. Hopefully we could get her to come back up later tonight so she could introduce her her bear. Our next presenters, I really respect. We're honored to welcome Cedric and Sissy Goodhouse as featured presenters at our gathering. As respected culture teachers, language educators, and tribal government instructors, Cedric and Sissy has dedicated their lives to preserving and sharing the Lakota knowledge, values, and teachings with future generations. So they have come to share a common person's view on the 10-year anniversary of the Dakota Access Pipeline and will offer reflections on the lasting impact of the Dakota Access Pipeline. So once again, Cedric and Sissy Goodhouse.
Mitako ase. Mini Wichoni. I want to take just a minute here, and I want to recognize Bill Means. He's being honored today in Rosebud, and I want to think that I want to, a lot of things we do today, come from a very violent time that maybe a lot of them that were there are no longer here. And maybe some of you are still here. But I remember those times when we had to put our foot down to be able to do the things we're doing today. We'll find its way back to that. Being able to teach Lakota in our schools. When I say Lakota, it means allies. So that's everybody. We're not separate. But I mean, when I talk about stories and culture and stuff, we weren't able to do those things until we put our foot down. And those are the times that Bill comes from. Those are the times that he helped structure along the way and continues to do so today. So I just wanted to stop first before I start talking, and I wanted to share a quick song in honor of him. So if you just bear with me, you don't have to stand, my father was a priest, and when I wanted to learn more about my Lakowi Choka, and it was my father who took me to see people. Took me to see Stanley, and then Stanley was going someplace, so he showed us who we should go to down to Rosebud. So my father, we left. We went that way. And so I always look at that when people stand up, I went through that where we all stand up at certain times, and that, I know that's a sign of respect. But when I looked back at our people, I used to go to our because they used to come over and right behind our church, you had these big cottonwood trees, and the old people used to go out there, and after church used to stand around and talk. But whenever somebody got up and they sang a song and stuff, everybody still sat still, and they felt that was the best sign of respect there was, You know, so I thought that, you know, I just wanted to let you know that, and I wanted to sing a song for him. And so if you just bear with me, it goes like this. Now we keep cheesy, hey, blay, chiapo, ishnalani, we chai, lo, hey, lo, makaki, chela, cheha, yukelo, hey, lo. Thank you. Those words say for him to take courage, you know, because sometimes you got to stand alone. So, and to that, remember, only the land lives forever. You know, I learned about the pipeline, Dakota Access, coming across Standing Rock, just north of Standing Rock. And before then, there was even one further north, because there was a proposal to go on the north side of the Missouri, go east, and then go south, miss the Missouri altogether. And then they went across north to Bismarck, North Dakota. And then the people in Bismarck didn't like the consequences if there was to leak. So they moved it south, just north of Fort Yates and Standing Rock and Cannonball. You know, that's when I went to that meeting, and I just by happenstance, I was the community chairman in Long Soldier, and I had to have some documents signed, and Dave Orchambo was our chair. So I was waiting for him, and they said he's in there at a meeting. So I went in there, and there all the suits were. Everybody else was sitting there, and I seen our lawyer and visited with him for a while, and then he told me what was happening. So I was kind of shocked, but I started listening. And they had this proposal of this pipeline going just north of Cannonball. And Dave pushed his chair back a little bit, and he told him, you know, he said, I can't do that. I can't agree to that. And I don't think my people will either. He said, and then he got up and he thanked them for coming, shook their hand, and they all, you know, were talking on their way out. I think they were trying to get him to change his mind, but he never did. He just agreed and shook their hands and said, you know, we'll see you later, you know. And until we meet again, I want you to bring the people that actually make the decision to the table, because you guys can't. You guys are messengers. So that's the last time we seen those people. So I asked him to come to my community meeting, and we would tell the people there in Long Soldier or Fort Yates. So he did. He came that evening and made a bunch of soup. It must have been about 70, 80 people showed up, and they were shocked by what they heard, you know, because we were never involved to begin with. You know, the prior informed consent part, you know, never happened. So we wanted to let the people know this is not a good thing. And we agreed with that. And my planning commission, LaDonna was part of it on the planning. She said that we need to have a meeting right after this, and we need to strategize what can we do. So we sat there close to midnight and talked about it. So I suggested, why don't we have ceremony? And so they said, yeah, okay, let's have ceremony. So you go ask. So I said, all right. So next morning, filled my chanupa, my wife and I left, went south, and as we were going down the road, I didn't know where we're going, you know. So I said, well, let's go see Leonard. So we went down to Rosewood, found out Leonard was in Texas, be there a month, and one of his people told us he's got a nephew, raised him. He lives up there near St. Francis, towards Spring Creek. So I said, okay, well, we'll go over and see him. So we did. We went to his mom's place, and his mom took us over towards he lived. And we waited there for a while, and he came back, and he's working, and he came back, and I gave him chanupa, and I told him what we needed him for. I said, you know, we don't know what we're going to, how to address this. But we figured that we should pray first, and we should ask the spirits for help. So he said, okay, today's Tuesday. He said, I'll be down. I'll be there Thursday. So he said, all right. He showed up Thursday. We had everything ready, and we only asked for two things. We asked for help because we were fighting this multi-billion-dollar company, you know. And when we were fighting this company, we don't know what they got more, you know, everything that we ever had. And we wanted to know that, you know, we didn't know what to do. So that's what we were going to ask the spirits to help us in that matter. The other one was that we were going to ask to help our governing body, because in the end, anything that happens, they would make the decision, whether it's good or bad, what they felt about it, and the best decision that they could make. So that's what we did in ceremony. We asked for those things. That's where Mini Wichoni came from. Mini Wichoni came from our creation story. Because from the time of creation, these resources that they look at, you know, they were here, all here before us. And when we came last, everything was here before us. And we felt that this is their home. It's not ours. So we felt that we needed to respect all these things, everything. And those of you guys that we have our creation story that talks of Eon. And before time there was Eon. And in order for there to be more, Eon had to share. And that's what Eon did. He spun in a great ball, and pieces came up, and a universe was created. And it goes on, just paraphrasing here, but in part of that creation is that as Makah created, Makah is the earth, the body of God. And as Makah grew, his blood began to run. And his spirit left and created Makbia. But as the blood began to run, it turned blue. And that's what water, that's Mini Wichoni. And so that's where that came from, was through ceremony. And to teach people how water is life. You know, that was our first answer. So that's what we did. Matter of fact, I made those first T-shirts. The design with the rain design on it, and in the back it had, you know, the no apple sign. But we gave that to our Dave was the first one we gave it to, because he helped us buy meat for the ceremony stuff. So gave it back to him. Anyway, but we went on, and the other thing we asked for is that our governing body would be given the just to take a little bit more time in making any type of decision. So those are things we asked for to begin with. And you know, through that, there was people that came. Every time we had something change in that, we had ceremony. So at all through the times that things changed, people came and things happened. We had ceremony because of it. And there was directions given at every time. Now, the last ceremony we had is that the spirits would help in Wope law. So, where's it at now? People think it's gone, done and gone. It's not. We are talking legislation. There's people that have drafted legislation. They're talking, looking at who would sponsor that. And they were also talking, following this, the EIS. The EIS was just issued. The permit was just issued here in March. People said that they were operating without a permit because they need an EIS to be given before they get a permit, according to Army Corps of Engineers. So they've been operating close to 10 years illegally. You know? So just look around, you know, and you could kind of grasp this a little bit of, you know, who the law applies to, you know. So but they've been operating for that long for 10 minutes. I mean, she gave me 5 more minutes. I better give it over to Sissy here pretty soon. But I wanted to say about that much because, you know, that's not dead. You know, we're gonna fight for water till the end of time. But I'm trying to think of something else I wanted to say, but I'm gonna let Sissy talk. Thank you.
Hamitaki api ang petuki de yuha chante washte na beg chuzapi. Ian wakakapi hemataha. Na akichita haska elwati. My relatives, I'm from Cannonball. My name is Sissy Goodhouse. Right above where Ocheti Shakowi was, that's my community. I wanted to share that from that dream, you know, of take home when the fire went out. Cedric talked and said, take home what you learned. Do something good. He talked about the teachers and doctors that we need. So I got my master's degree. And as one thing I did with my students, I'm a teacher at Standing Rock Community High School. And I'll be there for 1 more year at least. But you know, through all this, we have to have that support. We have to be those women like Paula Antone. My sister Paula over here takes care of things, takes care of business. You know, Tui Faith. There's a lot of women that work. Back there, Tui, you see all over at all the conferences. You know our elders. But I saw one thing that happened that is really good today. Our former chairman, Dave Archambault, he started a program called Woju. And from that, they have programs almost every day of the week. They have youth craft night. They have Dakota language. They have Buffalo. And my son helps butcher. He works there. They have singing every Thursday night. My son sings with the youth, and they're on their way. They got to Ashland last night. But they're going to be helping the Standing Rock Riders, and they're going to be singing. So there's a lot of things that go on that people actually did something. And I wanted to mention that because This came from our chairman. He did something after Ocheti Shakoi. And then he asked Orville to go be at the camp. And my sons were there then too. And they called themselves the Hunkpapa camp. And I told them, you boys do not eat. I will bring you food because there's a lot of visitors, a lot of people here. You feed them first. You do the work first. So one night at midnight, we went and drove through the camp. And there they were butchering. And I had one nephew. He was on the stove frying meat. So I said, give me a piece. They gave me a piece. They said, they brought this about midnight just a little while ago. And we're butchering. So I said, good, that's what you're supposed to do. But I wanted to talk about that Woju to tell you that there are things going on in this world. There's a lady that does crafts with the lady beading, sewing. She brings people in. They butcher, they have buffalo there. And they butcher every Wednesday. Anybody can go get a dozen eggs and get buffalo meat. They have hamburger. So, you know, that really made me feel good. He made a dream come true. He made us go on, and that gives me strength. I've been helping with the Dakota language, and my older sister that comes there, she's starting to remember a lot of things. A lot of Wichoya. A lot of things we did. So I'm going to end right here because I know time is of the essence. And Mija Loachi. Lakota wiyanki nakik sapaye niye umetaya wichin chake chaya oya teki haya wachiniya pelo hey hey ha yo 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 hey lo hey Nakota wiyanki nakik sapaye niye uetaya wichin chake chaya oya teki haya wachiniya pedo heyum. I forgot about him.
All right. So we are going to do a quick break for lunch. But while we're doing a quick break, we are going to be playing some videos from some very important speakers that weren't able to attend this year. So the first one that we'll be playing is from Francois Paulette. He's doing a presentation with the Treaty 8 First Nations, and his video is going to be called What is Left? Climate Change and Its Impact. The next one will be Sarah James. She will be doing a prayer for the Arctic. And so those will be playing while we have break for lunch. And so I'm just going to pass the mic over to the big boss man, Chief Orville Looking Horse.
Aho, hey, apetiwashte. Say today's a beautiful day, and we know that there's a lot of prayers are being made right now, and with this Ikanchola, the media, we thank the people helping us out here, but it's going all over the world right now, and live stream, and this is the core of the World Peace and Prayer Day here, and it's just so beautiful to see all of you once again, and it's a beautiful people and good medicine we're having right now, sending to people of the world, but who we are and where we came from and where we're going. But World Peace and Prayer Day is all nations, all faiths, one prayer. And we need to empower all the other smaller tribes. I know that there's a lot of religious leaders and people, a lot of indigenous leaders. We're all praying for Uchimaka, Mother Earth, and I want to say that, for me, I am very humble as much as I can be, I guess, to respect Uchimaka, Mother Earth, and our message is loud and clear that we need to protect Mother Earth for the future of our children. And this is every year, to me, is a good blessing because more and more people have joined us every year. And right now we got hundreds, thousands of people, probably 1 million people out there praying with us right now on June 21st. So I know that our message is getting out there, and I know that each and every one of you, it means a lot to us because, coming here, Bear Butte, back in the 70s, we couldn't have a fire. We can't have any gatherings. And 1996 was a big outcome for our First Nations people. All the tribes, surrounding tribes came to Devil's Tower, Mathotipila, and I'm sure that some of you were there. But, all of us have dreams. And dreams and visions, and that people say all the roads go to one place, and this is our sacred sites all over the world, connecting with sacred sites, with people, that we can make a change, and I hope we can make that change. I hope. About 10.
But he wants to make an announcement of what's
Okay.
going on at Yellowstone. It's really important.
Okay, miss, go down now.
All right, I won't be very long. Umpetuashte Amachape, Dallas. I'm with Buffalo Field Campaign. I'm Yankton, Dakota Sistenwapanan band, and I've been getting together with Buffalo Field Campaign here recently, last half a dozen years. But they've been doing a lot of good work, started by Rosalie Little Thunder, Lakota woman, and my friend over there behind the camera, Mike Meese, to protect that Yellowstone herd. And it's been 30 years of a journey, just like this 30 years here on World Peace and Prayer Day. And we're still going, and we're still here for World Peace and Prayer Day. We're still here to protect the buffalo as well and bring them back. We want free roaming buffalo running across this nation again as wildlife and not being persecuted. Want them to be able to leave their reservation of Yellowstone Park. We want to bring them back to all of our reservations. I'm lucky enough to come from Fort Peck, where we tried to get that conservation genetics, that last wild herd, that ancestral memory that herd has for their migration, for the reproduction, for them grandmothers in that herd that are teachers, you know. So Fort Peck gets those buffalo, and then we distribute them to tribes. I think we last count distributed to 28 tribes in 12 states. So I just came from Koda over here, my friend at Wind River yesterday. They harvested 2. One was for a Sundance ceremony. And so they're harvesting over there right now, and that's a good conservation herd that my friend Jason Baldes runs over there. So all that to say that 30 years on, we had a gathering at Fort Hall of 11 tribes, Tribal Buffalo Summit. We had 11 tribes there, and 11 tribes spoke in their tribal language plus English about their spiritual connection, their spiritual relationship, their historic relationship to our relative, our four-legged relative, Teoyate. And so when we did that, November 4th, the first Saturday of every November, was declared in 2016 as National Bison Day. This is our national mammal for this country, but really it's the national mammal for Turtle Island. So when we met, all those tribes were speaking in their language what the buffalo mean to them from all over. So that was November 4th, 2023. Well, lo and behold, about exactly 9 months later, on June 4th, 2024, a white buffalo calf was born in Yellowstone to that last wild herd, that last free roaming herd. And Lekshi Orville came up to Yellowstone, and he named that white buffalo calf Wakangli right here. And there it is. So that was at Yellowstone 3 years ago or so. On June 26th, I think, is when we did that ceremony. So we're going to do another, all that to say, I said I'd be quick. I wasn't. All that to say that we're going to do another Tribal Buffalo Summit, and we want to get all those tribes that are exercising their treaty rights. We support our treaty rights. It's the most important thing we have here. And I think that federal government's on their back foot. So it's time for tribes to take over management of our relative. Everywhere across this country, across Turtle Island. We want our Lakota, Dakota, and all of the nation's relatives to be managing wild buffalo. The Washichus had their chance. They didn't do so good, so we're going to take over management. We're going to talk about that on November 7th of this year. Probably right outside of the park, probably in Bozeman. I'm going to go over there and check out the facilities next week. So Bozeman, November 2nd, mark your calendars. Tribal Buffalo Summit, November 7th, Tribal Bison Summit. We got all 11, 12 treaty hunting tribes there and 20 other tribes to talk about this. And I've asked Lekshi Orville to come over, and Paga him to come talk to us and open it up with a prayer. November 7, 2026. So I guess that's it. That's all for me. Wopida, relatives.
Salatina. That's my language, Denisontina. What I said, all my relations. I come from the far north. For many but it's not. I want to share with you what is going on in the world, what is going on here, what is going on in our homeland in the north. Before the doctrine of discovery, we have been warned of the events that are to be here. We have prophecies that has brought us here, and tomorrow, what is going to take place? When I was 21 years old, I became the leader, the chief of my tribe. I want to say that one of my first responsibilities is to protect the tribe, the womankind, and more so, Mother Earth. Not to abuse Mother Earth. I, 21 years old, we filed this huge court case in the north. It's called the Caveat-Paulette case. We won that major court battle. This forced the Canadian government to recognize that there is such a thing, in their words, as Aboriginal rights and titles. There was 26 of us chiefs. I am the last remaining chief. The next battle was they wanted to build a Mackenzie gas pipeline from way in the north all the way down here. The 34 tribal groups in the north, we took offense to that. In a 2-year time, we challenged that they could not do that, not in our homeland, not in the foreseeable future. In 1977, the oil companies walked away from that. I was in that battle. Not soon after, the next battle, they wanted to dam the beautiful river that I live by. This river that has sustained us for thousands and thousands of years. So I took that challenge. 3 times, non-Dene people, white people, wanted to dam the river so they can have energy 2,000 megawatts. All three of them, we won the challenge. They walked away from it. These protecting the earth was the most important thing that I could have done, along with those other chiefs. Because water is life. Water is the center of all life. And that was important for us to protect that river. In that river, there is 21 species of fish. I have relatives here that come from the east arm of Great Slave Lake. That lake and the east arm, a beautiful water. You still can drink that water with a cup and drink it. But that's not going to last forever. So, my friends, water has now been contaminated by the tar sands. I'm not going to talk about the tar sands. The lady before yesterday talked about it. And the water on the river is just the lowest we have ever seen. I just wanted to show you a clip of what's happening in our homeland, on the river.
My name is Lord Cheesy. This is my territory. I've never seen the water level this low before, where the fish couldn't even go upstream. When I was young, we couldn't cross this little stream right here we got now, which is not wide. It's about 20 feet wide now. But in the old days, it was maybe 100 feet wide, some places.
I'm Jane Dragon. I moved to Fort Smith when I was 9, so I've been here for 70 years. And I had never seen the river like that. This is the first time. The world is changing lots with us. I don't know how we'll be when you're my age. All the delta had dried up. The birds not go in there anymore because it's all dried up.
Well, there's less of everything. There's less buffaloes, less caribou, less moose.
It's never been this low. Now then, the ice is stuck to the mud, and it's never been like that. Pretty soon we'll walk across.
I am standing on the shore of the Dog River, but in a normal year, this would be underwater. The water would be up over here. But this is pitiful.
There's a lot of concern amongst Native people because we're downstream from all these industries, especially the dams on the Peace River and the tailing ponds from Fort Mac. They use up all the water before it gets here. And they pollute it also.
Without water, we won't live that long. You know, it's very important. And polluting it, it's even worse.
Everything is in danger. Everything is, all these fish, the four-legged animals, birds, they're all impacted, not just humans. But humans is the biggest cause of this climate change. It's global warming. And to be honest, they don't really care. They don't care. They could build all the pipelines they want, open up all the bitumen mines, the tar sand. So what? All they want to do is make money. But while they're doing that, this beautiful land is being destroyed. So there is no balance in what's happening between the environment, Mother Earth, and the people that want to continue to destroy the land by tar sands, by industrial development. There's no balance. It's out of balance. We are in an emergency situation. Canada needs to adopt emergency measures and declaring that there's impact through climate change on the environment.
If they built another dam, they're talking about it. And I think that one will finish us off.
So what we're going to do if we ran out of water? Well, we can't make water. It's got to rain before we have any water. And it's a shame that money is more important than water. I mean, you couldn't live on money. You couldn't buy water if there's no water. They don't do anything. They don't try and do anything. They don't even go public about how low the water is. They can't go against the big industries like the BC dams. But we can. We will fight the dams all the way. And the tar sands also. We haven't given up, just laying low.
In the north, the country is vast. This river flows from the ice fields and the mountains. It goes all the way to the Arctic Ocean. I was with a group of elders that worked and advised Western doctors about traditional practices of medicine and protocols. And one of the things that kept coming up was cancer. Why is there so much cancer along the river system? So we asked the doctor to give us an analysis of what types of cancer was there. 2 or 3 weeks later, they came back, and the elders pretty much figured it out. Here, nationally in Canada, stomach cancer is the 3rd highest. For some unknown reason, in the north, it's the highest. And we asked the doctor, where is this coming from? They only can point to the environment. Because the water has been impacted all the way to the Mackenzie. Right today, you cannot navigate the Mackenzie River. The ships that normally would go up the river to supply the communities, you cannot do that. You either have to fly it in, and it's hard on the communities. And because of the tar sands, forest fires, wildfires, there are a lot of people that have respiratory problems. and people are dying of respiratory problem. Unlike down here, there's only 33 villages, First Nations up in the north, Yellowknife being the biggest. So we are confronted with challenges. But as people in the north, we had to stay together. The chiefs, the leaders, if one of the chiefs defected from their responsibility of protecting the earth, the white man knows that, and he sees that, and he takes advantage of that. So far, in the north, we have a reasonable, clean environment. We do not get into fossil fuel industry. We do not do that. Because we know that fossil fuel is the #1 damage globally to Mother Earth. So the other big event that's taking place is wildfires. Wildfires all come from the warming, the heat. In the spring, there is a continuous wind from the east. The wind from the east is unusual in the spring. It dries up the country faster, evaporates the snow faster than the sun can melt the snow. So it's creating problems for the people. Next slide. This slide here is, we do ceremonies, what we call feeding the fire ceremony. The forestry departments, 3 of them, one from Alberta, one for the Northwest Territories, and the park, Wood Buffalo Park, asked the chief, who is my son, says, is there a ceremony we can do so we can protect and defend how we're going to live with fire? Yes, and we have that. So feeding of the fire ceremony took place. Feeding of the fire ceremony is we're asking the ancestors, the old people, the holy people, to intervene in these huge fires that were around us. So we make offering, tobacco offering. And the woman's part is the food. We have a feast and we have food that is also fed to the fire. We do this most of the time, if we can do all of the time. So this feeding of the fire ceremony is everyone can be part of it, including Hoskana. Hoskana means the visitors that come to our country. And all of these people, by the end of the ceremony, there were 300 firefighters. And they took part in this ceremony. They've never engaged in a ceremony. And I witnessed some of the people crying that for the first time, that they realize that a fire is a living spirit, and we need to know how to live with it. So tears came down. It is for us in the north, protecting the earth, the water, is the biggest part of our life. I have 5 boys, 2 daughters. I got 12 grandchildren. 6 boys, 6 beautiful grandgirls. And they look at me and they say to me, they have 2 words to identify me, Moshum and Setsia. And I'm always constantly telling them stories, reminding them who they are, their responsibility, because we live out in the bush. I don't live in town. I live by the big river. And the world that we know it as is shrinking. I come from the Buffalo Nation country. I've been with the buffalo since I've ever known it. They are on the decline. The caribous to the north, to where my relatives live, the caribou are on the decline. All of these are all sources of life for us. And we have ceremonies to involve the Buffalo Nation, to really understand nature, Mother Earth, all the living things, including those mosquitoes that harass us right now. They are part of the living world. And my grandchildren, I try to instill hope. That there is a way, if we stay together, if we follow the prophecies. I will share a prophecy with you. Where I come from, the Buffalo Nation are moving north. They're way up in the Yellowknife area. That's quite a ways. The other muskox, he's a smaller version of the buffalo. He's about this big. He is moving south. The people that prophesied, he said, in the future, when the buffalo and the muskox come together, there is going to be some upheaval in our lives and in the world. The muskox are close to where I live. Practically, they're close to the buffalo. They're going to be coming together soon. And I fear for what is going to happen. They also say that people from the south, from the deep south, they are going to start to move north. And that's happening. Because they said a long time ago Dreitotina, stone people. They're going to come in our country. That's before the treaties, Treaty 8 and 11. That they're going to come for two things. Te Samba, that's gold. The other one, Te Store, oil. They're going to make their money and they're going to leave. But when the tough times come, they are going to return, this time crying. They are looking for two things, water and food. And again, it's our responsibility. We must have compassion for these people that have been doing wrong to themselves, to Mother Earth. The doctrine of discovery, over 500 years ago, their whole thinking, their whole philosophy, their whole belief system is based on controlling and having dominion over all living things. And that means everything, including us people. So, right now, we are preparing. This summer, I'm going to be building a food shelter, food security, because we are asked to do that by prophets, by the holy people, to prepare. They tell us we must put food aside for up to 2 years. Up to 2 years. So, that is what I'm doing. And other people are starting to recognize that these prophecies are coming true. It is we are in a difficult time. You have a man in the South and in the States, the elevator doesn't go all the way to the top on this man. Simple as that. His life is different. And he is doing what he has to do. So I want just to say that bringing hope to the grandchildren, that we must learn to go back to the bush. My tribe I belong to, we have we have camps, one in the spring, one in the fall, one in the winter, where we bring the young people together to teach them about the bush, of how to fillet fish, of how to skin out a moose, of how to make dry meat. We have these camps because all of our lives is to live with Mother Earth. We cannot abuse her. I've learned that way since I was a young chief. Before that, I'm a trained tracker. I'm a hunter. My father taught me those skills to be a tracker. But now I'm getting old. I cannot even track my wife where she goes to. Yes. She outsmarts me all the time. Yeah, it's a. So in the north, Treaty 8, Treaty 11, if the oil companies, resource people want to come in and destroy the earth, they have a hell of a time to do that. Because the Paulette case stands on a road of them. It's a legal case. And there is, for the first time in 73, the government of the day, 1973, recognized there is such a thing as rights that Indian people have, First Nations. So do not be afraid. Here, you're in Treaty 6, and the North, Treaty 8, Saskatchewan, Treaty 8, BC, Treaty 8, and the North, Treaty 8, and Treaty 11. In the North and the Treaty 8 area, we have over 450,000 square miles of land. So no resource people can just go in there and do what they want to do. Those days are over. So when I traveled nationally in the world, not too long ago I was amongst Islam country, Qatar. I was in Doha because people are looking for a spiritual way of life. In Doha, Islam people, there's 1,200 of them at this conference. And I'm talking to them the way I'm talking to you. Because their belief system is similar, but they are distracted by fossil fuel. The wars are raging. It's all got to do with fossil fuel. When I traveled the Scandinavian countries, same thing. They're looking for a reason of how to be a spiritual person. I traveled to South Africa or Africa, the same story. They're looking for a way of life that you may have put aside. I'll tell you this crazy story. I took my wife to South Africa. By the way, my wife is a Mohawk. She is a midwife, Western traditional. We were at this place, and there was a tribal ceremony that took place for us. There they have a different thinking. They see me as a high chief, they say. High chief. How high? I don't know. Anyway, they were having a feast in our honor. And it was to start, the moderator came up to me. He says, "Chief, medicine man, how many wives did you bring with you?" I looked at my wife. And before I could say anything, he says, "You see that man over there?" Yeah. He's got strong medicine. Very strong medicine. If you have strong medicine, you can have many wives. He has 25 wives. I look at my wife. I said, I was born in the wrong country. Anyway, he says that man has 52 children. Anyway, he comes back to me, okay, medicine man chief. He says, how many wives did you bring? Just one, that's her. And I said, I am not the one with the medicine, that's her. That throw him right off. So there's all different cultural systems in the world, and we have to adjust to it. We're not better than them, and we have to have patience. Having patience, tolerance, compassion is part of who we are as Denisotina people, as First Nations people. I try not to use the term indigenous because it doesn't come from our language. It comes from somewhere else. Or Aboriginal comes from somewhere else. I say Denisotina. I am a Denisotina. I am part of this huge tribe. We have brothers in the South. They are Navajos and Apaches. We speak the similar language. White people say Athabascan, but we're Denisotina. We've been around since time immemorial. Our people say, no ditana et thank a hutilile janitil tiro. What they are saying is that our people traveled the stars before we came here. That's how far our history goes back. These star travelers that traveled here, white people call them UFOs, but they're scared of the UFOs. But for us, they've been around. We call them star travelers. In our language, star travelers. So my friends, I encourage you, get ready, prepare, put food aside, and however way you're going to do it for up to 2 years. I'm not the only one that says that. The people in the South, the Mohawk people, say that. So it's come a time, and I want to thank Orville and his wife for sharing their prophecies of their teachings and their learnings, because it's part of all of us. It is part of Mother Earth. And I want to thank you to listening to me. It's a short talk. But as a chief, I can speak for a long time, but I don't do that anymore. My son does that. He's the chief. So, Masi Cho, thank you so much, my dear friends. My talk is over.
Our next presenter is going to be Sarah James from Nitz Gwich'in. She's here to share her prayer for the Arctic.
There's so much I want to say. I want to use my paper because there's so much I want to say. I came a long ways, and to give you a few message from my elders, my ancestor, from my mother, from my grandma. World Peace and Prayer Day. Honor to be here in the land of Paul First Nation, Canada. My title is A Prayer for the Arctic. My name is Sarah James. I'm a Nitz Gwich'in Arctic Village. Now they changed the name to Arctic Village. We don't know where Arctic Village came from, but now it's always been Washenko. And now they changed the name to Washenko. Washenko means a creek with a high banks. They put Arctic Village where it is today, Washenko, where it is today, when we were forced to be colonized into village life. They chose Arctic Village because there was a caribou migratory route. And in that valley, you got a lot of lakes, got a lot of fish, whitefish, clear water fish. If we don't have anything else to eat, we would live on fish. And that was the tree line. Where I'm from, Arctic Village is semi-desert. Now, the tree line is way past the Brooks Range, almost to the coastline. And that's where I'm from, Arctic Village. Thank you for inviting me to World Peace Prayer Day. Today, we are here to request prayer for World Peace Prayer Day, for our love and for our community. I was directed to do that. Today is very hard for me to sit here and speak. But we all can pray for peace. English is my second language. My first language is Cochin, and I'm proud of it. I've been laughed at, pointed at, whatever. Sometimes I cannot say anything in my language in English or vice versa. But it's still good to have two languages. I was raised on the land maybe 50 miles from the nearest neighbors. Just my family. I'm the youngest one of my family. There was 9 of us. Everybody goes out every day. They sure burn daylight to make living out there. And I stay home with my mother. All the story and way of life was taught to me by my mother, my father, and my sister and brother mainly, and from my village and from my elders. So I'm stuck at home with my mom. Most of the time, there's a whole world out there, just me out there with no one to play with. I believe I grew up very well. I think that is good. We were not rich, we were not poor, but we were good. Our life ways give us blessing, wealth, for which we are grateful. My beads I got here, I got it from my tribe for being honored by University of Alaska Fairbanks as a doctorate, Sarah James. I only finished up to high school. My tribe honored me for that. Arctic Village is 110 miles, or 110 miles, northeast of Arctic Circle, interior. We're not near oceans, so we're not near Igloo or, used to be Eskimo, but now Inuit, or polar bears. We're inland. There's 15 Cochin villages. Some are in the United States and some in Canada. We're united as Cochin. That's a language. When we say Cochin, that means peoples with an S. We're united in protecting the caribou. Since 1988 and before, we always protect the porcupine caribou. This herd is now increasing compared to all the other caribou herd. There's about 4 or 5 herd in Canada, and there's about 4 different herd in Alaska. And we're talking about porcupine caribou herd. It's now increasing compared to all the other herds, which is declining. some fast and declining. Caribou don't mix with other herd, and they stay within their herd. As I grew up off the land, we combine Western food and traditional food out there. We have to ration our food all the time, and we have to take care of the environment. So in return, it'll take care of us. My father is a trapper, but he's not out there to trap everything out. He just trapper based on needs. Now, I'm now 81 years old, and I don't know if I still can do it, but I can go into my country with just a knife and survive. My family do sheep hunting, and I grew up organized sheep hunters, so I go into sheep hunting. It's very hard to go sheep hunting. You have to pack, climb, and bring back the meat back to the village, maybe 50 miles. So that's the kind of life I live. We always start protecting by praying for the caribou. Last 40 years, we've been having a position against the oil and gas development. Ever since I can remember, we always protected the caribou and prayed for the caribou. We have to learn how to pray and protect our way of life. After Trump, it was difficult for everyone now with him as president again. The threat of oil lease and development in the caribou birthplace, their calving ground, is even more difficult and more. Cochin people are committed to being united. That hasn't changed. We are still strong and still united, 15 village, not to compromise, and we do need help. And we do meet every 2 years. We do meet every 2 years. We do need prayers as we continue to do it in a good way. That's a direction that we got from our elders. When they came together in 1988, June 5 to 10, it was like a rebirth of the nation. We haven't been back together for about 150 years because they put a border between us, Canadian and U.S. border, Alaska border. It was like a rebirth of the nation. People came and laughed and cried and went to the graveyard to see if their relatives is resting, meeting their own auntie and grandma and all that. Big plane came in from Canada, a former person and Old Crow, Yukon, Canada. And it was just like, and they laugh and talk and play, and they prayer and they dance. But the elder said, we have, one elder got to gather together because that's what we do during the bow and arrow days. When there is something threatening the nation, they come together for 3 to 4 days, and they come out with the answer. And the answer always kept for 7 generations. I counted about 7th generation is like 250 years. So now we've been fighting this for over 40 years now. We've got a long ways to go. We believe that when something that we put down for seventh generation, we work at it for seventh generation. When on the seventh generation, we get it. That's what our people always say that. So I believe one day within the seventh generation, we are going to win. So every 2 years we meet as a Gwich'in gather to welcome our friends and supporters, to celebrate and educate. Last year it took place in Circle, Alaska. Circle, Alaska, the only village got a road to it. And there's 15 villages. Yukon along there's some along the Yukon and along Yukon and the Gwich'in reaffirmed that same resolution they passed in 1988. That's the idea, to stay united. We need prayers for Gwich'in people, the caribou and their birthplace to be protected permanently. We did well for many years. It's not development yet, which is good, but we work toward permanent protection. Climate change is real in Alaska. We have to do our part to pray for climate change. And now the whole world, we have to do our part and pray for our parts. Arctic protection, natural resource, it is a public interest land. Our National Wildlife Refuge, in Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Some call it ANWR. That's too simple for us, so we just say the whole word Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. For sure, we call it Arctic Refuge. Any American citizen has the right to say no, because it's public interest land. Friends, supporters, conservationists, and individuals, they do a lot of work to protect the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. We need prayers for them and us side by side. To us, it's a human rights. To them, it is preparation. And we need to protect Arctic Refuge together. Our porcupine caribou are doing well, increasing. We still have to pray for them to be protected permanently. We have to contact our congressional people because this is a national issue. I would like to pray for our people, Gwich'in people, for our traditional way of life, our animals, our land, our water, air, and all the life out there, because Alaska is still wild. Yukon River is wild across the Alaska. When you look down from airplane into Mississippi, just up to the shore, the rest of it is checkerboard. Yukon is still wild. Through Alaska, over 60 villages, Canadian villages, some Canadian villages like Old Crow, and there's about 3, 4, 5 villages on Canadian, and into Alaska, Yukon River, all the way to Bering Strait. Altogether, there's 60 villages been without salmon.
I gotta pull out the notes. All right. So we're coming back from our lunch break. Yeah. So the video that you just seen was an elder from Canada. Her name was Sarah James. She submitted a document asking for me to read it for all of you because she wasn't able to attend. And so this is from Sarah James. Thank you for reading my message. Since I am unable to join you this year, I am honored to share my prayers for World Peace and Prayer Day. Today we are here to request prayers for world peace, love, and community. Today is very hard for me to understand, but we all can pray for peace. We pray for all wars to stop. We pray for our friends, and we pray for all of our enemies. My name is Sarah James. I am from Arctic Village, Alaska, the place we call Vashari Ku. That means creek with the high banks. I thank people across the world for prayers and actions for the Gwinnett people and for the Caribou. Our Gwitch and live in 15 villages in northeast Alaska and northern Canada. We made a stand on Arctic National Wildlife Refuge in 1988. The Gwinnetchin united to protect the caribou against the threat of oil and gas leases and development in the caribou birthplace and nursery. We call that special place Gwatgutlit. It means sacred place where the life begins. We pray as we continue to do it in a good way. Why we say no to oil that threatens the sacred birthplace, for our leaders to do a good job and a better job in these times so difficult. We ask for prayers for the Arctic Refuge and our way of life as tribes and for doing every step possible. Thank you for all our friends and supporters who come through for us year after year, who repeatedly take action to care for the land and our tribal way of life. We pray for the air to be clean, water to be clean, land to be clean, and all life to be clean. Without that, there will be no peace among us. Let's go pray to go for alternative energy and use less oil until we don't have to. I pray for climate change because everybody needs to change our ways to protect our weather and all that is changing across the land and water, air, and sky. I am thankful there is still sunshine for our lives, for forgiveness, and for world peace. Halamitakiase, all my relations. So that was a short statement that Sarah wanted us to read for her because she wasn't able to attend. We also have another video that will be playing, and after these next videos, we will start in live speaking again. So our next video is going to be Kanahus Manuel. She is a mother of four, a traditional hand-poke tattoo artist and birth keeper. She is a defender, freedom fighter. She is currently facing the threats and risk of the Canadian government's Trans Mountain pipeline and super tanks in the Pacific Northwest is raising issues amongst the people in the territories. So I would like to play this video for her on her behalf.
As I stand here and look out at the bay in Oakland, California, this is one of the final stops. The oil that's pumped from the unceded, unsurrendered Secwepemc territory.
Expand the powers that you have so as we can control our fishing rights, so as we can control our hunting rights, so as we can control education, so as we can control our whole destiny.
The words of my grandfather, Dr. Grand Chief George Manuel, echo through time, space, and memory. I was only a child, but I remember that train. and its significance to our people.
Nearly 1 year ago, the Constitution Express rolled across Canada. Hundreds of Native men, women, and children traveled to Ottawa demanding their rights to reserve lands and to hunting, fishing, and trapping be preserved.
Did we forget what we're fighting for? Has our movements been that co-opted? Have we dwindled to social media activism, lateral violence, marching for political movements that don't concern us? I remember my father used to talk about the proprietary rights, the rights to everything taken from our territory.
This thing called Aboriginal title does have value to it, to start adjusting the economic so that Indigenous people can benefit from resources. The original people have a proprietary interest in the trees, in the minerals, and in the water. Timber is cut under provincial law and exported to New York. It doesn't mean that Indigenous people don't have a property right in every one of those 2x4s that are sold.
I carry their words with me wherever I go. When I'm feeling weak, they keep me strong. When I'm facing oppression and repression, they remind me of my ancestors. They're saying, keep going, be strong. Remember what we're fighting for. It's the land and self-determination. I hear my father and my grandfather's words, and so I stand and I fight. As I stand
Bonjour, Anin.
Our next presenter wasn't able to attend. His name is Joe Bates. He's going to be playing a video as well. And right after the video, we will continue on with live person. No? Oh.
Bonjour, Anin. My name is Nagani Ganu Inini Indigenikaz. Magizi, Nindudam, Mashkazibi, Undunjaba. My spirit name is Lead Golden Eagle Man. My English name is Joe Bates. I'm of the Eagle Clan. I live and work on the Bad River Reservation, and I've been employed by the tribe since 2010. I'm a father, grandfather, and soon to be a great-grandfather, a tribal elder, harvester, gatherer, hunter, treaty advocate and supporter in Ilgichida for our homeland. I'm a lineal descendant of Chief Aniquad Cloud, a signator of our Treaty of 1854, and I have been involved in our community through various committees over the past 30 years. We've had a number of issues that have arrived over the years, things that have endangered our lifestyle that we have here on the reservation. The livelihoods that we have here on the reservation through various environmental concerns that have happened over the decades. Back in the early 2000s, it was an open pit mine where we fought against sulfide mining. Now today we have a new threat to our environment, which is called Enbridge Line 5. A little history on Enbridge Line 5. It was installed across the Bad River Reservation starting in the early 1950s. It was put into service in 1953 on a deal that was done with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So they initially installed Line 5 across the reservation. Well, at the time, Line 5 was, that it was installed, it was over 300 feet away from the Bad River. So over time, with the natural meandering that the Bad River does, it is now encroaching upon Line 5 in an area that we call the meander. Back in 2013, we realized that this meander thing was going to be a danger to us. So we opted, as a tribe, we voted to not negotiate a new easement for Enbridge Line 5 across the reservation. We had a number of easements that had that the tribe did a new agreement with. However, after that, the tribe also acquired new property along the easement. Those properties easements expired. And as a tribe, we decided that we were not going to renew those easements with Enbridge. And as their contract states, they would, at the end of our business deal, that they would decommission, remove, and remediate Line 5. So in 2013, when we decided not to renew the agreements, we asked them to leave. And in 2019, when they didn't leave, we actually filed a lawsuit. Now, we've been in litigation with them through various courts since then. And currently, we're in litigation through an appeal with the state court and also an appeal with, and that would be with paperwork through the DNR. And then we're also in appeals with the Army Corps of Engineers, and that would be through federal court. What we have going on now is Enbridge went ahead and bought a reroute around the reservation. So currently they're in the process of destroying Mother Earth on this 41.1 mile reroute that is going to still endanger not only the livelihood of tribal members here, but also puts at great risk the water resources for thousands and thousands of other people that live right here in the Bay Area, in Chequamegon Bay Area, but not just here, but across the entire route of Line 5 through Michigan, through the Straits, through Lower Michigan, and then across the St. Mary's River into Sarnia, Canada. So we were just merely a shortcut for an international pipeline to carry Canadian oil and natural gas liquids from the Edmonton, Alberta tar sands fields to Duluth, Minnesota, where they put their light sweet crude, as they call it, into Line 5, and then they send it, they pipe it across northern Wisconsin, the Michigan, and so forth. I myself and others, we have been recording what Enbridge is doing around the Bad River Reservation. And we supply them to a website called watchline5.com. You can go there and check out all of our updates. On this reroute, they have 4 water crossings that currently are being held up because it has something to do with the ownership of the adjacent banks on these water crossings. These 4 water crossings are on the west side of their reroute. So at the start, where they're going to turn the pipe, the first water crossing that they come across about a quarter mile from that junction is one of the waterways that they cannot cross, as well as 2 others that are further down the line on the west side. Well, I guess the only real EIS that was done was on the White River crossing. The White River crossing is, I don't know how far it is, 6 miles south of Ashland, 8 miles south of Ashland. But they're going to go under the White River. They're going to drill under the White River. So I went in 2020. I took pictures of the White River back in July of 2020 when it was just green with trees. And then we also followed up with pictures of the White River looking north and south from basically the same areas that I had taking these comparison photos. So as you move around, when you look at them, you'll see that originally the White River in 2020, it was all lush and green, and you could see the power lines in the treetops, through the treetops. But now in 26, we have that where they went through and they cut down all the trees. And so now you can actually see the corridor where they are going to put Line 5. And in the pictures I have here from April of this year, you can see where the trees are just laying out there on the easement. Then further on down, they're also going to be crossing the Marengo River. Marengo River is another river that feeds directly into the Bad River. There's a lot of tributaries that feed into the Marengo River. And all of that still discharges right into the Bad and right out to Lake Superior. So I have a photo that I had taken from July of 2020, which shows a nice green patch of trees in the area where they intend to drill under the Marengo River. And then in picture number 4 is actually the Marengo River itself that I took in March of 2026, where you can see the line of sight where they will be drilling under the Marengo River, very adjacent to the river channel itself. You can see the river channel. So it's kind of like a horseshoe meander type thing that they're going to be drilling under. Following that, the Marengo River, the crossing, the pipeline is going to drop down into an area that we call the High Bridge area. The High Bridge area is significant because at one time, this High Bridge area where they currently have a yard built for their pipeline, it was a field where they played frisbee discus, frisbee golf type thing. And you can still see some of the remnants of that where they have the baskets, the chain baskets laying there right by the yard. But in pictures, I have pictures 5. It's the Michaels Pipeline at Silver Creek. I'm looking west. And you can actually see it's just a grassy field, sandy. There's a pond there. And it just looks natural. But then when you move on to the next photo, of the number 6, that's where I turn the drone and I'm looking to the south again. You can see all of the lush green that goes across there, and then across that expanse of green is a gravel pit. That is going to be the entrance on this side and the exit of an HDD drill under Silver Creek. And once again, Silver Creek is a tributary that all flows to the Bad River. And I've also included photo number 7. That's the Silver Creek crossing again. And there, now you can actually see how Michaels has developed their pipe yard and kind of like all their office buildings there as well. I have a photo number 8. I call it Golf Course Road. That's because it's called Golf Course Road. But Golf Course Road is significant because it is the crossing that they have prior to getting to Mellon, Wisconsin. I have photos here, number 8, where I'm looking to the north side where it's all green. You can even see the beaver pond in the distance. And then again, you compare that to my photo number 9, which is also Golf Course Road. I took this one in April of 26, and you can see how the easement actually crosses Golf Course Road, makes a little zigzag, and then starts heading towards Crouse Creek. So that would actually be headed back up towards that Silver Creek crossing again. Number 10, I have a photo number 10, which is Golf Course Road. That's looking to the southeast. Now, at this point, there's an access road that goes up to a building up on top of this hill. Now, the pipeline is going to follow that access road going to the top of the hill. After the top of the hill, it's going to continue on. It'll wind through the hills, come down, and it's going to come out right just north of Mellon, Wisconsin, where at that point they are going to drill under the highway. They are preparing to drill under the Bad River at an area that we call the Bench. Now, the Bench itself is the actual Bad River crossing where they're going to drill under Bad River. The city of Mellon sold this piece of property for $1.5 million to the Enbridge Corporation. The North Country Trail also crosses this portion of the area that we call the Bench. So the significant part of that was that's what Enbridge needed was to, to complete their reroute, was to get under the Bad River again. So following that, from there, they go into a big open field, and they're going to have a work area there. They're also going to have their trenching area that'll go through that field, and you'll see that that is on the other area of what we call the Bench. That's heading up to North Butler Road. North Butler Road, that's photo number 14. And that's looking north. And in that photo, you can see all of the green, lush green trees. There's a small access road to a house that's a couple houses that are back there. But then in photo 15, it's the same road, same location, North Butler, that I took on March of 26. And you can see where they have the large swath of the easement cut down there. At that point, that reroute starts heading back to the northeast to hook up with the original Line 5 over in Iron County. And as such, there's a number of crossings that's also going to happen there. Fisher Road is a dead-end road. It's on the intersection of 169 County Line Road. And there again, I'm looking to the north. And this is the photo number 16 that I took in August of 2020. And we have a nice lush green forest going on there. In comparison now, we're looking in the same direction. We're looking north, and we are at Fisher Road on this picture number 17. So number 17 is the actual easement as it's going back north again. And there's a big open field. It'll cut across a big open field at the top of the picture there. And where you see the hill, it's actually going to go around the hill to the left. However, Enbridge has currently, they built an easement that goes up and over the top of that hill so that they could avoid several large beaver ponds that's to the north of that big hill. So that's where they're going to access the Tyler Forks HDD and how they're going to get there. I have number 18 in there. I threw that in there. That is a beaver pond that is been there. It's historical. It's on maps from the 1930s. And now, the beaver have done what they do. The pond has done what it does. It's filtered water for Tyler Forks for decades. And when they cut this easement through here, it was frozen. Well, now we have photos that show that they actually cut that easement through a wetlands. All of the trees are dead in the wetlands. They remain gray. However, the dry ground, everything greens up, and it looks beautiful. So now that beaver pond is a nuisance, as well as others that we have on this reroute. And, just like our treaty of 1854, it came long before the treaty of 1977. And these beaver have been here long before Enbridge has been around. There's no way that they should be classified as nuisance. It's Enbridge that is the nuisance. Number 19, we're kind of heading up to the east side of the reroute. We have Curry Road. Curry Road is a little road that kind of zigzags through the countryside from Highway 2, and it actually comes out on a roadway that is very near an equipment yard on the east side of the reroute. In photo number 19, we're actually looking at Curry Road. You can kind of see the opening there, but you also see all of the lush trees. Now, there is a power line easement that runs along the road, but it's nothing that's compared to the photo of number 20, which is also Curry Road,
looking north just from a slightly different direction, and you can see how they whacked everything down. They're matting it out, matting it up, and in photo number 20, that is the HDD location for them to drill under the Potato River and the confluence of the Lawrence Creek. Both of them are high class, very beautiful trout streams. That is kind of what's going on in a nutshell. I have photo 21, which is where the line 5, the reroute, will cross under Highway 2.
All right, the next video that we will be playing is going to be from Kiana Gore. She's the founder and executive director of the Center for Earth Ethics at the Union Theological Seminary in New York, New York. And just before we play that video, could we kind of keep the noise level down and maybe move up front just to accommodate the speaker? And yep. That's it.
Hello, greetings. My name is Karena Gore, and I am here at the Center for Earth Ethics, where I work at Union Theological Seminary in New York City. This is also part of the Hudson Valley watershed that is known as Mahicantuck in Lenape language, and that's the river that flows both ways. So right here on the East Coast, we are by the Atlantic Ocean, and then that river goes up and back to the Catskills, and that is where I call home, this place here. And I want to acknowledge all the original peoples in this land, and that includes, of course, Lenape, Mohican, Haudenosaunee, and Wappinger, Schaghticoke, the Algonquin family of people, and all those ones that are also living here now and bringing peoples of the earth wisdom around to these parts. It is a beautiful place to live, in large part because of that, and all of the wonderful beings that are around, the birds and the fish and the plants. And so I greet you from a place that is very alive, and we know that you all are there, those that gathered in person in Bear Butte. I want to say respectful greetings to the Lakota, Dakota, Nakota people, and all of those gathered there. And especially Orville Looking Horse. I read the message this year. I got the invitation, and of course Paula as well. I want to say thank you. I'm really honored to be asked to participate in this. And to the other presenters, I would like to say a word of respect and gratitude for your messages. I will look forward to hearing them all when I can. I have a really particular regard and love for Cedric and Sissy Goodhouse. We know each other, and I want to tell them how much I care how they are and what they have to say. And to Verna, who organized this, I know maybe there were others, lots of people working hard, but Verna was in touch with me, so I want to give my thanks to everyone like that. I wish I could be with you in person, I really do. I have some work that I'm doing here, and it's related in many ways, and actually the root of my work is related to this gathering in a way that I want to express. And that is that I am here at the Center for Earth Ethics because of this prayer, because of the prayer which has been expressed for mankind to realize Mother Earth is the source of life, not a resource. That is what I feel is work that we all on some level are called to in this time. And here at the Center for Earth Ethics, we work on it in a few ways. We do some classes, and we do some convenings, and we do some movement building. And in those ways, we are working for that part of the prayer, mankind to realize something is hard collectively. And so it's one part of that prayer that we want to be walking here where I am, which is how does collectively as a species we realize something. And of course part of that has to do with that some ones realize it more than others, and we have to understand that there's a way in which those forces that don't take no for an answer and are taking and not giving, we have to find those ways to make sure to defend all of life from them. And we also need to recognize that there is confusion. There's a lot of confusion among people, wrong thinking, people that are in an artificial reality instead of the beautiful real one. And so this is part of that work for mankind to realize that we are within the source of life and not a resource. And I feel that it's very powerful to hear also this message that the way to that is only through prayer, only through using those spiritual ceremonies and prayer. With all nations unified can that change come about. And that is something that this day, this World Peace and Prayer Day is all about. We know that that peace, sometimes we hear, this is summer solstice, this time of year when the daylight is here for longer in the northern hemisphere, and the sun is bright and strong. And I was thinking about how in that other solstice time, which I also love, winter solstice, that's the time where people say peace on earth. They say that around New Year's or Christmas celebrations, sometimes peace on earth. And I learned, actually another Lakota person, teacher, Tiokasin Ghost Horse would say we should say peace with earth. And so peace with earth, that is a really powerful prayer. And of course we know we are earth, and our bodies have the water and iron in our blood and calcium in our bones. And so many people, I think, feel disassociated from their own bodies in a way that is very much related from being disassociated from the earth. We stay in relationship and connection even when we have that disassociation. But part of my prayer that is aligned is that those people that are in that confusion, that disassociation, can have the healing. And I believe truly that the more come together in that way, the stronger we are to shift things to a vision, a mindset, a worldview, and a path that sees the source of life. And so I wanted to say a word about the justice components, that the way in which Mother Earth is being harmed, because I heard that's a big part of this prayer too, is to keep that in mind, the harm that's going to Mother Earth and how to change that. And that harm happens in places on the ground, and then the aggregate, the sum total of all those harms is in that atmosphere. It's like the sky is like a witness on the ground. And so So any one of those places where those harms are happening, if we look out for the people there, and not just the people, if we look out for the beings and the ecosystems there, then we are actually doing something to look out for the health of the whole, because we're all in this sphere. And so it's really a powerful teaching, a powerful lesson, and I want to let you all know that one of the things we do here, we convene faith leaders, faith and spiritual leaders. So that's from all traditions. So Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, and all the other ones. You know, there's so many, Sikh and Jain and Zoroastrian and all the indigenous traditions are the leader, really, of that, because of the relationship and the teachings of being in place in Earth. So really, I come with you with deep respect, gathered there in Bear Butte, to say thank you for being our leader in this work, and for inviting us to this shift, and to this relationship in a new way. It makes all the difference. It really does. So with that, I'll probably start to wind up this message. I just want to say that if we all keep this in mind, on this prayer day on June 21st, and we do our ways of ceremony and prayer and greeting one another, and also all those beings and all the unseen world as well, which we are humble enough to know that there is a very powerful life force here that we can tap into. And I think it's interesting to think about science, because a lot of times when people talk about the climate crisis, the climate emergency, it used to be called global warming. There are different words that are used to describe it, and then they say, well, it's not just climate, it's also biodiversity loss, and it's also water, and there's all these different components of it. But really, it is understanding that we live in this ecologically spiritual field of life that has a life force in it. And that science, when people say the scientists tell us and the studies tell us, that Western science is really, at its best, it's careful observation of nature. It's careful experiencing in a sentient way with mind and eyes and the what is actually happening in the natural world. So we know that there are different ways of knowing that, and that the teachings of indigenous peoples have been saying many of these same things for a very long time, that are now said through the language of the data in the reports. When we come together in prayer, when we bring all those different religious and faith traditions together, we are expressing it in different ways, maybe through different symbols, but it's the same prayer, and we're united. And you might see behind me, I have this picture of Orville Looking Horse. It's always on the wall here. It's always a reminder of that prayer, which is what started the Center for Earth Ethics when we all convened in 2014 in a ceremony here, a very powerful ceremony. And so we can set our paths in this way, and our intentions, believe in each other, and it will be a beautiful, beautiful way to go. So thank you very much. Happy World Peace and Prayer Day.
Once again, that was a short video from Karina Gore. Our next video comes from Guy Jones. He's Hunkpapa Lakota and a full-blood member of the Standing Rock Sioux Nation, a direct descendant of Chief Gall, who led the Hunkpapa Lakota at the Battle of Little Bighorn. Is one of the founders of the Miami Valley Council for Native American in Dayton, Ohio, and an author. So his video is going to share a special message on the importance of celebrating or the Battle of Little Bighorn. And yeah, so here's Guy Jones.
My name is Guy Jones. I was born and raised on the Standing Rock Reservation in South Dakota, on the South Dakota side. My family is what is known as the Pezi Oyate. The history of my family is very unique and to me is very special, mainly for the fact of who we are and what we brought. And that was one of the things that I wanted to highlight and bring forth, in a sense that we're at a pivotal time. This is the 150th anniversary of what most people refer to as the Little Bighorn, and what we as Lakota people refer to and know as greasy grass. It was that greasy grass is when the Lakota Nation, along with our relatives, the Cheyennes and the Arapahoes, and a number of representatives from other nations as well, came together because there was something that was taking place at that time. And there was this nation of people who came amongst us. And what they were doing when they came amongst us, they were there with one purpose, and that was to exterminate the people. And it's that policy, and even today, we still are dealing with it even today, in the sense that, we live this. We live this way. Because you see, not only was it the military, but it was the government, and it was the society of people advocated and supported that movement. And that movement, they came into the nation and they killed the women and the children and the elderly. And that still happens today. And that's one of the things that took place that incited my grandfather, Pezi. It excited him because his wife and his children were exterminated, were killed. And he led the charge during the greasy grass, which led to a great victory. But also to one of the things that happened during that time was the realization, because not only was it then that the realization that, yes, this day was victorious, but also to the consequences of that time. And it was during realizing the consequences that the nation fled into Canada, what became known as the motherland, into Canada. It went into Canada because the nation needed time to recover, and for its own safety, they went into Canada. And it was there in Canada, there was a discrepancy because, you see, back then, at one time amongst the Lakota Nation, there was no supreme leader. But during that time, there was. It was decided, and Sitting Bull became that one supreme leader. And it was under his guidance. But there was a number of people, because you see, the other heads of the nation, and Gall was one of them, had a different tactic, had a different way of thinking. And it's that thinking that becomes vital. Not only then was it vital, but it's even comes just as vital today. How we think. How we think, because it's the thinking process, the thought process, that leads us to who we are, to making the decisions of moving ahead. Now, my cousin, Orville Lookenhorst, has brought and has gifted the world one of the greatest messages, and that is Wolokota. There are a number of people today who say we need to get rid of the negativity. No, because once you exterminate and get rid of the negativity, you're only opening the door for more negativity to grow. You create a balance. You create this balance so that all of the people, you don't allow more and new negativity to exist or develop. You deal with the old, you create this balance. And that's that one of the greatest teachings. Now, a number of people have heard that message of Wolokota that Orville speaks of. But how they think about it, how they relate to it. So many people today have become colonized. They think Eurocentrically. we need to get back to that point of thinking like Lakotas, how we live our life. There's a number of people who say, I thought you was a water protector. I say, I'm a Lakota. Oh, you don't support the murdered and missing indigenous women, that movement? I'm like, I'm a Lakota. You don't speak out about the environment? I'm like, I'm Lakota. You see, the Lakotas, that was what we refer to as, our way of life. Lakowichoha, a way of living that was taught to our children. And how we achieve that way of living, those values and relationships that become a part of Wolokota, how important they are. And what we need to think about and teach about how those values and relationships, as a Lakota nation, as Lakota people, and other nations have the same values and relationships. They have different terminology, but it's still the same. Because, you see, these were all part of what we've been given to us by creation, natural law. These natural teachings, the earth teaches us that, how important it is to maintain the teachings of creation, to maintain the teachings that are there, and they're still there. That vibration, that frequency, and that message comes to us every day. All we have to do is listen and act and live that way. So I encourage each and every one of you, you are here as part of World Peace and Prayer Day, to embrace that, to embrace those teachings, and to listen as indigenous people, not as a colonized nation, but one as indigenous. And what exactly is indigenous? You can use the dictionary to define indigenous, or you can look at creation and understand what that means. Because we're not above, nor are we below, but we're equal, we're balanced. It's that equal. We are a part of, yes, I'm a water protector, because you see, I am water. I am the land. I am the sky, the air. That air is the spirit that exists within all of us. Remembering those things and living those things and how important they are is vital to today's times. So when you listen to Tahanshi Orville, when he speaks, listen to him as, not as a colonized native person, but as one who is a part of creation. You see, all of this was part of that. When the nation fled to Canada, it was there in Canada that survival of the people, because it became obvious. The source up there, that was not, we were depleting that source. The homeland, we needed to come home. And it was that Gaul decided, Pezi decided to come back. So when he left, part of the nation came with him, and they were placed on Standing Rock. And what's really unique about that particular time is that here's this man, Pezi, who didn't speak English, who didn't know English, didn't read or write, but within a little over a year's time, he taught himself how to read and write. Now, if he can do that for himself, think of what we as a nation can do for each other, where we can be. Because you see, it wasn't to assimilate, nor was it to acculturate. It was to understand and know how these people think. Because thinking is important. Thinking like Lakota people thinking about, who we are, and listening to those words and acting on those words, thinking about it. So it's important to think about and to listen to this and know that. One of the things that growing up, my mom would always say, go check on your grandma. I'd run and check on my grandma, and she'd always ask me, what'd you learn? So I'd begin to tell her, but I would tell her in the Lakota language, and she'd say, yeah, Dakota, English. What I didn't realize is that I was teaching my grandmother English. And now today I have 27 dictionaries in my house, in my home. And because you see, language evolves. And as that evolves and it grows, it changes. Originally, it changes. So knowing that, I begin to look at that and I begin to realize this nation of people, their evolution, but they have one purpose. And that purpose is not good for humanity, nor is it good for us. So how do we combat that? How do we create this balance, this Wolokota? By educating ourselves and understanding and knowing the values and relationships with which the nation was created on. That Lokowichoha. Understanding that and knowing that. So I encourage each and every one of you, the words that you hear in these next few days, listen to them. Not only listen to them, but actually begin to live them, because it's important. How important is it? It's important because of the days ahead, the days to come. We have the ability to create things if we would only utilize what's been gifted to us. But most people don't know what those gifts are. But we as a nation, we can begin to look at and talk to one another and begin to recognize these gifts and begin to utilize these gifts to create a tomorrow in a better days ahead to bring about Wolokota, that balance, so that we as a nation have days ahead, not only just for us, but for our children and our grandchildren. That's how important it is. So I wanted to say about that much. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. That video was of Guy Jones. And we're just going to continue on with our in-person speakers. Hold on. Just getting back on track. So our next presenter, his name is oh my God. Well, there we go. I'd like to present Faith Spotted Eagle. We are honored to welcome Faith Spotted Eagle, a respected Indigenous leader, educator, and advocate representing the Braveheart Society Redstone Movement. Faith will bring attention to the proposed pipeline project that threatens the sacred Pipestone region. So I'd like to introduce Faith Spotted Eagle.
Thank you, my dear. You piakid yushke na petius puppy. Chana. Da code me chajaki Tonkan Inajiwi. I am the great grandmother of Tonkan Inajiwi, who survived Whitestone. killed a soldier, rescued her brothers, and some of them ended up in Sisseton, Sisitwa, Ekta, Kipi, the Red Day family. That was one of her brothers. And so, Wemitauki Zapta Ed Ogna Mawani. So I'm part Sichangu, I am Bedewa Kantuya, I am Hunkpati, I'm Ihangtua, and I'm Hunkpapa through the Deloria family. So I have a lot to share. They said I only have 20 minutes, so this is going to be really interesting. Somebody's going to have to pull me off with a cane. So I come here on just a lot of respect in Wopida for being invited and to be in your midst. And this is a special year for me that you get to share with. I am 77 this year. I was born on September 7th at 7 o'clock. So I knew it was going to be a really interesting year, and it has. And there's more to come. So I want to share as fast as I can some of the journeys that I've done in that 77 years. But I want to start out by Ehanakchi, my Thibodeau Jerome Kilsma. When it's a long time ago, when it's recent, he says, Ehanakchi. If it's a long time, he goes, Ehanakchi. So this one was Ehanakchi, that when people would talk, there would be witnesses. That way you couldn't make up geapi or gossip. There would be somebody witnessing there. And here we have the camera, so we're covered. But then somebody could say, hey, Wexuya, I remember that teaching. That was witnessed. So I saw this morning, I want to witness two or three things that I heard from the new generation. One was from Takoja, Dr. Val. She's Ihangtwa. She's from the Deloria Rouse family. And I heard her say something over and over. What she said is, I'm standing here because of the old ones. And she said it 4 times. So she's been taught that she's not here just because of her. Those are challenges that we have in order to teach the younger ones. You're not here just because of you. You are here because you have a divine plan. Somebody, a Hanakchi, had a plan for you. And so you're living out that plan, whether you know it or not. The challenge is to get over the, in my language, they call it okesha, the craziness. The Tituans call it chlete. So as much trauma as we have, try to get that healing started right away, because we got work to do. We got to have you hurry up and heal. And you can't be Godonicha with that healing. You have to share it. And so when I heard her say that, I called that Indian copyright, because she keeps saying, the grandmas, the Kunshis, the Unkanas, they brought me here. And then she gave credence to them, and they're listening. Gakdokia, Uichakbe Uyate, they're sending her energy, prayers, holding her up. What's his name? Harold Salway. I hear him say that from the old generation. He calls it Indian copyright. He said, I'm only here because of Johnson Holy Rock. I'm only here because of Amos. He lifts like 10 or 12 Oglalas that told him the way to be. He never, ever does not do that. So the younger ones remember that because the ancestors are listening. And I saw that happening this morning with Val. The other thing is, I don't know if she's still here, but I saw a culmination of a dream from 1977. I worked for Sinteglishka when the first bunch of teachers in Lionel put that together with the dream that Stanley Redbird and all of them had. I would teach, and every day I'd see girls come in with black eyes and beat up, and they'd say they fell down the stairs. And we all know that. And so a group of beautiful older women like Kate Blue Thunder, hands up to Kate Blue Thunder, Nancy Whitehorse, all of these powerful Sichunga women, we called them in. We met at this the community center still there in Antelope. And Nancy Whitehorse had this sagya, and here I am, years later. And that was in 1977. How many years ago is that? It's a long time. Ehanakji, right? And so we got together, and they said, we have to do something about that. So we created the White Buffalo Calf Ukorakicha Women's Society, the first Native women's shelter in the nation. And guess what? Nothing has changed. Because we need you, Wicha, to step forward. I know we're a little bit codependent, and we try to make you men, but you got to be a man by yourself. And so those are the challenges that we have with the younger men. But with Tala this morning, when we formed in 1977 in that little old shabby community center, we dreamed one day that there would be people like Tala that wouldn't be afraid to stand in front of the people and say, no more. I took my power back, even in the greatest darkness. I remember when we first started at the CYO in Rosebud, a policewoman came in and she peeked in real timid. And she said, I can't be seen here because he's going to beat me up. But she said, I want you to know, you girls, I'm behind you. We never knew what happened to her. I don't know if she was able to get out. But that was the state of affairs then, and it's still here. So we, with all the little boys, that especially the Wicha, those little boys severely need to learn the life way of what it means to be a man. And as codependent, as when we, codependency, what does that mean? That means when grandma takes care of the son until he's 40, and when he finally finds a job, she drives him to the job. She goes into the interview with him. And then when he finds his wife, who has the license? The wife, right? He's sitting in the car and she's driving him around. That has to change. That's not step up warrior. So, but they only learn when they're 6 or 7 years old, when they have to get up. My kids always say, oh, geez, whenever you go to mom's house, be sure and fold your blankets and do the dishes because she's going to judge you. And I am, because that's what you do. Bidihecha, be competent, care for your relative. So we saw those things happening, and I want to tell you a story about this power of intergenerational history and activism. It has to be more, because I witnessed at 77 so many powerful warriors, and I'm going to tell you a short story about each one. A lot of us have done those things, and we need for you to come to my house. Help me. Do the laundry. There's a lot of grandmas out there that need help instead of driving around the sons at 40. They need help with the garbage. Help them plant a garden. That's Bidihecha. That's bringing back the way, because that little boy's going to watch. So in my generation, my father was a veteran in the South Pacific, so I was raised like a Wicha of a veteran. He had severe PTSD, and the only thing that helped him was the Odakota, our ways. So he raised me to be a little bit, it was rough. I had to be tough. But I also had the culture. But I want to talk about those ways and how to exemplify them and bring them back. And here's an example. Some of you probably remember Reuben Snake. Raise your hand if you knew Reuben Snake. Reuben he used to call himself the Admiral of the Winnebago Navy, because they took back an island back in the 60s or 70s. And when I first met him, I was trying to hitchhike to Wounded Knee because I overslept and they left me. I didn't have wochungs in those days. I could talk loud, but I didn't always come through. So he drove up and he said, "Get in, Indian girl." And so I got in with him and I thought, oh, I wonder who this guy is. He looks like he might be safe. So we drove all the way to Kyle, and he was going to do a speech, and he talked to me all that way. Got to Kyle, and people were talking, and he was sitting back there. Echan Ishtima Yanka, he was sitting there nodding out, and I thought, who is this guy? He's falling asleep. We're supposed to be doing important things here. Wounded Knee's going on. I got to get over there. And here, the meeting went on, and all of a sudden, I saw something happen with Shka, sacred energy. He went like this.
Back in those days, he used to be kind of chepa before he got diabetes. But what he was doing is he was gathering all of that shka, and I saw something magical happen. When he stood up, went like that, everybody in the room turned around. Didn't even say anything, no introductions. They all turned around. He said, "Mitakuyapi." And then he went into this amazing, amazing speech. The guy that I thought was boring, I thought, oh my God, how did he do that? So, learning from the elders. Last year, the Black Hills National Forest was courting the tribes to do what Biden said to make co-stewardship and co-management agreements. So, where's my little papers here? That one. If you could hold this up. I figured out, after working against KXL for 15 years, DAPL, and now the Redstone Movement, I figured out that our camps are really, really broken. We all know that, but we have to have graphics, we have to name it, and we have to change the behavior. This one is that one that Braveheart and our treaty committee came up with. This is the government, the colonial force. Right in the middle is the little black house of tribal government. It's kind of a shack, actually. And over here is the camp. Before, in the 1800s, we didn't have this. So we knew how to organize. We really knew how to organize. But when that trauma came, it wiped the memory of this. And so I saw severely what was happening through KXL and DAPL. We didn't know how to be Okorakichia. The most important thing that Grandma Ella Deloria said is you were nothing in a camp if you did not belong to a society. Okorakichia is a special group of sisters, a special group of men, brothers, and that is the only thing that is going to help us to rebuild the grassroots. When this came, the treaty councils, the grassroots, KXL, the people who brought KXL forward was this camp over here, because I was part of that. We had the international treaty to protect the sacred. We went up to Edmonton. We signed with the First Nations. And we defeated KXL. We won. It took 15 years, but we won. We figured out a few things. DAPL came along. DAPL was conflicting between these two. There wasn't time to make a plan like we had at KXL. Now that we're at Redstone Movement, we've been to a few rodeos recently. We can do it better. The thing that has captivated it is something that I have defined as red rage. Is as Native people, we don't just get pissed off and angry. I have I'm a PTSD therapist and I worked for 17 years with the VA. Whenever the clients would come back after they sent off to treatment, they come back and they say, "Why did you make me go over there?" Those people don't understand our anger. You know, they're trying to make me repeat my story, and then they get like overwhelmed about my trauma. And then I feel like killing them. I want to choke them. So the kind of rage that we have is not anger, it's over the top. Like you want to kill that clerk that mistreats you. I've been there a few times. Or that person that in school that does some harm to your kid, you're going to go over there and beat them up. Been there. But when we let that overwhelm that camp circle, we're Judith LeBlanc of Native Organizer Alliance. Her and I are Thelma and Louise. I think she's Thelma and I'm Louise, or the other way around. But one of the things that she always says is organizing for Native people is as old as dirt. We had the Dakota art of war. We've forgotten it. So during those 3 actions, I stopped and I thought about what I learned in the 60s. What I learned was some organizers, the women's movement, they wanted the Native women to stand with them. We didn't want to because they wanted solidarity, but they didn't want to change their values. They wanted us as props. So this little black house over here, during KXL and DAPL, they separated us. because they have a rule that when they're going to meet with somebody, they have to have the tribal president there. That's not okay when you got 1,000 grandmas over here. We're matrilineal, right? Why would we have one man go there? So we started to change that around during KXL. So getting back to the Forest Service, when I found out that mostly men were signing these agreements with the Forest Service, and I thought, how come the treaty councils aren't there? How come the societies aren't there? So I went over there, and Misunkana, I called him. I put him to sleep over here. But I told Misunkana that he's heard me talk before, so that's okay. But I told him, I said, they're having a meeting up there, and they just have the tribal councils. Where's the grassroots? We have to be there. We're the people that know. We know traditional knowledge. And I looked at that agreement that they were going to sign, and it said that the tribes would consent that traditional knowledge would be shared with the Forest Service. Hell no. That's our knowledge. We're not going to give it away. And so we went to the meeting, and what I told you that Reuben did, several tribal chairmen was there. My Toshka, Peter Lenke, I said, give me the floor, because I know how some of these men are. They're very misogynistic, and they want to talk first and have the women come later, and I kept nudging. Star comes out. I said, are you going to let me have the floor? He said, hold on. And then I called Peter. I said, Toshka, you were going to let me talk. And he said, oh. And so I thought, I know how to do this. I saw Reuben do this. So I got up, and I went in front of the room, and I did Reuben's thing. I gathered up the shkan. And I stayed up in front, and I stood up. And they turned around, and the Forest Service guy said, Miss Paradigo, do you have something to say? And I thought, it worked. Those things work. And so what I said is that, and they not let us, we kind of made them, but Misunkana and myself, we signed that cooperative agreement. The grassroots have to be represented in all of those, even if they don't want you there. It's probably a good thing that my grandma gave me a good self-esteem. I was a beloved child, so I don't take no very easily. I just think of my kushi that killed a soldier's horse. And so when I heard those girls talking this morning about what they've done, those are the kind of dreams that we're allowing to come true when we unify. Now with the Redstone movement. So what happened was, give you back on Pipestone. My great-great-grandfather struck by the Ree, many of our grandfathers, refused to sign the Treaty of 1858 unless Pipestone was in the reservation. So it is part of the reservation, and of course we lost it with the Supreme Court, but we still, by that camp over there, we said we still own that. Perpetuity is what the treaty said. And so with my son and my daughter, sometimes I really have compassion for them to have me as their mother, because they're always at these meetings. Somebody asked my daughter, Brooke Mahbia, they said, how is it to have faith as your mother? And she said, well, I went to see the movie Pocahontas and I ended up protesting it. She said, I had to protest against John Smith. So that's how, but at the same time, if somebody could help me with those posters, part of the intergenerational work that we have to do, not everybody is lucky enough to have a mother, a grandmother, or a grandpa who made them a beloved child. So when we came out here, what I'm going to show you is, as Braveheart Society, 31 years ago, we came out and we asked for guidance to bring back a former Okorakicha to fight back, like the Dakota Art of War. So we realized when we went home and the spiritual doors started to open, a lot of these young people do not have mothers, fathers, grandparents who were sober. So we became surrogates. Look at this picture here. This one here. These are Ishnati girls. When we got home from the Black Hills and formed the society, the first thing that we did is the coming of age, Okoraki, or Ishnati Awicha Doampi. We now have over 200 girls who are Ishnati. Some of them have doctorates. Some of them have masters. Some of them are still struggling with domestic violence. Others are doing it however they can. You become very, very creative and strong when you live in poverty. We're not tapping their knowledge of how it is to live on $200 a month. But this is them. This is last year's group. This is one of our role models, Zinkana Shah. She was a storyteller. She left our res, and she was a boarding school survivor, and she wrote books that preserved our history, along with Ella Deloria. Those are our teachers, and we incorporate, if you haven't read The Dakota Way, read it. It's a history of how you live as a good human being. The other picture over here, by the way, this graphics was created by one of the Ishnati girls. She's a photography. But here again, look at those beautiful girls. This is our camp along the Missouri River. 4 solid days of being a beloved child. Everybody in that camp is for you when you're there. The girls tell me that, down here, can you hold it higher? This is Tui, Mary Louise Defender, right here. She's 95 years old. She refuses to let us help her when she gets up from a chair. She says, Hunta, get away. I could do this myself. That's the vision of Bidi Hecha. But look at her, 95 years old. And we bring these grandmas together to interrelate with the young ones. She was also the first Miss Indian America in Sheridan in 1954, still going. The other thing I want to say about the Redstone movement, and I only have 5 minutes, is that when I looked at what happened at DAPL, I thought I saw a lot of okichis. I saw a lot of fighting because of that black house. You can put them down now. Because of that black house. And so we made up our mind when the pipeline started to come at Pipestone, we're not going to do it that way. We're not going to have an occupation. You can put them down. We are going to use this and mostly this and this. But we're not going to go into red rage. We're not going to fight each other. We're going to really think this out. And if you haven't read, I don't entirely agree with it, but the Chinese had the art of war down. It was brutal, but there are some things in there that you can use that I have used with the Army Corps of Engineers, and it works. So we sat down, we started meeting, and my wonderful, wonderful niece helper, Ikdomi, she was the backbone of most of the Braveheart staff and the grandmas, the volunteers, and we made everybody at the Redstone movement sign a confidentiality form that they would not post anything on Facebook bragging or doing selfies. Because this was going to be a top secret mission, we were going to develop strategy before we went to Facebook, rather than just taking pictures. And so what we did, we had to have a name for this movement, so we called it, one of the grandmas, we had a contest, and they selected Redstone Movement. It's about 2 years old, and what we have done very quietly, some of the young people, especially the wonderful AIM kids out of Minneapolis, they kept raring to go. You got to do something. We got to have actions. We got to have protests. And I said, hold on. We don't have our battlefield ready. One of the things that the Art of War says, when your enemy creates a battlefield, don't go there. Create your own battlefield. And that's what we have to do in every movement. So we did that. And the other thing that we have done, I am so tired going to consultations, submitting comments, going to Congress, and letting them make us cry. and our trauma surfaces. We get angry. The red rage comes out. I don't like that. And so I said, from now on, when I was born, my grandma told me something. She said that, this is not bragging, it's part of the divine plan. She said, I have 2 of these whirlwinds on the top of my head, so I have a twin somewhere, and I have 2 brains. And she said, use it. So what we did is, I kept thinking when I'd go to these consultations, they'd have 100 engineers. They'd have 50 hydrologists. And we'd be sitting there with what? Our cultural knowledge is powerful, our prayers are powerful, but we need different kinds of weapons like we had a long time ago, which is here and here. So at Braveheart, we made up the mind that we were going to raise money and we were going to hire doctorate level, culturally competent Native people. At this point, we're working with 4 doctoral level Native people, hydrologists, engineers. We have master's level people, and then we have our organizers, but they're our troops. We just don't go protest, hold signs, holler around. We have a plan. So what we did with the Redstone movement, and I really compliment the young people in Minneapolis and other places that wanted to occupy and raise hell, I said there's going to be a time. That time is now. So the comments have been put off to the 22nd. Remember I talked about Thelma and Louise? The first round at Pipestone, Judith and I got together with Native Organizer Alliance, and their listserv sent 35,000 comments to the PUC. It overloaded their email. That's how it works. So the PUC said, where are all these people coming from? And so we wrote an essay called All Spirit Roads to Pipestone, all across the country. We submitted it. My daughter, who has a doctorate in anthropology, she dispelled the destructive template of Western archaeology. And you know how she did that? She said these people are very, very good at dividing us. What happened in Minnesota, there was an Army anthropologist that came to Minnesota. He worked with the Ojibwe, and he told the Ojibwe, and no offense against Ojibwe, it's just their methods, but he told the Ojibwe people they were smarter than the Dakota. So what do you think that caused? It divided a war. They manipulated us. And she found out the actual research. And so it happened again at the PUC meetings, or the meeting with the company that stepped in, and the PUC said, do not survey until you get MIAC. The Native organization will get a contractor, and that's who we'll go with. They didn't listen. They did the same thing that they did in the 1800s, and they said, and I think Ikitomi was in the room when they said that, they said they went with the survey because they didn't think we were skilled enough to do a survey. 1800s, doing that now. So she wrote a paper dismantling white archaeology. Those are the kind of things that we have to do from here. And when she was 16, we were in court, a NAGPRA case, and they brought in this white lady who was a doctorate. She influenced the judge because she had a doctorate, and she makes policy. And my Brooke said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to be a doctor. I can do policy. And she did. And so we have Dr. Alexis Archambault. Any Hunkpapas in here? You got quite an intelligent young woman. She has a doctorate in hydrology. She's mapping all the watersheds in the Black Hills. She's like a scuba diver going underneath. She mapped Pipestone, and she found something really, really frightening. The Pipestone that is left is only 18 inches wide, the vein. The circumference is only 200 to 300 feet. And what we're doing is we're giving out the alarm to the Oceti. But there's something kind of out of whack. that I don't understand, and maybe you can help us understand. People don't care. It's okay to say that you've Sundanced for 30 years, but I need for you to go further. I need to have you use this, do 100,000 comments, even if it's paper, computer, and Monope has those. Maybe you can start passing them around, or did you already? Okay. How many do you have? So I'll believe in you if all 1,000 come back. I still have hope in you. But, pardon? Okay. All right. That's what we need. Because when we have these meetings, Peter Lenke told me something, and I'll probably get, is there anybody from Hunkpahti here? Because I'm going to get in trouble. You know what he told me? He said, Faith, you have to kick those chairmen's ass. Don't tell him I told on him. But it seems like that's what has to happen. Misunkana has been there all the time. And Paula at Pipestone. So the thing that I want you to remember about today is quit bragging about having your pipe and Sundancing for 30 years if you're not going to be at Pipestone. So we are on Facebook. We've collaborated with some groups in Minnesota. We're not going to get violent. We're going to get smart. I think it was Martin Luther King said, don't get mad, get smart. So we're smart. We don't need to make them arrest us. We might end up getting them arrested because they're doing illegal things. So we switcheroo, and there has to be that cooperation. I'm going to tell you one more story. Please put up with me. Is Rosalie Little Thunder's name was brought up. She didn't always agree with you guys, so I need to talk to you. But she told me, and we were with her when Misunkana helped her with that 500-mile walk to Yellowstone. She was telling me that she tried to get people involved. So I think what's happening is that we're kind of in a trance with historical trauma. See? But anyway, she told me at one of those early meetings, the ranchers were there, and they're mad at the Indians for promoting buffalo. And this guy started like verbally attacking her, and he said, "Oh, Miss Little Thunder, are you going to tell me that you think that you have the DNA of the buffalo and that you came from that animal?" You know what Rosalie's response was? This is being smart. She said, "Well, I heard you guys think you're from the monkey." That's being smart. Some swear words came out after that. So I'm going to ask you to read The Art of War. We have our own way of the Dakota Art of War, but come to the Redstone Movement. We're still strategizing our game plan. We have until August 22nd. We need, last time we got 35,000 comments. We need 100,000. August 21st, okay? Can you promise me that you'll comment? Raise your hand. Thank you. Well, Peter.
Once again, that was Faith from Braveheart Society. We have something very special that just came in, and I would like to bring my dad up here to accept it. And also, along with my dad, can I ask Stanley Bluehorse to please come up? Bet you're wondering what he has.
Hi, everyone. This is a beautiful gift that was gifted to me last year. I went and skinned this myself. It's a white buffalo calf. It's a bull. It was gifted to me after my bro came to a powwow with me. And he went home to his herd and he played some powwow music for his herd, and the dominant bull ended up killing this one. So I put in a lot of time and effort to bring this here. You know, it took me a lot of money and resources to get this here, but I'm honored to stand here with Chief Orville and present this to the people. And my prayer, you know, this is for the Oyate, this is for love, this is for the people, this is for all our ancestors, this is for all our ancestors who survived boarding school, for all our ancestors that fought in the Battle of Little Bighorn. I'm honored. Hau matakias.
Wopula trunka hecha de Dangela Sawa hecha hana aipincha etan trukate ke hana shanumpa wakha el na aikaking de chake ampetukile che ona le aipincha hecha de la wopula trunka hecha elo.
That was a surprise, even for me. Our next presenter, we call him Uncle. He was born in Greenland, 1947, is a sacred ice and water protector and a respected elder, traditional healer, spiritual teacher, storyteller, and carrier. He was raised in a remote village on the western coast of Greenland, and he's here to share some of his wisdom, some stories, and share himself. And if I could ask you to please come up. I can. Is which one? Yes, that's good. Do you need a chair? Table. Put it next to the chair. Okay. Table.
Can you hear me? Holy shoot, I don't even have to yell. My name is Agango. and it means the man who looks like his uncle. And I actually do. I look like my father's older brother. His name is Koyagi, which means the beloved one. And when I came out of my mother, my father's mother, my grandmother, was there to receive me. Wow, he looks like his uncle. So the name stuck. Now I'm almost 100 years old. I'm just kidding. But I'm old now, and I still look like my uncle. It's so beautiful to see the family resemblance as he was getting old and weak from being an incredible hunter. We looked at each other and we went to the mirror, and the resemblance is amazing. And that is my father's grandparents and so on, the look. But when I come down here, I realized I had to use L'Oreal makeup because people look at me strangely. So when I put up my makeup, everyone look at me just normal because I'm just a kid. You're supposed to be laughing. I made somebody laugh. Oh. My name is Anganga, and it means the man who looks like his uncle. I'm from Greenland. The leader, I think, is he a leader from this country? The one with the red or orange hair? He wanted to invade my country. I said, no, you can't. Because I belong to this land as you belong to my land. In our tradition say, in the morning when we wake up and the sun gets up and leaves the control of the earth, she's yellow. So now we have realized that there are actually yellow people on this earth. But then when she comes to the highest point in the noontime, the sun becomes white. Now we have learned that actually white people on this earth. And then in the west, when the sun sets, she becomes red. Now we know that we are the red people. Then at night, it's black. Now we know that there are black people on this earth. Our people from the top of the world, the biggest island on earth, that's the story they have about us, 4 tribes, 4 looks, 4 traditions. And it's so beautiful to travel to them all. I've been to 84 different countries. That sounds a little big. But I have been, I traveled, because I was asked to travel. I was asked to give a talk. And I don't know how to say no. So I traveled and I saw the world. It's an incredible world. Coming here, for me, it's like coming home. It's like you look so much like an Eskimo family. There's no difference. Your beauty is shining in this rainy day. So I'm really happy to be here. I don't know how people found me, but the moment they invited me, I said yes, before they had a chance to change their mind. And I wanted to do my drum. This is the style of the Eskimo drum. But because of a small company,
very small company called Greenpeace. I don't know if you heard about it. It's a very small company. They didn't want me to use the stomach of the seal, stomach skin of the seal, into my drum. So they didn't want me to hunt the seal. So I looked and looked at them, and on the CBC radio in Baffin Island. I said, oh, isn't it interesting? These people don't want me to hunt seal because of my drum and the food. That means that there will be too many fish, and the balance of the ocean will fall apart. And the CPC people said, what are you talking about? I said, if you don't hunt the seal, the people of the Pope cannot eat fish on Fridays because there's not going to be fish. So they look at me, are you for real? I think I'm for real, So I went to the Pope. The Pope has his own country. I think he called it Vatican, something like that. Beautiful country, tiny. And he received me. And he came to me out in front of him with his hand. And I wanted to give him a hug. But the police said, because I was standing there, wanted to receive him. So we shook hands. Then he took with his other hand, took my wrist. So I took his wrist. And we looked at each other. And he smiled. How beautiful. That's the first word he said. He didn't say, how are you? What's your name? That's beautiful. All I did is a traditional greeting. So tradition are ancient traditions, just like you, your traditions, just like mine. So, and we are a gift. You are a gift. You prepared the world so people can settle here. And now they have settled. How many people in these countries? 1 million or more? In the United States of America? How many? 400. Holy shoot. Holy shoot. What did you do? Your night must be very long. We had the same problem at home because in the winter the sun doesn't get up. So we had to stay in bed. And most beautiful things happened. Most beautiful things. My oldest uncle, my father's older brother, gave birth, his wife gave birth 12 children. And as he was getting old, he said, holy shoot, because he was born before electricity. Wow, the night must be very long. And he says, oh yes, I love it. He had 12 kids. And it was not something you hide. It's just a normal talk relating to each other as family. Because what we did
and what we do and what they do around the world is exactly the same. Just like Eskimo tradition in the morning, the light is yellow, white, red, and black. And now it's a matter for you and I to live together peacefully. I come from the only land on earth where people live where there has never been war. My people do not know what war is. We are the only people in our own land where there has never been war. Imagine, talk about peace. Peace is not just no more war. Peace is in how you and I, we relate to each other, how we are with one another, how we honor and respect each other, how we accept the way you are. We never put you down. With every word and action, we do our best to lift people up. So we can walk tall and powerful as we are meant to be. So we can walk tall and powerful as we are meant to be. That's peace. One day, the wars will stop existing. Our grandchildren and great-grandchildren will begin to live in peace with each other. And finally, the beauty of life itself will be manifested. That's an Eskimo drum. Play loud in our language. An instrument from the great sky. But because of Greenpeace, I could not use stomach skin of the seal. I use the white man's skin. So we call it white man's skin because he invented it. The nylon. So I traveled with him to 84 different countries so far and talk about us. The respect towards us has shrunk. Time has come for you and I to lift the spirit with each other and around the world. If you can do that, the prophecies of the past will become living again. when you go up north to visit, I need you to bring a bag of coffee. Because they don't grow up there. And we have become addicted to coffee. So the only way we can have it is you need to bring at least 4 packs of coffee. That will last about a month. So I welcome you to my home. Come and visit. You will see a world you've never seen before. And the big ice of Greenland, when I was born, close to 80 years ago. Do I look very old? Say no. Say no, please. I don't look very old. Almost 80 years ago when I was born, that big ice was about 5 kilometers thick, 5,000 meters. That's 10 inches or more. I don't know. It's very big. But now it's melting really badly because of climate change. And your families on the coast, I hope you have room in your house here. Because you're going to be inundated by water and millions upon millions will have to flee the coast. Think of it, not here, in here. Because you and I are going to have to become prepared for the changes coming up. When? I asked my grandmother when I was young, will I be able to see that time of change? She looked at me, yes, you will. So I'm now almost 80 years old. And I'm still expecting that I will see the big change. And I can help you and guide you. My greetings to your families. Oh.
Thank you for coming all the way up from Greenland. Come down. Our next presenter is the founder of One Global Family Alliance, an international council of interfaith and indigenous women, and the United for the Peace and Diversity World Council. Through these organizations, she has worked to empower women, support indigenous communities, and provide education and resources for underserved children and foster unity among people of diverse backgrounds and beliefs.
introduce you, then I'm just going to take up your time. Yeah. Do you want to be reintroduced? No, it's fine. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's just going to be a. I'm just going to take the mic.
Okay, apologies for the technical difficulties. Just be mindful that there's cords, live cords outside. So I'd like to present our next speaker. Her name is Laura Sapele Lafoa Ava. She's American Samoan, raised in Hawaii, and the founder of One Global Family Alliance. So,
thank you, sweetheart. All right, I know it's been a long day. So, I see before me Pacific Islanders, okay? So when we say our greeting, you gotta say it right back, but louder, all right? So from the beautiful tropical islands of Hawaii, we say aloha. Aloha. Very good. And from my homeland islands of Samoa, we say talofa. Wow, everybody's still energized, even after lunch. It is a wonderful blessing to be here with all of you, with Chief Arvo Looking Horse, Paula, and all of the organizers and volunteers, and all of you beautiful Native people of this sacred land. First and foremost, I want to honor our Creator, our beloved Mother and Father as one, in my native language. Mua lava o te awe le whaftai, le awa me le alofa, mo le tato tama ma tina le langi, le atua ke akua. Whawhitai mo le nei awanoa wa tato o mai whatasi, o tato uma o le ainga tasi. First and foremost, I give all honor, gratitude, love, and appreciation to our beloved Creator, Mother and Father. Grateful for this opportunity that we get to come together as a family, our ohana, our ainga, so that we can share our prayers, our thoughts, our sacred actions, the disparities that are happening in our villages, in our cities, in our counties, in our territories, locally and globally. I want to thank all the beautiful speakers, elders, grandmothers that have shared your sacred actions, your prayers, your ceremonies here with us today. I want to share with you that I also want to honor your ancestors. Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, the people of the Sioux Nation of the Chinoopa. I also want to honor my ancestors of the Pacific Islands. We have 3 nations, Melanesia, Micronesia, and I come from Polynesia, the Samoan and Hawaiian Islands. We are known as the blue liquid continent of Oceania. We are life and water protectors. First and foremost, mo mua le atua, te mi uma mea uma. We put God first, before everything and everyone, everywhere. I never knew that I'd be on this sacred journey to build unity and peace and humanitarian collaborative efforts around the world. I was a corporate executive for about 22 years and consultant for multi-billion-dollar real estate lending firms, climbing the corporate ladder, taking care of my family, serving in our church, just a normal life. And then 9/11 terrorist attacks happened. And it crushed me. My heart was fragmented in disbelief. How could our brothers and sisters of a certain religion have so much hatred in their heart that they would harm over thousands of people in 2 buildings and also on airplanes? When it happened, I had just dropped off my 2 daughters to junior high school Brittany in the 6th grade, Nicole in the 8th grade, and I had gone to work. In my office, my people were just watching the TV news, and, you know, their mouths were open and just in disbelief. And when I saw what happened, it was horrific. And I went to my office and I cried. And I prayed to God, use me as an instrument of peace, unconditional love, so that I can be sent wherever you wish for me to go in the world, so that I can, through your divine guidance, walk with me, guide me, allow your spirit to speak through me, so that I can share the message of the spirit of aloha, alofa, pure unconditional love, peace, unity, and we are all about family. I never knew that I would start a foundation, but what kept reverberating in my mind was one global family. I thought, well, what about one human family? Because that's the species that we really need to focus on. But one global family, because it's not just about our human relations. It's about all our relations, all of creation, in this beautiful, miraculous web of life. And so be careful what you ask for, because the Creator might just bring it to you, and the universe will conspire to make it happen. I was sent to places of conflict and terrorism, and I had prayed to send me to where the terrorists are, so I can share with them about not playing with bombs. Let's dance and do the haka together, pray together, honor one another. I was sent to India as my first place, but actually I wasn't sent. I decided that after 4 years of waiting for God to send me, I was done waiting, and I was going to take actions into my own hands. And where my daughter and I had gone to serve was at the Gandhi Ashram in Ahmedabad, India. This is the same ashram where Gandhi led the Salt March movement from, in his little white loincloth and a staff. And he had vowed that he would not return to his beloved ashram until his country, until India was liberated from the colonizers. He never made it back, but he achieved in the liberation of his country. This is the same ashram that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. went to with some of his disciples to learn about Gandhi's Satyagraha movement, Soul Force movement. And a few months later, they led the civil rights movement. It was significant. I didn't know that I was going to this sacred place, but that is where we served for a month in the largest slum communities around the Gandhi Ashram, blind school, disabled centers, and just doing everything that I learned growing up of Christ and Buddha and all the sacred messengers. We were now walking and putting it into action. And I went back the next year. This was 2005 when I went, and then I went back again the next year by myself this time. And my plan was to serve there in India for a month, inspecting preschool nutrition centers so I could sponsor them to help the children with education and nutrition, and also with the grandmothers and elders and, you know, everything else. And we had brought in a container, a 40-foot container of over 500 free wheelchairs for the disabled poor. I'm an ambassador for Free Wheelchair Mission, and we raise funds to manufacture free wheelchairs in China, export them to the most neediest countries. We're imagining that a disabled poor would have a wheelchair to liberate them from crawling on the ground is just a fantasy that, you know, is not even realized in most places. But thus far, since September 11, 2001, my partner organization, Free Wheelchair Mission, we have provided over 1.5 million free wheelchairs to over 97 countries around the world. Another partner, Another partner organization is Give Light Foundation. The founder and I met in Pakistan. When I went back to India the second time, my plan was to only be there and serve there for a month. On my way to the airport, my volunteers were taking me, and I heard the Creator say, "You're not going to Africa." I'm like, "What? You're not going to Africa." So I let my 2 volunteers know, okay, let's go back to the Gandhi Ashram. Creator is telling me I'm not going to Africa yet. For 5 days, I prayed, I meditated, I continued to serve, waiting for guidance from Creator as to where I'm going to go. And on the 5th night, I was very upset with Creator. And in my mind, I was saying, I'm so disappointed with you. Not only have I waited 5 days to go to wherever you want me to go, right now I'd be loving on millions of children in the largest slum community in Nairobi, Kenya. Many of them are ridden with AIDS. But here I am, just still waiting upon you to guide me as to where I'm going to go. And I said, not only has it been 5 days, but it's now been 5 years since I said that prayer, to use me as an instrument for peace, compassion, unconditional love, divine light, to wherever the terrorists are. And I said, for the next few days, do not talk to me. I'm going to be going and visiting some sacred sites. And all I heard was, "You're going to Pakistan." My mind, what? "You're going to Pakistan." And it came out of my mouth as, "I'm going to Pakistan." And so the 2 co-founders of my alliance partner based in the Gandhi Ashram, one of them said, "Oh, no, Laura, go there. It's dangerous. You stay right here. You have projects with the children, creating tapestry piece art, and we need you here." And then it wasn't until the co-founder in the backseat said, "Sister, you cannot go to Pakistan. There have been terrorist bombings there for this past week. Anti-Christian sentiments are very high. Anti-American sentiments are even higher. It'd be too dangerous for you to travel there, especially as a woman going alone without her escort of a brother, uncle, or husband." And I said, okay, if this is Creator's wish, I know that the way has already been prepared. By the next morning, I bought my ticket to fly to Delhi to try to apply for a visa, and everyone told me, "You're not going to get it. For weeks, people have been waiting. You're not going to get it." I met with the first secretary of the High Consulate Office of Delhi, of Pakistan in Delhi, and within an hour and 11 minutes, I was able to receive the visa. And I can't even describe to you the incredible sacred journey I went on with Creator, but I'll tell you that when I returned the next year with my daughter, we inaugurated an orphanage, we distributed 500 wheelchairs, we sponsored orphans, so much to do. But we also went into areas impacted by earthquake, floods, and a couple of years later, the same areas where we served is where Osama bin Laden was discovered and killed. And when my daughter and I were getting ready to fly to Pakistan, the Marriott Hotel where we were supposed to be staying in Islamabad had just been bombed. And so my daughter said, "Mom, is that where we're going to go?" I said, "Yes, but we will stay at the orphanage." She goes, "Mom, we're returning back to Ahmedabad Gandhi Ashram. Isn't that where they just had 17 bombs by Muslims against Hindus?" I said, "Yes, but just surrender. We are in Creator's hands, and all will be well. We have a divine mission and purpose, and all will be well. We will only love all unconditionally, whether they're Al-Qaeda or Taliban, Afghanistan, Pakistani, Indian, doesn't matter. Forget what is on the outer coat. This is just temporary. Forget the religious tradition that we were brought up in. Our religion is love, and our mission is peace." And she says, "I trust you, Mom." And so there have been many, many sacred journeys. And I'm going to share this peace quilt that my children in the slums and I prepared with messages for children around the world about everything that I've just talked about. But I also want to share that the first time that I met Chief Arvo Looking Horse, books were coming to me. The very first book was Power of One. It kept stalking me. The next book was Buffalo Woman Comes Singing. I didn't even know anything about the White Buffalo Calf Woman prophecy, but this is what was gifted to me. And more books have come. When I first met Arvel at World Peace and Prayer Day in Ojai, California, after I spoke, he ran off after we did our greetings, and he came back with his book, and he gave it to me, and then invited me to Sundance at Greengrass at his place. The journey has continued to Ukraine, to Israel, Palestine, to Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, trying to get into Syria, and many other places that have been impacted by war, terrorism, climate change, the melting ice of the north, and the rising waters in my Pacific and all around the world. The calamities continue, they do not end. And most of these places is where I go and serve and just love. And so, Buffalo Woman Comes Singing. We are living in the times of prophecy fulfillment. Our ancestors prayed us in. We have a divine responsibility, not just the next 7 generations, but the next 77 generations. The very first book was Power of One. By 2022, a few days after the war in Ukraine unfolded, I knew what that was supposed to be for. It became the theme, the title of our Peace Sundays program in 2022, right after Ukraine war. And then a year later, it became the Power of Oneness. I want to dedicate this song. It's called Power of One. It's my youth empowerment program to uplift singers and artists in marginalized communities around the world, to allow them to have the necessary funds to produce and create their artwork, their music that will help to lift and inspire us to remember who we are. We are love. We come from love. We will return to love. That is our true essence. Aloha, alofa, aho. We are the Power of One. And I want to dedicate this song to Chief Arvel Looking Horse, who has been the 19th generation keeper of the sacred peace pipe, sacred bundle. And her return is very near. Thank you. In Ukraine to help mothers and orphan children and to help rebuild Ukraine. Join forces with us so we can do this together, global family. I know we can. Here we are. We are the Power of One.
Open up your eyes. Let kindness guide your path. Let it be for all eternity. One love is all we need. One love is all. With one voice, we all will sing. And when we come together, we hold the power of one. We can make a change if we come as one. We are light in darkness. We will build paradise. sing one love is all we need. One love is all. With one voice we all will sing. And when we come together we hold the power of one. One love is all we need. Yeah. One love is all. With one voice we all will sing. Yeah. When we come together we hold the power of one. Yeah, Lord. Yeah, Lord. Hey, mama, all our way, our way.
We're late. Thank you. I want to just end that not only did the power of one continue to stalk, but there was a quote that also came along with it. We're all the power of one. If we embrace it, prayer is powerful, but sacred action is mandatory. Find what you're passionate about, get involved, get engaged, and make the necessary change that we need. As Gandhi said, be the change you wish to see in the world. And Arvo, a great and mighty waterfall begins with one drop. Then all of the other drops come right after to support that first drop. In oneness, we become the ocean. And we become the change in the world that we need to see for ourselves, our families, and our future generations. Thank you for your work and your awesome partner, Paula. Thank you. Aloha, alofa, aroha, aho.
Pidami Api Lorasad. Our next presenter was unable to make it, but she did send someone in her place. I'm going to bring up Joseph White Eyes. He's a Lakota from Cheyenne River. He's a grassroots organizer with experience on the front lines doing campaign and development and management around social, racial, and environmental justice. This presentation is going to be on data colonialism, protecting communities and Mother Earth in the age of the AI boom. So I'd like to invite Joseph up.
Yeah, Hamadakapi, that's a really great intro, but that was Crystal's intro. I was on my way here this morning, and I got a call from Crystal. She's my boss, but a friend longer than she was my boss. So we have that, history there. Usually when I talk about hyperscale data centers and generative AI, large language models, I have this really beautiful presentation that's about 20 minutes long. But I didn't bring nothing with me. And so I went back to the car and I found a receipt for my oil change, and I wrote my notes on there. But I've been working with Honor the Earth for about 2 years now, coming up on 2 years, and it's been a really good experience working for that organization underneath Crystal Tubles. And it's an indigenous women-led organization, and a lot of the people there are really great powerhouses, and we work on issues, not just hyperscale data centers, but we also work on mining. We also work on Palestine. So we have people from the Palestine Youth Movement that work with us, and it's been a really great honor to learn and also educate not only the people but myself as well on issues that are affecting our people today. We originally started the work around mining, as I said, and we started really paying attention to nuclear and small modular reactors. And so what those are just reactors that you see on the warships that the United States military uses, and what they're trying to do is pull those off of those warships for public consumption. And so we looked down in Montana, and that's where we found some SMRs trying to be proposed. We looked in Nebraska. We've seen some nuclear energy trying to be proposed for their electrical grids as well, both in the Omaha region and down by Valentine area. And we started seeing this all over the country, and we said, well, why do we need this energy? And it led us to hyperscale data centers. So there's six now. There's 6 different sizes of data centers. You have the small refrigerator-looking ones that we have in our closets. We have a little bit larger ones, and then we have some that are the size of this room, and then we go into the hyperscale data centers. Could it be anywhere between a mile by a mile long, mile wide by a mile long? And then we have the ultra data centers, and those are even twice, to 5 times as large. And right now, it's the new hot topic, is what we're seeing all across, Indian country, but all across the world. And everyone is talking about hyperscale data centers. Everyone's talking about what it is, how it's affecting us, from our water usage to our electrical usage, and the storage of what's being stored there. So here in South Dakota, there are 5 data centers being proposed. We have 2 in Rapid City. We have 1 down by Sioux Falls. We have another one over by the reservation on the east end there by, I forget the name of the town. And then we have another one up by Watertown. And so we've been tracking those. We've been, doing teach-ins. We've gone up to Standing Rock. We've done some things around Cheyenne River on the grassroots level. So we understand the large electrical uses that they're trying to use. We understand the water use. We understand a lot of this other stuff. We say no AI. We got to get the information from our aunties. But things we don't talk about, and the other connections that we have noticed that comes with hyperscale data centers, is critical minerals. You're seeing all these fast tracking of different mines popping up here in the Black Hills, all throughout the country. Really related to graphite, related to different metals that they need for these hyperscale data centers that go into what they're called GPUs and their little chips. And we can talk about the pollution. We can talk about everything else that comes out with the PFAS, the forever chemicals. And then, as I mentioned again, or as I mentioned earlier, was nuclear. But one of the biggest ties that we're not having discussions around, especially in Indian country, is generative AI and large language models. And what those are is those are the hyperscale data centers that belong to these multi-billion-dollar companies. And the moment we type in a prompt into ChatGPT, the moment we use Grok, that belongs to Elon Musk, or all these other types of generative AIs that develop these photos, develop these songs, develop these stories, the moment we engage with them, we feed generative AI to build itself out even more. Generative AI wouldn't be nothing without human interaction. So when we say, I want to see a picture of a Sundance, what is generative AI going to do? They're going to go onto the web. They're going to search they're going to search trees. They're going to search Indians. They're going to have to conceptualize what a Sundance is, and it builds that model based off of what they look at. And then we start seeing things like pan-Indianism show up on Facebook. There was a video that I seen circulating around Facebook last year of this. It showed an AI image of a Wasichi guy sitting there pierced to some kind of pole in the middle, and he was going round and round and round. So I made a comment on there. I said, oh, AI must have had a dream to do it that way. But those are the dangers that we face when we engage with generative AI, when we engage with large language models, is the moment we put information in there, we ask it to find an environmental impact study for us. We ask it to translate the English language into Lakota language to us. That company now has ownership. That multi-billion-dollar company that does not live in our communities, that does not, invest in our communities, especially on tribal nations, we no longer have control of that information. And so the moment that we, engage with it. It's no longer ours, and that's something that we always have to stress over and over and over is, yeah, we will have that information, but so will they, and we can't control what they do with that data. One of the biggest things, that we're also seeing with generative AI too is that our younger people are starting to develop really intimate relationships with generative AI. There's been a few articles that came out where this child was talking to his AI and saying it was his best friend and whatever else, and he started talking about how sad he was. And he said, I wanted to kill myself. And what did AI tell him to do? He said it was okay. So that child ended up killing himself. And so those are some of the dangers that we're facing within our communities around generative AI, within, surveillance, the militarism, and those are just, other tentacles that belong to hyperscale data centers. And it's all meant for the, not just the government, but all of these companies to get into our data, to mine our data, to figure out what conversations we're having on Facebook, to figure out what conversations we're having on our phones, our text messages, and everything else. It now belongs to that company to conceptualize more generative AI to develop out what they think being indigenous is. And so that's one of the biggest dangers that we always have to talk about when we're talking about saying, oh, AI isn't that bad, it helped me write my research paper. Well, that research paper is no longer yours, it belongs to that multi-billion-dollar company. We're seeing it in our healthcare, we're seeing it around, the carbon offsets, the nature-based solutions, and the false solutions around solving the climate crisis. If we can quantify it, they can sell it as their data. And that's something that we have to stress when we're talking about our buffalo, when we're talking about our language, when we're talking about our lands, our history, our oral traditions, things that AI could never learn. Songs that AI could never understand the root of where it came from. And those are the dangers that we're facing. And I just wanted to stress generative AI is because that's going to be our downfall. They've come for, different sets of data. As I said, healthcare, doctors are starting to develop data based off and misdiagnose because AI told them that, hey, their kidney's hurting. It's not that. It could be diabetes. It could be kidney disease. It could be this. AI will never understand the human impacts and human feelings. And the more that we engage with it, the more that we're developing it out, and the more that we're only hurting ourselves. And we're selling ourselves out short. Other things that we're facing with generative AI is what they call cognitive decline. There was a research done having these, students at this college go in and use AI to help write their papers. And so AI wrote their papers, and then they came back and they said, well, now do it yourself. What did those humans do that wrote that paper based off of AI? They copied that same system because they couldn't think for themselves anymore. And they said, oh, it's easier to do it this way rather than just to go out there and research it myself. But we're also facing other dangers around, our cultural knowledge. When we go and engage in these spaces with, the Army Corps of Engineers, with different state agencies, federal agencies, we know what information we should share and what information we shouldn't share, because it can always be co-opted, not just by those agencies, but by the other organizations that are coming and attacking our lands through pipelines, through mining, and through everything else. And I think that's going to be my cue to ask you to stop engaging with generative AI. Stop engaging with ChatGPT, because you're only endangering yourselves and your people. And one thing to remember, there's no such thing as a cloud. When they say, save your photos on the cloud, save this on the cloud, save that on the cloud, it's not going to magically go in the sky. There's only Earth. And that cloud is a hyperscale data center holding your information that anybody has information, or anybody has access to. There was a tribe down in Oklahoma, the Muskogee Creek Nation. They ended up developing out a data center for their tribe, and that ended up getting hacked. All their information, all their data that they put on that data center was held ransom for $1 million. They ended up paying it, and they got that information back, and then they pulled everything off that data center, and they quit using them. Another thing is that when we go around, we always talk about the impacts it has to our climate, the impacts that, how much it's hurting us, all this and that, but we never talk about the success stories that we have when we're engaging with these multi-billion-dollar companies. At Honor the Earth, we started a coalition of 30 different individuals, from tribes to different organizations, grassroots people, and they're all indigenous all across Turtle Island, up from Alaska all the way to the East Coast. And we've been pushing back within our communities. We've been developing out moratoriums for different tribes to adopt, whether it be from 1 year or indefinitely. Those are small wins that we could have until our people begin to understand what we're engaging with and how we're dealing with them. Here in the state of South Dakota, at the beginning of the year, back in January and February, we were able to work with Dakota Rural Action, Braveheart Society to really give in public comment around I guess, how data centers were to operate in this state. And we ended up passing one of the bills, I think it's S Bill 135, that really talked about the protections of ratepayers, so we don't have to pick up the cost, the electrical cost of these data centers when they come into our community. It got rid of the non-disclosure agreements around the water consumptions that these hyperscale data centers are going to use, and there's a few other things that have to, that go into there as well. But what they really defined within that bill here in South Dakota is they pushed away the way that they would, how would you say that, oversee how data centers are built, and they pushed it down to the local levels. And so that's where we have to start organizing within our states, within our tribes. We were able to work with a few tribes in developing out resolutions, tribal resolutions for those tribes to adopt, to no longer engage with AI, to no longer allow hyperscale data center build out within their communities. In the European Union, they passed a law recently where they have to put this is generative AI on their photos that were built, or any of the videos that were put, this is AI made, just so that we can tell the difference. Because we're seeing pictures of grandmothers on there picking medicines, as Carla and I were just talking about outside. We're seeing, like the videos of the Sundance, and we're seeing videos of, or not videos, but photos of different areas throughout the state saying Texas no longer, or doesn't want hyperscale data centers, and it's an AI generative photo. And that has to do a lot with hyperscale data centers. So if you call yourselves water protectors, you call yourselves land defenders, quit engaging with generative AI, and I'll leave you with that. So Wopila.
Thank you so much, Joseph White Eyes, for taking the time to come and share what you're working on. It's very important information. Our next presenter is Carla Ray Marshall. She is Hesapa Lakota, Mini Koju, Oglala Lakota. She's here for an important presentation on Hesapa, the Black Hills, the sacred heart of the Lakota people, and the broader implications of mining on indigenous lands, water, cultural sites, and future generations. Our featured speaker will explore the histories, spiritual significance, and ongoing challenges facing the sacred landscape, while sharing perspectives on stewardship, protection, and community responsibility. Please welcome Carla Ray Marshall.
Medakiapi. It's a good day to be here. I'm really happy to see everybody. I live over in Rapid City at the part of the North Foothills, but I'm really happy to see everybody here. I've been going to the World Peace and Prayer Day for many years, and so yeah, when they were saying they're coming here, I was like, yes. I grew up in Eagle Butte, South Dakota. We call Eagle Butte, we say. But I grew up with the Looking Horse family, and I went to school there. But so I've been working with the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, and I am a. Do you have my slides? I need my slides. Yeah. So I'm a Lakota grandmother, of course, and I also am the founder of Watetra Challenge, which is challenging our people to take their reusables when they go to gatherings, especially your coffee mug, But anyway, so I'm going to kind of go through these kind of fast because there's a lot to cover here in the Black Hills. We're under attack by anything and everything that these companies, our mining companies, want to come in and take, like they have in the past. But first, second slide. So since time immemorial, Hassapa has and always will be Wamaka Oganaka Ichante, the heart of everything that is. And I apologize, I am not a fluent speaker. When I was growing up, my grandma would be speaking Lakota and say, Mom, what's she saying? Shh, it's not for you to hear. Go outside. Go play. Grandma was gossiping, I think. So anyway, next slide. So this area, Hassapa, holds our creation story, our coming into being as human beings. They hold our ancient teachings, stories, our historical events. They hold eons of memory in our DNA, and water is our main entity. So we must cherish water and protect her at all times. Next slide. So we all know the history of the arrival of the colonizers. The U.S. government came in and said, we're going to sign treaties with you. We want this land, westward expansion. 1825, 1851, and 1868. They signed treaties with the Ochatishakoi and other allied nations. Government says, they are the supreme law of the land, but they broke every treaty that they ever signed with us, and they're still breaking it over and over and over again. There was, genocide, massacres, and forced removal, and then reservations. Some of the mining history is the General Mining Act of 1872. They're still using that act today. There's the gold was discovered in French Creek, which is now Custer County, over in the kind of south central area of the Black Hills. That was 1874, and then the gold rush, 1875. Apparently, between 1874, when our lands were under treaty, under 68, it was forbidden for whites coming in here. But yeah, they found gold. Then apparently the United States government said, "Oh, we'll help you guys. We'll stop these miners coming in and settlers." But they only did that for a year, and they gave up. Then after that, they started attacking us. So, and then there was a victory at Greasy Grass, which I want to give Ropila an honor to every one of you that's on the ride and going. Thank you. So next slide. So Hassapa is only about 125 miles long and about 65 miles wide. So this is a small area comparatively, speaking about. It's an ancient oasis on the prairie, and it's our sacred site, provides us with our natural medicines, foods, and healing waters, and homes to thousands of species of wildlife and plant nations. Today we must work fast to protect Hassapa from this modern-day mining. We're fighting monsters. Next slide. So this slide will show about some of our sacred sites that are known sacred sites. Wasu Nia, our wind cave. The Matopaha, right over here. Mato Tipila is the Bear Lodge. Iakaga is Stonemaker. Peshla is known as Baldy. And Changleshka Waka racetrack, which is the red all the way around. And that racetrack, that red ring around the Black Hills, holds what they call the Madison Group outcrop, which contains Madison Aquifer and some of the other aquifers. Those aquifers are the Deadwood, Spearfish, Iakaga, Minilusa, Minikata, and Madison. So historically, there were no lakes in the Black Hills other than underground. We had no natural lakes here. Nowadays, we have reservoirs. So any of the reservoirs that you see here, the dams, or what they call lakes nowadays, recreational lakes like Pactola, Deerfield, Balfouche, those are all reservoirs. So they dammed up the waters that came out of the Black Hills. And in the Black Hills underneath, there's all these caves and fissures, and so the water goes all different directions. So the other thing I want to mention about the aquifers is when they were talking about, I was really happy to see Mike with the Buffalo Fill campaign, because I went out there way back when. I used to help with buffalo restoration on Indian lands, but we talked about, when I was helping with buffalo restoration, I listened to the people that were talking about, why it's important to bring back the buffalo. The huge, huge herds of the Pete Oyate, the huge herds, they would rumble over this land. And when they did that, it would shake the earth. Can you imagine that many buffalo shaking the earth? And when it shook the earth, it woke up the aquifers. So it might have been like welcoming back the thunders, Thunders cracked, the buffalo ran, and they woke up the aquifers. And so that would bring the water up to the springs and stuff. So next. Oh, let's see where we're at. Oh, yeah. Okay, so talk about so our waterways in the Chesap, we say Mini Wichozani, or Mini Wichoni, which means giver of life. Water is alive, and the rights of nature must play a huge part in our work. Waterways and their watersheds are a critical life source for not only us, but wildlife, and plants are silent standing nations. So there are 18, and I just found this out when I was doing this, putting this PowerPoint together. I thought there's like 9 main aquifers, but there's actually 18 watersheds. I meant watersheds, which contain over 185 creeks and streams, connecting waterways in all 4 directions, above and below, nourishing communities across the plains before joining the waters of the Missouri River. So all our water here goes east, goes across the plains. And when I travel up to Eagle Butte, I cross the Cheyenne River twice. And I look at Cheyenne River and I think, oh, we are such water hoarders up here, But so right now, when we start talking about doing public comments and stuff, or if the tribes start talking about doing lawsuits or, against some of these projects that are going on, I was at a webinar where they were talking about the rights of nature, and Frank Bebo of Minnesota Chippewa tribe, he was talking about when they did the rights of wild rice or the rights of salmon. So when you write up, for plaintiffs, the plaintiffs is like Black Hills Clean Water Alliance or, these other organizations, I think it would be good to put, plaintiff, Rapid Creek, or, watersheds of the Black Hills. Name the nature first. Rights of nature, name them. Put them in there. Start doing that, because, how else are we going to start changing this whole issue of, them coming after our water? And then these people, they don't care about our water. They just keep using and abusing our water. Not our water, it's her water, Unchimak has water. Next slide. So this is the Black Hills National Forest. That is under the management of the Department of Ag and Natural Resources. But they have 4 ranger stations, which is the Bear Lodge, Northern Hills, Mystic, and Hell Canyon. So those are under federal jurisdictions. When a mining company comes in and wants to mine, they have to have a mining claim under the 1872, and that's under the Bureau of Land Management. But when they want to mine, they have to, and if it's in federal lands or in the Black Hills National Forest Service, they have to submit an application. They have to submit a project outline, project of operation. We call it POO. But they have to submit that, and so then they have to do a public comment. They do a scoping and a public comment. That's how it used to work. So when they a company comes in and said, we want to come up here and explore. Like right now, there's a company in Northern Hills called Solitario. They want to explore for gold up by Spearfish Canyon. And below, past Cheyenne Crossing, below there, which one of the tribes has land down there. and they do Sundance too. But when they want to explore, they have to have a public comment. And so when they have 2 minutes, really? So when they have public comment, they ask us, what do you guys think? Ask the public, what do you think? And we submit our public comment, and there's like 2,000 say no, and they still pass it. So it's really heartbreaking, like Mushke Faith was saying, makes us cry. I told the boss the other day, my executive director, Lilia, I said, it's like domestic violence, because we love our land so much and we love our water, and then they ask us, these agencies ask us for our comments. What do you guys think? And we say no, and they still pass it. I just don't understand that. So, I kind of knew I only had. So there's right now. Let me go real quick here. There's right now there are 259,000 acres. You'll see on that map there. We got maps in the back, but right now there is for gold. There's 7 companies, 13 exploration projects, 1 active operating gold mine in the state of South Dakota. There's lithium. We count about 8 that we know of, with 9 plus projects. Graphite, there was 1 company, but Victory, like Dr. Big Eagle talked about this morning. And then uranium, limestone, rare earths. So, and then data centers. Next, So I'm going to turn this over to Dwayne, who is the organizer with the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, and we have an information table back there. And I just want to mention one more thing. I brought my choppa pelt, which is a beaver pelt, because that is a keystone species. I brought it, set it on my table, and I put a bowl of water, a wooden bowl of water there, so that water is absorbing all our energy and stuff, and I will take it and offer it out. So, pila ma'ye, wo pila for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Matakiapi. Chantea washte na pe choose apolo. Tashunka nagi le mie na naku washichu chajeki Dwayne Tubo zamacha apolo. Naku oglesha otua he ekta na elwati na tatanka nupa tiwahe hemataha na sichagu lakota tatanka witgo hemataha na hochwoju hemataha chief hump tiwahe hemataha. Ash ampetu kile iohila, ash naku matho paha ekta lila wopila awake oyate ki omnichapi naha oyate wagluniapikte ash lila wopila iomakpi. Say good afternoon to all my relatives in the 4 directions that make their way over here to our sacred mountain. My name is Dwayne Tubles. Just to say thank you to Carla for an intro. I am the, a grassroots organizer, but also the lead organizer at the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance. We come over here in a good way to just update the people and keep the relatives updated as far as all the mining going on in our sacred hills. About 17% of public and federal lands in our sacred hills have mining claims, which basically means that they could possibly be mined. And so it was such a beautiful presentation here today, and just thinking about coming over here about what I was going to share about, and to just basically share a perspective from the organizer's stance. And it's just so good to be here amongst all my relatives that way, and to share an experience with you, each and every one, about recently the hearings that took place around Craven Canyon, Ihankia Opa Ichiapi, the Valley of Ancient Time. And so it was a year-long coming. We've been doing the organizing. We organized interveners. We recruited interveners from the Fall River and Ogallala, Lakota counties. And eight of these interveners in this proceeding with the state were fluent speakers. they're fluent speakers, and right away we recognized the need for language, for translation services in our proceedings, whether it's a welfare case, whether it's a court proceeding, or just simply doings going on within our state. And so with that, we was able to advocate for House Bill 1219, and it went through Senate Judiciary Committee, it went through Judiciary Committee, and it passed and is waiting to be signed July 1st. And to be able to have our language provided in our state on a state level is huge work. It was a lot of advocating for our sacred Lakota language to be included whenever our elderlies in the rural areas of the reservations have hard time comprehending and listening to our the state officials, the state employees with their language. Ash Heyach Unshni, they couldn't comprehend it that well. And so this House bill provides the provision of translation services in any proceeding that the state may have. So Lila Wopila to our efforts, and it was in honor of our elder, Helen Redfeather. It was renamed Helen's Law. So we're very grateful for those little efforts so that our fluent speakers could continue their input in these proceedings, such as what's going on over at Craven Canyon. There was a hearings that went on quite recently where our spiritual forces were met. Our spiritual challenges were put on the line, and a lot of our young people, a lot of our elders, a lot of our relatives came together to show the corporation, to show the big money people that we are still here today. We are still here saying our songs, singing our songs, saying our prayers that our grandma and grandpa said for us. And so with that, today, just very grateful for unity, grateful for organizing, grateful for community gathering in such a way where our relatives, it all went real nice, it all went real smooth. The Board of Minerals and Environment, they don't really take too lightly of our Lakota ways of life, or any way of life for that matter. They've just utterly been blatant to our elders, to our women folks, to our organizers, to it's just been just complete utter behavior coming from them, witnessing them, how they act. But with prayer was the base. Last spring we took this whole issue to ceremony. And in there, they told us that all the tools will be handed to us. All the tools that we need to help defeat this corporation will be handed to us. And still to this day, the Board of Mineral Environment attempted to continue on in the which that to proceed in the way that they were upholding themselves. And one of the interveners, Elizabeth Lone Eagle, they were being really a little bit rude, a little bit dismaying feeling that they had. And they were, the next day of the hearing on Wednesday, the Board of Mineral and Environment, they were served with a federal lawsuit. And the proceeding with Craven Canyon was adjourned till further notice. So we're very grateful for the little wins in life that make it okay for each and every one of us to still be here, to still be able to drink clean water, to still be able to pray. Prayer has always been the base in anything that we do. And I'm just very grateful for, as the organization, but not only a part of the Oyate, the Oglala Lakota Oyate, standing in force with our elders, standing in force with our teachers, our wisdom carriers, our language keepers, and seeing how they take care of it in a beautiful way. So with that, Matakiapi, I just wanted to come up here, have 2 minutes left, so just did my best to share what it was from the organizer's perspective about how our state, how these higher-ups really brush things under the rug and opportunities kind of go out the door. So when it comes to our sacred sites, our language, our way of life, they can't take that away. They could try, but we're still here today. Genocide, we're too used to it, so we make humor of it, we laugh about it. And as healing, they say, we have to, the bigger picture for healing. And so with that, thinking 7 generations ahead, that's how we're going to go about it, my relatives. And thank you all for standing with each and every one of us with your prayers on the front line. It was surely needed over there, standing standing in unity and in solidarity up at Peshla. And then not even some odd weeks later, we're right there in Hot Springs, right there again. So we're very grateful for unity. We're really grateful for prayers. We're really grateful for all of our relatives just gathering in the way that they have, helping us, supporting us, singing for us, praying for us. The best gift that we could give one another is a prayer. So with that, Matakiapi wanted to say thank you to all the organizing that made this event really nice, coming up to our sacred mountain to say a word of prayer, to be able to share in a beautiful way. And I say Wopila Chichiapalo to our chief, our Nacha, our bundle keeper, Lila Wopila Awakye, for standing on behalf of the people. Our prayers are with each and every one of you. So with that, Wopila Chichiapalo, Matakia say.
Once again, that was Dwayne Two Bulls. Thank you so much for coming and taking the time to do your presentation. So I just like to thank all the speakers that came and shared your passions and your projects with us. And I just want to point to my mother over there, Paula. She has a gift for you, all the speakers that came and presented for this live stream. Please visit my mother. She has a gift for you. And I just like to thank all the attendees that came and, just supporting us. It really, really, warms all of our hearts. And, it's just really beautiful to watch within my lifetime. And anyway, so I'd like to pass the mic over to the big boss man himself, Chief Orville Looking Horse, for a closing prayer. And afterwards, I'm hoping that maybe we could have the mic open for a community to come up and share, and then maybe do a dinner. And so just giving you a little heads up on the schedule. But anyway, so here's Chief Orville Looking Horse.
Metakepi apetikuleche ona hechchi okiwita hinka lila wopila traka heshalo eche apetukina chchi takukash makak neche piunkilapi neche oyate okonyapi ki onya heche woche ke glhakimonipi neche oyate heche na wichozani na woki wanglake nuka etonache ikhpunkiapi no chunkiksiapi lo Nache ingue apetukle che khashunka witko he ukiksi apelo metake piecheto. It's a great day today. Had a good medicine to present to you all this day of World Peace and Prayer Day here at Bear Butte, 2006 was 26, and then. I'm really thankful and honored that to be here. But everything starts with a dream. Like somebody said, like a drop of water. It becomes the ocean. Part of the water of life. And each and every one of us, the reason why we use a cottonwood tree for a Sundance is it has the same amount of water as our body. And we know that everything is sacred here upon the earth. And I want to honor Kashunka Witko, Crazy Horse. 150 years ago, No, he doesn't want to sign no papers. He wants to live with the cycle of life that Changlesh Kawakha. And he didn't want to take a picture. And when he made that sacred journey, he made sure that he had nothing, everything was taken care of before he made that sacred journey. So we still have his relatives from the sister of Crazy Horse, but Crazy Horse Makaki le ichelat kheha yukelo. Makaki ichelat kheha yukelo. Mother Earth, Earth Mother, she lived the longest. And his words are very, up to this day, we hear his words loud and clear. And when I was young, Crazy Horse was at in Nebraska, and that's where he was killed. And back then they were taking the chiefs' heads off and sent out towards east. But the people, they loved him so much that they didn't want Crazy Horse's whole body to be intact. So they walked him back to Manderson, and that's where the people camped, and only the family went up that creek called White Horse Creek. And I went to visit my grandpa, and he was in Pine Ridge, and I told him about a dream. And then he said, "Oh, get ready. I'll put you on the hill." So put me on the hill. Said, "Yeah, that dream you had is right now." So we went up that creek, White Horse Creek. That's where Crazy Horse was buried. But I had no different accidents. I never thought my whole life that, our ways is very fast. We live in a very fast world, and we don't appreciate things. But when it comes to ceremony, when it comes to the Creator, we make vows, commitments. And anyway, I did that when I was 12 years old. And from that time, I always, deep in my heart, I want to live. I want to be like our grandfathers were. And Crazy Horse, in my prayers, he was not too far from where I was put on the Vision Quest. Now that's where I had that dream about World Peace and Prayer Day. And here I am, riding the sacred bundle that I take care of. Was that little bighorn 150 years ago. And that's why I choose to ride and be with the riders from green grass to greasy grass 150 years later. And that's why I'm really thinking about Crazy Horse. When he came to the sacred bundle, he said to my family that, Mila Hanska is going to chase me, and I might not come back again to the sacred bundle to pray. So that's what I grew up with. And I was taught by my grandparents, and I'm so thankful. The hard lessons I had, and I never thought that I would walk. I was paralyzed. But they gave my life back through ceremony, and now I'm here, still giving thanks. And we are riding to Little Bighorn, and I'll be doing another prayer there. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and making a new day, the brighter days to come in peace. So with that, I'd like to have the singers, the headsmen with me to sing a song here, Wopila song.